The upper class of Jingbei has a shared secret. Bai Ningbing was forced to marry me. That night, I was the one who set her up. So on the day of our marriage registration, that woman went abroad with her unforgettable love. Just like that, I became a Mr. Fang in name only for 3 years. But I never would have expected to see Bai Ningbing again. At my grandfather's funeral, of all places, she was dressed gorgeously, captivatingly. She walked step by step to my side and bowed with me to the mourners. Bai Ningbing was back. I glanced up at the person beside me. It was obvious that Bai Ningbing hated my grandfather to the bone, but now, standing next to me, she was putting on an act of being deeply grieved. People are so fake indeed. Please accept my condolences. A figure came into view. I looked up and saw Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen's words were directed at me, but his gaze lingered more on Bai Ningbing. Thank you. I nodded and bowed to him. After all, anyone who comes is a guest. Right now, I no longer have any right to show an attitude towards anyone. Watching the guests gradually leave, Bai Ningbing asked, "Why didn't you call me?" I looked up, taking off the white flower. I held it carefully in my palm. Well, you know now, don't you? Are you in a hurry to go abroad now? I'm not going anymore. My parents are getting old. I came back to take care of them. The company also needs my help. I nodded and said, then wait for me for a few days. Wait until I've dealt with things these next few days. I'll find you then. Bai Ningbing looked at me, not quite understanding the meaning behind my words. I continued, if you're in a big hurry, you can also sign the divorce papers in advance and send them to my grandfather's company. Bai Ningbing looked down at me. It took her a moment to realize I was talking about divorcing her. A few days later, I didn't get the papers from Bai Ningbing. What I got instead were groups of creditors showing up. Uncle Zhao walked in with a sigh. Uncle Zhao, how is it? Are they gone? Uncle Zhao shook his head helplessly. They're gone, but they'll be back. These debt collectors aren't easy to deal with. I nodded. Uncle Zhao, please help me calculate all the debts. Also, please print another copy of the divorce papers for me. I'm going to find Bai Ningbing later. 10 minutes later, I looked at the divorce papers on the table. I couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. I picked up the pen and signed my name anyway. I looked at the phone number I had saved for 3 years. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to call. Bai Ningbing's voice came from the other end of the line. Bai Ningbing's voice was as cold as ever. What is it? I want to see you for a moment. When I said this, I suddenly felt a pang in my heart, even at the most difficult time that year. Grandfather never asked the Bai family for help. All right, come over. Bai Ningbing's voice was as faint as usual. Half an hour later, I looked around Bai Ningbing's office. Since that unhappy marriage, this was the first time I'd come back here. Bai Ningbing placed a cup of coffee in front of me. Then she went back around to the other side of the desk and sat down. What do you want to see me about? I looked at the coffee in front of me. I picked it up and took a sip. I curled my lip, shook my head, and put it down. I don't like sugar in my coffee. Then let me make you another cup, Bai Ningbing said as she was about to get up. Let's get to the point. I took the divorce papers out of my pocket and put them in front of her. Take a look at the terms, then you can sign it. Bai Ningbing took the divorce papers and glanced up at me. If it was going to be like this, why did you have to force me to marry you in the first place? Suddenly becoming a divorcee. It really affects one's prospects of finding someone later, doesn't it? I said with a smile. My fault. I thought I could warm your heart. Bai Ningbing opened the divorce papers and examined them carefully, but she stopped halfway through, asking for 10 million. 10 million? You really have the nerve to ask. I had anticipated Bai Ningbing's reaction. It's come to this point. I no longer care about face. This is my only condition for the divorce. It's a bit shameless, I admit. But anyway, 3 years of my youth can't have been wasted for nothing, not to mention whether 3 years ago the two of us really did anything at all. For these past 3 years, I haven't even touched your fingertip. What did you lose? Besides, you were the one who insisted on marrying me. Bai Ningbing deliberately repeated it. If you really couldn't live with me, you could have come back sooner to divorce me. Even if I didn't agree, you could have filed for divorce, but you did nothing. If you've implicitly acknowledged that we've been husband and wife for the past 3 years, then I've waited for you for 3 years. I didn't hold all your ridiculous affairs abroad for 3 years against you. You really should compensate me. Bai Ningbing glanced at me. What kind of ridiculous and wicked things have I done these past 3 years? That require me to compensate you? Listening to you talk like that? Anyone who didn't know would think I've spent the last 3 years doing something beastly that wronged you. I looked at her calmly. You know in your heart, there's no need for us to say such harsh words. From now on, live with whomever you want. I won't ask about it. Bai Ningbing stared at me with sharp eyes for a few seconds. Finally, she said one sentence. I need time to think. I nodded. I understand. It's not a small amount. You guys can discuss it. I should still make you another cup of coffee. You deserve to drink something bitter. Bai Ningbing once again brought the cup of coffee without sugar and placed it in front of me. The phone rang. She sat at her desk, answering the phone right in front of me. Okay, you guys pick a place. I'll be there later. I picked up the coffee and took a sip. It was very bitter, just like my mood right now. I glanced at Bai Ningbing. She was on the phone. She even glanced at me. I have something to take care of here. I'll come find you all when I'm done. Click. Bai Ningbing hung up. She looked at the coffee cup I had drunk from. How's the taste? I chuckled. I got up very tactfully. If you have plans, then you'll be leaving. Then let me see you out. Where are you heading? Bai Ningbing left her seat, stood up, and looked at me. No need. It's not on the way to my company. I shook my head. Then I turned decisively and walked to the door. When I got to the door, I turned my head to look at her one more time. Thanks for the coffee, and I hope you finish thinking it over soon. Bai Ningbing tilted her head and looked at me. You could wait for 3 years. Why are you in such a hurry this time? I'm not that impatient. I'm just thinking of you. Thinking of me? By asking me for 10 million? Bai Ningbing found it hard to accept my kindness. I just gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. Bai Ningbing watched my retreating back. Her gaze eventually fell back on the coffee cup I had drunk from. She picked up the cup and brought it to her nose to smell. She could feel the bitterness just by smelling it. She put the coffee cup down. Then she slumped back into her office chair. Looking at the divorce papers on the desk, she let out a cold laugh and tore them up. She threw them straight into the trash can, stood up, and walked out of the office. When Bai Ningbing left the company, she saw me standing on the side of the road opposite the company, looking a bit rushed. It looked like I was waiting for a car. Bai Ningbing got in her car. She didn't start the car right away, but she didn't want to give me a ride either. He already said he didn't need it. She didn't need to embarrass herself. She just wanted to see how long it would take me to get a car. More than 10 minutes later, Bai Ningbing saw a car. A car stopped in front of me. A rideshare? Is he that short on money? When I got in the car, I saw Bai Ningbing sitting in her car across the street. I understood how pathetic I must look right now. She had seen everything. I laughed and shook my head. It didn't really matter anymore. The me from before really liked Bai Ningbing. I only wished I could show her all the best parts of myself. Display them right in front of her. Even so, Bai Ningbing didn't love me. Now there was no need to worry or care about her opinion anymore. I went back to the company for a bit. A while later, my best friend Shu Feng came to pick me up. Shu Feng nodded. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. At your grandfather's funeral, did Bai Ningbing come back? She came back just in time. We're not divorced yet after all. Even if she was just putting on a show, she had to stand there for a while. I've signed. Once she signs it, we'll be divorced. That's great. Out with the old, in with the new. Anyway, having a wife like that is no different from not having one. If it weren't for that marriage certificate, Shu Feng would have suspected our marriage was fake. After all, Bai Ningbing hadn't shown her face for 3 years. It's just that, as a friend, he ultimately felt it wasn't worth it for me. The car soon stopped in front of a bar. The two of them entered the bar together. Shu Feng was a regular here. Everyone inside was an acquaintance. I just didn't expect to see Bai Ningbing at the bar. Bai Ningbing saw me, but she didn't have any particular expression. She just gave me a faint glance. Shu Feng pulled me down onto the sofa. Shu Feng is very well connected. As soon as he sat down, he was surrounded by all sorts of people. I sat in the middle of the crowd. After a while, I quietly slipped out of that circle. I moved to the other side of the sofa. Actually, I don't like this lively atmosphere. Just then, a glass of red wine was suddenly held out in front of me. The woman in front of me swirled the wine glass and offered it to me. She gestured for me to take it, then sat down next to me. Im Su Ching, what's your name? Fang Yuan. I smiled politely. I still shook her hand. I didn't know this person. She must be a friend of Shu Feng's. Nearby, Chen Shui was holding 2 glasses of wine. She offered one to Bai Ningbing. I heard you went to the old master of the Fang family's funeral a few days ago. When Chen Shui said this, she tapped her glass against Bai Ningbing's. Then she unconsciously glanced in my direction. Bai Ningbing's gaze followed hers. At this moment, I was sitting in the corner of the sofa, happily talking and laughing with someone else. Chen Shui nudged her shoulder. You two were husband and wife for a while after all. Not even a greeting? We won't be soon. Bai Ningbing shrugged, smiling helplessly. So who's that woman next to him? She looks really familiar. I can't remember who it is right now. Bai Ningbing said nothing. She put down her wine glass. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. When she came back, Bai Ningbing looked toward the corner of the sofa. Where did he go? Chen Shui stared blankly for 2 seconds before reacting. Your soon-to-be ex-husband? He just went outside with that pretty girl. You're not even divorced yet. He's already found a spare tire faster than you. Shut up. Bai Ningbing glared at her. Not only did Chen Shui have no intention of keeping quiet, on the contrary, she became more enthusiastic. Don't you say. That girl doesn't look bad at all. I remember now. She's the little princess of the Su family, Su Qing. Hearing Chen Shui say that, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. She stood up and walked towards the door. Chen Shui looked at her retreating back, a little confused. Aren't you two about to get a divorce? When Bai Ningbing walked out of the bar, she happened to see me getting into Su Qing's car. Su Qing had just opened the car door, when the door was quickly held back. She turned her head, looking at the person behind her with some annoyance. I need to talk to him about something. Bai Ningbing glanced at me in the passenger seat. If you have something to say it another day. Right now I have something to discuss with Miss Su first. What do you have to talk to her about? Even if you talk to her until morning, she can't just give you 10 million right away, but we can continue talking about that topic. I was silent for a moment, then spoke to Su Qing. Miss Su, about the project we discussed. How about I come see you again tomorrow? I have some personal matters to discuss with my ex-wife here. Su Qing was very decisive. She nodded leisurely. When she looked up at Bai Ningbing, her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Ex-wife, huh? I spoke first. If you have something to say, say it. Fang Yuan, are you really that crazy poor? Do you know who that was just now? A playgirl. She's debauched and treats relationships like child's play. The old master of the Su family has no idea how many messes he's cleaned up for her. Stay away from her. I looked at Bai Ningbing and chuckled. Just now we were just talking about the project my grandfather was working on before. If you feel that me getting too close to her will cause you to lose face, then hurry up and sign the divorce papers. We'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. Bai Ningbing looked at me. Finally, she just gave a helpless laugh. I've discovered you're truly ungrateful. Then can the kind-hearted person please sign the papers quickly? I saw her smile brightly, happily accepting this assessment of being ungrateful. Bai Ningbing frowned, speechless for a moment. Why do I remember that before? You didn't seem this sharp-tongued. Bai Ningbing could clearly feel that every word I said to her now was laced with thorns. I continued. Why do I remember that many people used to say I was despicable, promiscuous, and shamelessly forced Miss Bai to marry me? Hearing this, her expression turned extremely ugly. It was a while before she spoke again. What you did back then was indeed not kind. I looked up at her and smiled. The smile was a bit bitter. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Also, please pay some attention to the divorce matter. After saying that, I turned and left directly. When Chen Shui came out of the bar, Bai Ningbing was leaning against the car window, smoking. Where's your ex-husband? Gone, she said calmly. To be precise, not yet an ex-husband. Hearing her say that, Chen Shui replied indifferently. Isn't it just a matter of time? In such a hurry to leave today? Is it because Lin Yuchen didn't come? When Chen Shui said this, she looked at Bai Ningbing with a half-smile. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing replied lazily. Lin Yuchen went to eat with some friends today. He had something to do, so he couldn't make it. Chen Shui looked at her. You two are so compatible. Anyway, aren't you about to get a divorce now? Why don't you two get together? Bai Ningbing directly interrupted her. Don't you go along and joke like that? There's nothing between him and me. Many people had teased her and Lin Yuchen before. They felt the two of them were a good match. Moreover, their relationship was very good. They were often together, which made people feel even more that they were in love, Chen Shui said with a grin. With your status as Miss Bai, isn't finding a boyfriend as easy as flipping your hand? She didn't answer Chen Shui, but glanced at the designated driver, walking towards them. After getting home, I curled up on the sofa. Before I got married, I always lived with my grandfather. Now grandfather is gone too. At this moment, looking at the living room, it felt empty and incredibly lonely. I leaned against the sofa alone for a long time, then still got up to get the property deed. The next day, I went to find Bai Ningbing again. When I arrived downstairs at her company, I also sent a text to let her know I was waiting downstairs. When she came down after her meeting, she saw me immediately. She walked up to me and looked at me coldly. What do you want to see me about? I nodded, about to stand up, but I didn't actually manage to. I chuckled. Wait for me a moment. Bai Ningbing scoffed. She bent down slightly and extended a hand towards me. Looking at the hand extended before me, my heart beat a little faster. I quickly took her hand nonchalantly and used her support to stand up. Thanks. Bai Ningbing nodded. Then she glanced at the property deed that I had been sitting on. Before I could say anything, Bai Ningbing had already bent down and picked up the deed. Weren't you very rich? This house isn't cheap. Then she handed the deed back to me. I took it, smiling bitterly. Only then did Bai Ningbing realize that I had brought the property deed to find her. Bai Ningbing spoke. I'm having lunch nearby today. Let's sit down and talk. I nodded, then started walking after her. On the way to the restaurant, Bai Ningbing turned back to look at me several times. After we got to the restaurant and ordered, when I looked at Bai Ningbing, I spoke seriously once again. How have you been thinking? What do you think I've been thinking? Bai Ningbing's gaze was a bit deep. Do you think I would consider those terms? No. I shook my head. I guess you know yourself a little. I pushed the property deed over. I've thought about it. In that divorce agreement, the terms are indeed a bit unreasonable, but I won't take advantage of you. I'll mortgage the house to you. I can write an IOU. With that, I pushed the house deed a little closer to her. Bai Ningbing didn't take it, just looked at me indifferently. I continued to speak. So can you help me first? Bai Ningbing looked at me. She could naturally see that my last sentence was the desperation of a man at his wit's end. Bai Ningbing took the deed and casually placed it on the table. You give me the deed, you also give me an IOU. Then you sign the divorce papers. Don't you think you're getting a bad deal? It's not. Right now, I'm grateful to anyone willing to help in an emergency. Bai Ningbing smiled. You're not taking advantage of me, so it's not convenient for me to take advantage of you either. I'll take the deed home to discuss with my parents. I can't decide on giving you so much money by myself. After I get their opinion, we'll write the IOU. My face darkened a bit, but I still nodded. Having to get past Bai Ningbing's parents. This probably isn't going to work out. Bai Ningbing took a card out of her purse and pushed it in front of me. The company's money belongs to my parents. I can't make the decision on my own, but this is my income from the past 3 years. The food was served quickly. I didn't say another word. I just focused on eating. Bai Ningbing looked at me. It seems you're really hungry. I didn't eat this morning. Since grandfather passed away, I've barely eaten breakfast. I'm too lazy to make it myself. Bai Ningbing nodded. I remember you used to talk a lot. It's been 3 years, my wife doesn't love me, my mother-in-law doesn't like me, and my grandfather just passed away. Don't you think that's made me mature? Bai Ningbing was silent for a few seconds, then stood up. I'm going to pay. I stared deeply at her back. It's like I'm just waking up from a dream now. In reality, I never had it. What I've been seeing all this time was just her distant, unreachable back. I stood up, took the deed, and walked towards her. Mortgage loan or outright purchase, let me know when there's a result. Bai Ningbing nodded and took it. The two of them left the restaurant together. When they reached the door, I very consciously stopped. I bothered you today. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing looked at me, much more serious. You've already come to me for help, so about Su Qing. I looked up at her. Is there a conflict? Bai Ningbing didn't say anything, just looked straight at me. I lowered my eyes and nodded, perhaps feeling the bank card in my pocket. After all, we are still husband and wife right now. I still have to protect Bai Ningbing's dignity. Seeing me nod in agreement, Bai Ningbing was more or less satisfied. You go ahead and tend to your own business first. I nodded, then I turned and left. Bai Ningbing didn't rush upstairs either. She stood in place watching my retreating back. It was a long time before she came to her senses. At dusk, my good brother Xu Feng called me. He told me to hurry home after I finished my work. When I got home, Xu Feng was already there preparing hot pot. I washed my hands and helped him carry the vegetables and meatballs to the table. Then I glanced at his cheekbones. I spoke with some hesitation. Xu Feng, how about you give me back the spare key first? What for? As expected, Xu Feng reacted strongly and with surprise. You're not living with Bai Ningbing. Why do you want the key back if you're living alone? I don't agree. I'm afraid you might faint at home again someday. The incident from 3 years ago. Xu Feng was still scared. I'm planning to mortgage this house to Bai Ningbing. After all, this house won't be mine anymore. Xu Feng couldn't say much more. He took out the key and gave it to me. Hearing me say that, Xu Feng became even more unhappy. On what grounds? Bai Ningbing can't bully you like that. I know some pretty good lawyers. No need. I quickly shook my head. There's actually no property dispute between us. We don't even live together. How could there be a dispute? The Bai family's money really belongs to her parents. Besides, Bai Ningbing already gave me a card. That's already as much as she can do. Xu Feng sighed deeply. Let's eat hot pot. After grandfather passed away, I haven't had such a happy meal. During that time, the two of them also drank quite a bit of alcohol. After getting drunk, I leaned on Xu Feng's shoulder. Xu Feng felt the weight on his shoulder and tilted his head slightly. Yuan, are you okay? I'm fine. My voice was very soft, even faint. I knew you weren't okay. You just pretend to be strong all day. Didn't I tell you? If you have something on your mind, or if you're sad about something, just tell me. I can't help you financially, but I can talk with you. I shook my head. My stomach hurt so much. As Bai Ningbing was getting ready for bed, her phone suddenly rang. Xu Feng's anxious voice came from the other end. Bai Ningbing, can you come to the hospital? Seeing that the caller ID was indeed my number, but it wasn't my voice, Bai Ningbing frowned. Send me the address. A call from my number at this hour. No matter what, Bai Ningbing had to go and see first. When she arrived at the hospital, Xu Feng was waiting for her at the elevator door. Their eyes met. Xu Feng didn't even bother to look her straight in the eye. He just gave her an indifferent glance. I was lying on the hospital bed inside. An IV needle was already in my hand, but my face looked extremely pale. When I saw Bai Ningbing, I wearily looked up at her. She had just walked to the bedside, when Xu Feng sat down by the bed a step faster than her. Then he handed her the surgical consent form. Since you two are not yet divorced, please sign it. He needs emergency surgery. Bai Ningbing looked at me with a grave expression. Then she looked down at the consent form in her hand. Appendicitis. Bai Ningbing decisively signed for me. There's nothing left for you to do. Seeing that she had signed, Xu Feng decisively took the form back and glanced toward the door, signaling that she could leave. Seeing Bai Ningbing still standing there motionless, Xu Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Half an hour later,
when Xu Feng came out of the doctor's office, he looked up and saw Bai Ningbing standing by the door. Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? I'm the one who signed. It's not very appropriate for me to leave now, is it? She stared coldly at Xu Feng. Xu Feng laughed strangely. Haven't seen you in 3 years. The young lady of the Bai family has improved her character, hasn't she? Back then, you took the certificate and left so decisively. You played around outside for so long. Why do you suddenly find it inappropriate now? Bai Ningbing felt a little wronged. She had indeed left, but she hadn't been fooling around outside. Bai Ningbing left the hospital but didn't leave the area. Instead, she sat in her car. She sat there like that until dawn. In the morning, Xu Feng walked out of the hospital tiredly. He found a breakfast shop to eat at. Just as he sat down, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of him. What is it? He didn't believe Bai Ningbing was also here to treat him to breakfast. He and I are not divorced yet. Shouldn't you tell me about those things concerning him? What things? Xu Feng glanced at her contemptuously. Then he waved to the owner to order food. He didn't order anything for Bai Ningbing. When he looked at Bai Ningbing, he changed the subject. Miss Bai, I heard he wants to sell the house to you. I didn't come here to talk to you about this. Bai Ningbing said word by word. You were determined not to live with him from the beginning, so you don't need to know what kind of life he's been living. Now you two are about to get divorced. Do I still have to tell you his worst stories? So you can look down on him even more and bully him? Owner, I'm not eating anymore. He put 100 yuan on the table. Bai Ningbing, do you know what's the most shameless thing about you? You knew nothing at all. So on what grounds did you assume he had bad intentions? On what grounds did you assume he was a bad person? Bai Ningbing was stunned. She looked at Xu Feng with some suspicion. Xu Feng shook his head helplessly. Whatever's between you two. As an outsider, it's not convenient for me to say anything, but since you've asked me now, I'll speak from an outsider's perspective. About my view on you two. He had relations with you. Isn't it normal for him to take responsibility? What are you so aggrieved about? To put it another way, if you really couldn't accept it, you could have said so at the time. Why did you default to marriage and then just leave? What did he do wrong? He was just worried about you and happened to be there. Because he likes you, he couldn't bear to refuse even when you forced him into bed. He thought it was fate, but in the end, you left, leaving him alone to face all the malice and stares. Xu Feng became more agitated as he spoke. Later, his voice even choked up a little. Bai Ningbing, you don't have to love him, that's your freedom, but you can't still act like a victim feeling that you're innocent. She looked at Xu Feng coldly, unable to process his words for a moment. Bai Ningbing, I'm glad he's finally come to his senses. Now that he's in trouble, if you can help, then help him. If you can't help, then please don't kick him when he's down. Anyway, I'm very grateful that you came to sign for him today. His grandfather is no longer here now. You're the only one who can sign for him. Bai Ningbing, you two should divorce quickly. After Xu Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. 3 years ago, this woman didn't care about his feelings or whether he lived or died. Now she's even less likely to care about him. When I woke up, my nose was filled with the smell of medicine. I could still feel pain when I moved my body. As I endured the pain to get my phone, the hospital room door was pushed open. Xu Feng saw me and rushed over. He helped me get my phone down and carefully helped me sit up against the headboard. Then he opened a lunchbox for me. When Xu Feng brought the food to me, I asked this question, "You haven't gone home?" "Of course not. How could I possibly leave you alone in the hospital? Here, eat something." He brought the food to my mouth, signaling me to open my mouth. I was very obedient and ate all the food Xu Feng bought for me. I looked at Xu Feng. "Have you asked the doctor? When can I be discharged?" "Just rest for 2 more days," the doctor said. "You still need a few more days of injections." When Xu Feng spoke, we both had a tacit understanding not to mention Bai Ningbing. I want to go home and rest. I looked at Xu Feng, acting a bit spoiled, even though resting at home and in the hospital are the same. "Don't I know you? Can you really rest if you're discharged? I'm afraid you go right back to the company after leaving the hospital. I've already told Uncle Zhao. He'll let you know if anything comes up. Just rest well for these 2 days." I nodded, but still looked at Xu Feng pitifully. "I'll definitely rest well, but I want to go home. I don't like the hospital atmosphere, seeing me being so insistent." Xu Feng also knew what I was thinking. He sighed softly and said, "I'll go ask the doctor again for you." Looking at Xu Feng's back, I smiled. I have nothing left, but luckily, I still have friends. At that moment, my phone beeped. I looked down. It was from Bai Ningbing asking when it'd be discharged. To talk about the house papers and money. After hesitating for a moment, I still called her. "Sorry for bothering you that day. Also, Xu Feng went to ask if I can be discharged. I should be able to go home tomorrow. I'll come find you tomorrow." Due to my persistence, I was discharged, returning to my familiar home. I finally felt my whole body truly relax. After getting home, I told Xu Feng to go home quickly. Xu Feng had been with me at the hospital for the past 2 days. He must be tired enough. I leaned against the sofa and drowsily fell asleep. In my daze, I was woken up by a call from Bai Ningbing. On the other end of the line, Bai Ningbing's voice was light. "You've been discharged?" "I was discharged this morning. I didn't sleep well at the hospital. I fell asleep. How about we talk tomorrow? Open the door for me." After Bai Ningbing said this, she also rang the doorbell. I was stunned for a moment, but still put down the phone and hurried to open the door. Bai Ningbing was standing at the door holding some fruit in her hand. "Come in." I made way for her. When Bai Ningbing stepped inside, my heart couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. I closed the door. I gestured for her to sit on the sofa, and then went to pour her a glass of water. "It seems you slept quite well." When Bai Ningbing took the glass of water, she looked up at the clothes I was wearing. Following her gaze, I also looked down. I was a bit conflicted inside, wondering if I should go change into another outfit. My loungewear didn't seem very appropriate for receiving guests, but I had already opened the door. Changing clothes now would seem deliberate. Anyway, in Bai Ningbing's mind, I had never been a simple person. Every action seemed to have a purpose, to be a scheme. Forget it, I won't change. I decisively sat down on the sofa. Bai Ningbing leisurely finished her water. When she put the glass down, she then glanced around the room. "How should I put this? If you really sell this house, where will you live?" I looked at her very frankly. "I only care about how much money I can get." Bai Ningbing didn't expect me to be so blunt. "Do you want to borrow against it, or do you want to sell? Grandpa left this house to you. Can you bear to?" I looked at Bai Ningbing, a hint of helplessness appearing in my eyes. I don't know if she's truly naive or deliberately provoking me. I have things I can't bear to part with. Many things will be lost. I thought that compared to me. You understood the reality of this world even better. Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes slightly. "You've discussed it with my parents. They can lend you the money. But I have conditions. I must be involved in the project you're working on. I need to make sure you can recoup the capital and repay the debt."
I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Also, you can continue to live in this house, but before we officially divorce, I will move in with you. I was a little surprised, not understanding the meaning behind her words. Bai Ningbing said this. I naturally have my reasons. Seeing my slight silence, she wasn't in a hurry. You can think about it carefully. She looked at the wound on my body and spoke again. You can eat porridge now, right? I was thinking, but still didn't react to her words. I slowly nodded. They'll go make you some thin porridge. You just got out of the hospital, don't collapse again. She had just stood up, preparing to go to the kitchen. I looked up at her. Do I need to sleep with you? Bai Ningbing looked at me. As our eyes met, the atmosphere became a bit strange. I looked into her eyes and asked, word by word, does living together mean I need to sleep with you? She quickly finished making the porridge. When she brought it to the dining table, she glanced at me sitting quietly on the sofa. There are quite a few usable things in the kitchen. Hearing her voice, I turned to look at her. I used to eat at home with Grandpa. After Grandpa passed away, I usually order takeout by myself. I don't go into the kitchen. My grandpa couldn't bear to let me do it before. He would always call an auntie to cook. When he was in a good mood, he would even cook for me himself. Besides, there's no motivation to cook for just one person. Sometimes the time it takes to eat is less than the time it takes to cook. I pulled out a chair and sat down, tasting a spoonful of the porridge on the table. It doesn't taste bad. I've been living alone outside for so long. Didn't I also cook for myself? I just don't want to do it. After speaking, I lowered my head and continued to eat the porridge. Actually, I've already accepted everything. She doesn't need to deliberately show off in front of me. The idea that even though she left, she was still faithful to the marriage. Bai Ningbing didn't eat, just sat opposite me and waiting until I put my bowl down. She pushed a bank card in front of me. 10 million. They'll hold on to the house deed for now. No need for an IOU. I hope your grandfather's company can be revived. I'm just staying at your place temporarily. I don't need you to sleep with me. I smiled awkwardly. I was just asking casually. You're a good person helping me out in a big way now. How could I be so tactless as to provoke you? She sighed helplessly. This mouth of yours now. I looked at her quietly, smiling politely. Even though she said there was no need to write an IOU, I still wanted to write one. I got a pen and paper. After writing the IOU, I also brought her a spare set of keys. Shu Feng also has a set of these keys. If you mind, you'll get them back from him. She looked at the keys, then looked up at me again, recalling what Shu Feng had said. If he hadn't discovered it early, you would have been done for. She shook her head. No need. Just leave a set with him. Bai Ningbing put the keys in her bag. Then she handed the IOU to me. I looked down, but she had crossed out the last sentence I added. I wrote that during this period. Bai Ningbing could request a divorce at any time, and I would cooperate. Rest early. I'm leaving. After Bai Ningbing finished speaking, she turned and left. Early the next morning, Shu Feng sent me a message, asking if I ate well, if I slept well. I looked at the message and felt a warmth in my heart. I replied to his message, I'm eating and drinking well. Don't worry about me anymore. I didn't mention Bai Ningbing, moving in here to him. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Bai Ningbing's assistant. He smiled and nodded, and handed me Bai Ningbing's suitcase and also breakfast. He was very tactful and didn't enter the house. I nodded. I watched him leave before closing the door. I brought the breakfast to the coffee table. I took out the porridge. I still sent a message to Bai Ningbing. Thank you for having someone bring breakfast. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Eat breakfast first. I'm calling to tell you. Just leave my luggage there and don't touch it. I turned to look at the luggage at the door. I won't touch your things. Bai Ningbing's voice sounded a little helpless. I'm afraid your wound will hurt if you move too much. I'm quite sensitive right now, she could probably tell. I said nothing. I decisively put the phone down and turned on the speaker. Then I quickly finished the bowl of porridge myself. Sensing my silence, you go ahead and eat first. He'll be back after I'm done with my work. For some reason, the phone suddenly fell silent. That's all for now. A few seconds later, she decisively hung up. I knew Bai Ningbing would come back after work. But when I actually heard the sound of a key opening the door, I still couldn't help but fall into a panic. It's been a long time since I heard someone open the door with a key. Did I scare you? Bai Ningbing pushed the door open. Meeting my gaze, she looked at me gently. She shook the key in her hand. No, I averted my gaze. I plopped back down on the sofa. It's just that I haven't heard this sound in a long time. Bai Ningbing froze when she heard that, but still placed the key on the cabinet by the door. I glanced at her suitcase. I haven't touched your luggage. Go tidy up that room yourself. I'll take care of these things. You just focus on recovering. Bai Ningbing decisively agreed, but didn't rush to touch her luggage. Instead, she walked over to me. Have you eaten? I'll order takeout later. I looked up at her. Our relationship now. Being in the same space, the atmosphere is quite awkward. Let me cook for you. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She turned and headed towards the kitchen. After hesitating for more than half a minute, I still followed her. This was a scene I had never dared to imagine. What is it? She heard my footsteps, turned around and smiled. Seeing me silent and hesitant to speak, she continued. Now that we're living together, there's no need to be so formal. During the day, if we're busy, we can just grab something to eat. But in the evening, I always cook myself. Cooking for one is still cooking, so we can just eat together. Sensing I was about to leave, she turned her head and called me back. Your health isn't good right now, so you don't need to help. When you're better, you'll still have to help. I looked into her eyes and nodded again.
I took 2 steps back. This time, I didn't hurry to turn away. I stood outside the kitchen, watching her busy figure. She didn't seem to notice if I was still watching or not. Just busy cooking. The ingredients in your kitchen have been sitting for a long time, haven't they? I hardly ever cook myself. It has been a while. I'll buy some fresh ingredients on my way home from work tomorrow. Do you have any other requests? I mean about living together. After all, we'll be living under the same roof from now on. Bai Ningbing then said she was a meticulous person, so if there's anything that needs to be announced beforehand or any ground rules to set, it's better to make it clear early on. That's really hard to say on the spot. We'll have to gradually feel it out and adapt later. She stir-fried a few light dishes and made soup. I could eat all of it. Moreover, her cooking skills weren't bad. I still can't eat much right now. I put my chopsticks down after a few bites. She was very quiet during the meal. After she put her chopsticks down, I asked this question. Do you need help with the dishes? I will later. For now, you just rest and get well. After Bai Ningbing finished speaking, she stood up and cleared the dishes into the kitchen by herself, looking at her agile back. I see that what she said before about cooking for herself abroad is probably true. She really is quite familiar with the kitchen. When she finished cleaning the kitchen and came out, she finally went to get her suitcase. I went back to my room and leaned against the bed, unable to sleep. I didn't want to think too much, but my heart still couldn't help but be flooded with emotions, ever since she left without a word. I never thought there would be a day when I would be under the same roof as her. After thinking for a while, I soberly realized what, for me right now, is the most important thing. Feelings are the most dangerous existence in this world. The next day when I woke up, I heard sounds in the living room. Only then did I belatedly realize that I and she were now separated only by a wall. When I came out of my room, she was already sitting at the dining table. I took the initiative to greet her. She turned to look at me. I've made breakfast. Come and eat some. I nodded and sat down opposite her. She took a car key out of her bag. I've called my assistant to pick me up. Just leave the car here. If you need to go out, drive my car. I looked at the food on the table, then glanced at the car key pushed in front of me. That's not necessary, is it? You're giving me your car and your money. Are you really treating everything as marital property? We're just living together temporarily. What's yours is still yours. I will return everything to you later. You'll wait until we're really divorced, or when you've earned money. Then we'll settle it completely. She smiled also a little helplessly. It seems I was determined to divorce her. When she went out, I saw her downstairs. There was indeed a car waiting downstairs. When it saw us, the person in the driver's seat quickly got out. It was the same assistant who brought Bai Ningbing's luggage yesterday. I watched the car drive away before turning to go upstairs. I went home and lay quietly, reading on the sofa all day, although I was very clear about the distance between me and her. But Bai Ningbing said she would buy food on her way home from work. That simple sentence still, uncontrollably made me feel a little expectant. But she didn't actually do as she said, buying food after work because until it got dark, I still hadn't seen any sign of her. I held the phone in my hand for a long time, not even knowing if I should call and ask, but thinking about it between the two of us. It seemed neither of us had the right to question the other now. After hesitating, I ordered myself a simple portion of porridge. After all, without her, my days had to go on as usual. The takeout arrived very quickly. She still hadn't come back after I finished eating. It was almost dawn when the phone finally rang. It wasn't her calling, but Bai Ningbing's assistant. Hello, Mr. Fang. President Bai suddenly had a social engagement today, but she drank a little too much. I'm taking her home now. You don't need to worry. I didn't know how to respond for a moment. She is indeed staying here now, so he should bring her here, but it always felt a bit strange after hanging up. I took a deep breath and still walked to the window. Half an hour later, a car stopped downstairs. When I saw the assistant helping her out of the car, my heart still couldn't help but beat a little faster. The assistant quickly helped her up. It seemed Bai Ningbing had drunk quite a lot. Her steps were unsteady and her whole body was leaning on the assistant. Thanks for your hard work. It's nothing. I've brought her here, so I'll be leaving now. I watched the assistant's figure leave, then helped her into the room, just as I had a free hand to close the door. Bai Ningbing immediately pressed herself against me. My back hit the wall. The impact made my wound ache slightly. At this moment, her whole body was leaning on my shoulder. Can you move? Right now, she was leaning against me. This weight was indeed making my wound throb with pain. She was dazed, seemingly letting out a soft grunt, but her body didn't move at all. I took a deep breath, wanting to reach out and help her move away a bit. Unexpectedly, after she frowned, she raised her arms and hugged me. This time, I was pressed against the wall and couldn't move at all. I didn't move. At this moment, she seemed a bit more sober. She pushed herself up from the sofa. I handed her some water. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Her throat moved gently as she swallowed, looking particularly gentle. After drinking, she looked up at me. I quickly turned my face away, not wanting her to notice I was looking at her. Do you want more? No need. This time she looked at the location of my wound. She opened her mouth. Did I hurt you? It's fine. You can sleep here. Or should I help you back to your room? Come sit and talk with me for a bit. She patted the spot next to her, after hesitating. Just as I was about to sit down, her phone rang again. Your phone. I looked at her. Get it for me. She spread her arms slightly, resting them on the sofa, looking like she was at someone's mercy. I carefully reached out my hand, but didn't dare to actually touch her.
When I found the phone in her pocket, my heart pounded again. The action was too close now, so close that I could feel her breath again. I took out the phone. As I handed it to her, I glanced at it unconsciously. I could see the name on the screen was Lin Yuchen. She answered the phone, a hint of a smile in her voice as she spoke. No, I just had a little to drink. I stopped looking at her. I lowered my eyes to the ground for a few seconds and very consciously stood up. The past scandals are over. At least now she's willing to save me from this dire situation. For this point alone, I should be a qualified ex-husband. I had just stood up to leave when I was suddenly pulled back by a force. She was still talking leisurely, but she looked up at me, signaling for me to sit back down. I didn't want to sit back down, so when Bai Ningbing frowned and looked up at me, I looked down at her with a resistant expression. Bai Ningbing raised her other hand. She quickly lifted the hem of my shirt a little. What are you doing? My eyes widened and I quickly took a big step back, but because my other hand was being held by her, so when I forcefully stepped back, it had the opposite effect and I fell into her lap. After I realized what had happened, I quickly tried to push myself up from the sofa. She calmly tilted her head to look at me. I just want to see if your wound is okay. It's fine. I quickly sat up straight, moving a little away from her. Just now, falling right into her, it actually hurt quite a bit. Fang Yuan. Don't joke around with your health. She became a little more serious. I'll go back to my room myself. Seeing me turn my head to look at her, my eyes filled with awkwardness. I am your wife. I looked at her, and for a moment, I didn't know how to refute that. Let me see it for you. Her tone softened a few notches, and she moved closer to me again. When I felt the hem of my shirt being lifted, my heart pounded violently. I didn't dare look at her. I could only comfort myself, so that I wouldn't be pathetic and overthink things again. It's just human concern. She's just a normal friend. Seeing that my small stitched scar was a little red, Bai Ningbing reached out her hand, but in the end, she still didn't actually touch it. Let me put some medicine on it for you. She helped me cover my shirt again, then looked up at me and asked where the medicine was. Over there, I pointed to the drawer under the TV cabinet. It wasn't until she stood up to get it that I took a deep breath, as if I could finally breathe fresh air again. When she sat back down again with the medicine, I was unspeakably uncomfortable. When she got close to me, I always felt dizzy and unnatural, as if lacking oxygen. She lowered her head to open the medicine and took out a cotton swab. When she softly opened her mouth, she glanced at me. Pull your shirt out a bit. She expressionlessly moved closer to me, then used the cotton swab to apply the medicine, gently touching my wound bit by bit. The light, itchy feeling as she touched it bit by bit caused my body temperature to rise uncontrollably. I held it in, but still couldn't. I slowly looked over at her serious, focused face as she applied the medicine for me. Does it hurt? She suddenly looked up, meeting my somewhat dazed gaze. I subconsciously shook my head quickly. It's fine. But I hadn't finished speaking. Right then, she was lightly touching the scar from my surgery 3 years ago. I dodged her hand and pulled my shirt down. Clearly, she was the one who should feel guilty. But right now, I seemed a bit guilty instead. My chest heaved slightly. I tried to calm my emotions, but the unwillingness and unease from 3 years ago surged up in my heart once again at this moment. After a few minutes of silence, Bai Ningbing sat up straight beside me. She touched my hand with the back of hers and changed the subject. What did you eat tonight? I ordered porridge. I was a bit dazed. I opened my mouth numbly to answer. Bai Ningbing nodded. Then she opened her mouth. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I turned to look at her. She was silent for a long time before answering. I'm sorry for breaking my promise. I said I'd come home to cook, but something came up and I was delayed. It's fine. Your business is more important. I can just eat whatever. You don't need to tell me when you're meeting up with friends in the future. We're just living together temporarily. Bai Ningbing looked at me and chuckled lightly. It was a business social event. I wasn't meeting up with friends, nor was I drinking with Lin Yuchen. After saying that, she drowsily fell asleep. After getting Bai Ningbing settled, I went back to my room. I had already showered, but now I smelled of alcohol and perfume. She used a very light-scented perfume. If you didn't smell it carefully, it would often be overlooked. If it weren't for the intimate contact like 3 years ago, I probably wouldn't have known. Early the next morning when I woke up, there were already sounds in the living room again. It seems that even though she drank the night before, her biological clock was still very punctual. When I came out of the room, I still took the initiative to greet her again, acting as if nothing had happened. She was sitting at the dining table and turned to look at me, saying nothing. I pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. It seems now that you staying at my place isn't entirely without benefits. You get to eat free breakfast every day. A moment later, I added another comment. Actually, your cooking skills are also very good. She still said nothing, just lowered her head to eat. Seeing her silence, I decisively lowered my head to eat. Fang Yuan. Yesterday I had dinner with a business partner. I nodded and looked at her. You already said that last night. My dad said many business deals have to be negotiated over drinks. I was a little surprised why she would talk to me about this. I still went along with it and said, your dad is right. Bai Ningbing looked at me, her eyes deep. So having 2 handsome guys sit next to me and pour me drinks is also normal? I coughed lightly twice. I didn't know how to respond for a moment when she told me these things. I really don't understand what she means anymore. Maybe someone else wanted to flatter you. After all, you used to be a socialite.
even though you're married now. I felt a bit strange after saying this. She lowered her eyes, pouted slightly, and pondered for a long time, before looking at me again. Where's the wedding ring? Seeing my confused face. Did you sell it? Bai Ningbing frowned. I was so poor before that I even sold my car. I don't know where it is anymore. It's probably at the bottom of some box. I never wore it anyway. The wedding back then was just a formality. She looked at me inquisitively. Which box? I pointed towards the storage room. She searched for a long time before finding what she wanted. She placed a small box in front of me, then she put down 2 small booklets at the same time. I glanced at the marriage certificate on the table, brushing off the dust on top. You found the marriage certificate too. That's good, so I don't have to look for it myself then. Then you can just keep it. She seemed a little helpless. She took out the ring from inside and twirled it in her hand. She put it on her ring finger, then spread out her hand and tilted her head to look. But when she looked up, she met my gaze. She was very decisive and generous. She took out the other ring and handed it to me. I looked at the ring presented to me. No need, put it away. She had no choice but to put the ring back in the box. Well, you get some rest. I'm off to work. When she went downstairs, the assistant was already waiting downstairs again. Seeing Bai Ningbing, he quickly opened the car door for her. When she arrived at Chen Shui's place, a voice was heard outside the door. Ningbing, what brings you here today? So, are you welcoming me or not? Of course I welcome you. But her gaze was more focused on her hand. Why did you remarry so quickly? Chen Shui gave a faint smile and raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ring on her hand. She generously raised her hand. I found it at Fang Yuan's place. Chen Shui pulled over an office chair and sat down. Then she raised an eyebrow and looked at her. What's this about? Are you planning to continue living with him? She paid no mind to Chen Shui's words, just pouted and tapped lightly on the desk. I'm here to see you about something serious.
I plan to get involved in the project Fang Yuan is handling, but I don't know much about the people in his company. Chen Shui smiled. She naturally understood the meaning behind Bai Ningbing's words. Fang Yuan himself has only recently gotten involved with the company's business. You know how much the old man doted on him before. Back then, to please his grandson, the old man went to great lengths to force you to marry him. But the old man has been in business for so many years. He should be sharper in the business world than us young people, right? Why did it come to this? Chen Shui shook her head. How would I know? But starting from 2 years ago, the old man's way of doing business started to become a bit reckless. Their company is currently tied up in several projects, but they're all out of money. Right now, Wang Zheng is the one helping him with the company. At the mention of Wang Zheng, Bai Ningbing frowned. I have some impression of this person. When we got married, this person was also there. His someone Fang Yuan's grandfather personally mentored. His grandfather is old, so maybe he became muddled, but Wang Zheng seems to be only middle-aged. Didn't he stop Fang Yuan's grandfather from doing foolish things? Help me investigate their company's current employees, especially Wang Zheng. You don't trust Wang Zheng? I heard that after what happened to Fang Yuan's grandfather. He has been the one helping Fang Yuan all this time. He took out his entire fortune to help pay off the debt. Just investigate first. Let me know when you have the results. I'm leaving first. Chen Shui also stood up, a little displeased. As a friend, I have to remind you, the Fang family is now a bottomless pit. When Chen Shui said this, her gaze flickered to Bai Ningbing's finger. So what are you thinking? Do you plan to continue living with him? Bai Ningbing smiled, not answering her question. She left decisively. This time, Bai Ningbing didn't go back on her word. In the late afternoon, I saw her return. She even bought a large bag of cooking ingredients. As she carried the ingredients through the door, she smiled and asked me, "Are you feeling better today?" "Much better." I reached out to help her with the bag. "No need." She pulled the bag back a little, then pushed my hand down. She walked past me, carrying the large bag into the kitchen. I looked at my empty hand. I casually turned back and sat on the sofa. After she put the things down in the kitchen, she turned to look towards the kitchen door. She walked to the door, poked her head out, and called, "Fang Yuan." Hearing her call me, I hurried towards the kitchen. "Do you need my help with anything?" she asked. "Do you know how to wash vegetables? Do you know how to chop them?" I hesitated, then nodded. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time I've seen someone who needs to hesitate over this question. "Wash them." Bai Ningbing nodded. She gestured with a slight tilt of her chin for me to help. I turned on the faucet. Then I put the ingredients in the sink. As for how to wash them, just go with your feeling. She smiled and took a few steps back. Then she stood to the side with her arms crossed, watching me. When I washed the vegetables, I had an air of innocent stubbornness, meaning she could tell that I didn't actually know how. She watched me wash the vegetables. After a while, she came to my side. "You can't even take care of yourself like this. If we have a child in the future, how will you take care of it?" I looked at her for a few seconds before looking away. People will naturally grow up to a certain extent. After saying that, she helped me wash the vegetables. Not long after, she brought out a plate of food. She placed the rice and food on the dining table. The two of us pulled out our chairs. We sat facing each other. She handed me the chopsticks and asked a question. "Are you going to work tomorrow?" I nodded, took the chopsticks, and replied with a sound. Then I started eating with my head down. When did your grandfather get sick? About 2 years ago. I looked up at her. Why? After all, she had never cared about my family's affairs before. Nothing. She gave a faint smile. Do you have any thoughts or plans? I don't know, but I have to at least try. I hope I can save my grandfather's company. Of course, I also know my own limits. If it still doesn't work out in the end, he'll just declare bankruptcy. But don't worry, I will do my best to repay your money in the future. How will you repay it? She looked at me. It wasn't meant to be sarcastic. It was just a very realistic question. I was silent for a moment. Actually, I know. I might not have the ability to turn things around, but if I really give up without doing anything, I would feel like I've let my grandfather down. He'll go with you to the company tomorrow to take a look. As she spoke, she placed a piece of food in my bowl. I stared blankly at the food in my bowl. For some reason, I felt like crying a little. It wasn't because I was touched, nor was it for show. I just suddenly felt helpless. I'm actually very clear about many things. It's just that I don't know what to do. 2 years ago, grandfather's health was already not very good. I understood what he was worried about. Grandfather's original wish was to earn enough money for me. So much that if Bai Ningbing came back to divorce me one day, I could still live the rest of my life without worries. Therefore, during that final period, grandfather did indeed try with a bit of madness to leave more for me. It's just that things didn't go as planned. I stood in front of the sink and placed the bowl in. I listened to the sound of the running water and spaced out. After zoning out for a long time, I started washing the dishes. As I was taking the last bowl out of the sink, my hand slipped and I broke it. I looked at the shards at my feet. In this moment, I felt that what shattered wasn't just this bowl, but also my own heart. It was at this very moment that despair welled up in my heart. It felt like the whole world was left with only my own despair. I have no relatives left to rely on. She heard the noise and hurried into the kitchen, but she stopped at the entrance because she saw me squatting on the ground, hugging my knees. I don't know if I was crying. After more than half a minute of silence, she walked over to me. Can you get up? I shook my head. I'm tired from washing the dishes. You don't need to mind me. I tried to speak in a calm voice, but there was still an undisguised sob in my voice. She just nodded without exposing me. Then she turned and left the kitchen. She was holding a file bag in her hand. She squatted next to me and picked up the shards from the ground. She put them into the file bag. I said nothing. I tilted my head slightly to look at her. After cleaning up the shards, she rinsed the remaining bowls. I watched Bai Ningbing wash the dishes. I felt very disappointed in myself. I don't know what else I can do, what else I can get. I couldn't keep my lover. I couldn't keep my grandfather. Besides being in debt and miserable, I have nothing left. When she came out of the kitchen, I was no longer on the sofa. It wasn't surprising. She knew that even if I went back to my room, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep right away, but she still gave me enough time to compose myself. More than half an hour later, she warmed up a glass of milk and prepared to knock on my door, just as she raised her hand. The door suddenly opened. I was a little surprised to see her at the door. Want some? She smiled, holding the glass of milk out to me, but at the same time she could see my eyes were red. But I was already wearing my coat, seemingly about to go out. I glanced at the milk in front of me and smiled a little bitterly. How old am I to still be drinking milk? I've made plans to go out with Shu Feng for a bit. Remember not to lock the door from the inside. Watching my back disappear. She pouted. She picked up the glass of milk and drank it herself. He must be in a bad mood right now. Going out with Shu Feng probably means going to a bar. She finished the milk and put the glass down. She also took out a coat. I left the apartment complex. I went to the intersection and waited for a while. There were no taxis at this hour. Her car stopped in front of me. She poked her head out the window to look at me. I'll give you a ride. No need. I nodded, refusing. She was actually a bit insistent. I also just had something to do outside. It's on the way. I'll just give you a ride. Get in. On the way. She looked at me while driving. You just had surgery not long ago. Can you drink alcohol now? Whatever. Drinking won't kill me. I looked out the window. Well, you'd better not die. You still owe me a lot of money. Getting divorced sounds a little better. Being a widow isn't lucky. I didn't say anything else. My gaze subconsciously fell on her hand on the steering wheel. She was still wearing our wedding ring. The car quickly stopped in front of the bar. She calmly looked at her watch. The person I'm meeting won't be here this fast. You go in first. My lips moved, but in the end, I didn't ask anything. I opened the car door and got out. When I entered the bar, Xu Feng was already there. Seeing me walk in, Xu Feng waved at me. I walked over, and before I could even sit down, Xu Feng spoke up. I ordered some drinks. I'll drink later. Your body probably doesn't hurt anymore, right? As Xu Feng spoke, he pointed to the middle of the bar. It's good to go let off some steam. My gaze followed Xu Feng's. I hesitated for a few seconds, then directly took off my coat. I really needed to let off steam right now. The music in the center of the bar was particularly loud. I squeezed into the middle of the crowd. I could almost feel the ground shaking. I closed my eyes, comfortably swaying to the music. As I was lost in the music, I suddenly felt someone's arm wrap around my waist. A light brush of bodies while squeezed in a crowd is acceptable. I clearly felt myself being hugged. I suddenly opened my eyes. Our eyes met. When I saw Su Qing in front of me, I didn't know how to react for a moment. Su Qing smiled. She directly grabbed my wrist and pulled me out of the crowd. Only then did I realize Xu Feng had been standing and looking in my direction the whole time. The expression on his face was a bit strange. I was pulled to the front of the table. She then let go of my hand. Thanks. I looked down at my freed wrist and heard Shufeng say thank you. I looked at Shufeng a little confused. Then I looked at the person in front of me. The person in front of me smiled and tilted her head at me. What's wrong? Don't you remember me? I remember. I quickly nodded. You're Su Qing, right? Su Qing smiled. Then she glanced at the dancing crowd. Dancing too wildly isn't a good thing. I had my eyes closed just now. I probably didn't notice the two women, who were surrounding me with ill intentions. As a result, Su Qing got me out first. Thanks. I still thank Su Qing myself, no matter what. Su Qing had solved a problem for me. It's nothing. Su Qing smirked, then poured a glass of alcohol. She clinked it against the glass in front of me. I was stunned. I still picked up the glass. I hadn't originally planned on actually drinking, but now Su Qing's glass was raised. It seemed rude to refuse. I'll drink first. Su Qing smiled happily. She tilted her head back and downed the glass. I bit my lip. I also raised the glass to my lips, but I didn't actually drink it, because a hand had snatched the glass from my hand. I looked up, and met Bai Ningbing's somewhat ugly expression. The displeasure in her eyes was very obvious. Bai Ningbing had previously made it very clear to me, if I wanted her help, I couldn't associate with Su Qing. Bai Ningbing frowned and stared at me. You just got out of the hospital a few days ago. Can you drink? I looked at her silently. Without another word, she tilted her head back and downed the glass. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing spoke. Her tone wasn't heavy, but it made one feel that from the person to the name was being crushed by her. Shufeng stood up. He could already feel the tense atmosphere. Miss Bai, what do you mean by this? She glanced at Shufeng, paying him no mind. Then she directly grabbed my wrist, intending to pull me away. Seeing this, Su Qing said contemptuously, do ex-wives have to be so controlling now? She looked at Su Qing. What happens between us husband and wife is none of your business. The provocation in her eyes was very clear. Su Qing sneered, betraying your husband after getting married, leaving and never coming back, and now you're here playing the virtuous wife? Miss Su, you already know he's my husband. Do you know what that means? Her gaze was fixed on Su Qing. Suddenly she turned her head to look at me. Then without a word, she leaned in and kissed my lips. It all happened too fast. I had no time to react at all. Her lips had already touched mine. I was completely stunned. I just felt my mind go blank for a moment. After coming to my senses, I pushed her away forcefully. I ran outside in a panic. She glanced at Su Qing and Shufeng. We're going home first. She turned and quickly chased after me. I stumbled a little. I miserably rushed out of the bar. She quickly caught up to me and held onto my arm. Let's get in the car and go home first. She tugged at me. Her tone softened a bit. I said nothing. I looked at my arm being held by her and gently pushed her hand away. Bai Ningbing, you're too self-righteous. I looked at her fiercely. I never wanted to hate her. After all of this was my own choice, my own doing. It was me who was blind and insisted on marrying her. I really couldn't blame her. But at this moment, I could no longer face her calmly. What gives you the right to do this? You. What gives you the right? I looked at her and sneered. Then I walked straight to the roadside to hail a cab and leave. She watched me disappear. An unexplainable sadness welled up in her heart. She watched the car drive away for a long time, then lowered her head and sighed. She got into her car as well. By the time she got back, I was already home, from a short distance away. She could see me sitting silently on the sofa, along with the bank card on the table. She walked up to me. Whether we are friends or partners, Su Qing is not a good choice. I laughed when I heard that. Bai Ningbing, where do you get the nerve to judge whether others are good people? You don't think you're some kind of kind and moral person, do you? Just go. Take all your luggage and your bank card with you. I pulled open the drawer under the table and took out our marriage certificate. Pack your things and get out of my house. I don't want to see you in this house. After I finished speaking, I walked straight towards the bedroom. Looking at my back, she still spoke up. I already told you, I don't want you to get too close to Su Qing. You agreed to it yourself, but Su Qing got involved, so the meaning has changed. To you, I'm not a wife, but just a friend who can help you. Hearing that, I stopped in my tracks. The disappointment in her eyes was incredibly clear. She walked towards me step by step. Her tone became a few shades colder. Didn't I already say, you'll go to the company tomorrow to take a look? I will do my best to resolve it. I looked at her, the corners of my eyes turning red unconsciously. As expected, we're not on the same path. At this point, we are fundamentally on different wavelengths. She never knew what truly made me despair. I looked at her as if she were a stranger. Bai Ningbing, do you really not care about other people's feelings and their life or death? I was a little tired. I turned and opened the bedroom door. As I lifted my foot to step inside, Bai Ningbing pulled me back. This time the force was very strong. I gritted my teeth, wanting to break free, but I couldn't. I also held it in. I suppressed my discomfort and grievance and forcefully pried her hand off. In your heart, am I really not worth caring about? My joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness to you. Are they really that unimportant? It's your freedom not to love me. But you can't, time and time again, treat someone who loves you like this. I'm very willing to divorce you. Because I know there will be no good outcome between us. I want to stop to cut my losses, but that doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. How could you treat me like this time and time again? Fang Yuan. She looked down at me, wanting to say something, but I raised my hand to cover her mouth. 3 years ago. I told you I liked you. You didn't even bother to reply. I thought your non-reply meant I had a chance. When we got married, you weren't happy. I thought we could give it a try. Then you left, without any explanation. Now it's fine. I know clearly who I am now. I don't want to force it anymore. It took me 3 years to make this decision. I laughed bitterly. I pointed to my heart. This place has a scar that you caused. It was so hard for me to spend such a long time stitching it back together, making it look normal. As a result, you ripped it open again. You don't understand my feeling of both longing and despair for you. I don't know what happened after that. In my hazy consciousness, I still remember being like a shrew. I could hear Bai Ningbing's voice calling my name. As my body slid down, Bai Ningbing caught me. Fang Yuan, should I take you to the hospital? No, I don't want to go to the hospital. After saying that, I gradually lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was in my own bed. She didn't go against my wishes and take me to the hospital. The bedroom door was pushed open. Bai Ningbing walked over to me. The doctor said your condition requires half a month of rest. Then she handed me water. I nodded, propping myself up. But I didn't look at Bai Ningbing anymore, just quietly took the water. We're not getting a divorce. Is it because it's more justifiable for you to help me that way? But don't worry, if you find someone you like more, I won't cling to you. I turned away. I didn't dare to look up at her. She spoke again. If you insist on getting a divorce right now, I have no objection either. I put down the glass of water and nodded. She looked at me. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. What did I say last night? Do you remember? I don't. I shook my head, but my desire to divorce is sincere. Let's talk about it after this is over. Bai Ningbing stood up, taking the water glass with her. When I walked out of the room, I saw she was on the phone. After a few seconds of hesitation, I still walked over. I'll be busy these few days. I will try my best. After saying that, she hung up. Her voice on the phone sounded a bit helpless, but she still waved at me. When I walked over to her, she directly took my hand. I was a little dazed. I looked down at my captured hand, then she pulled me a little closer to her. She raised her phone. She took a picture of us together and sent it decisively. What are you doing? I realized too late and pulled my hand back. Then I took a step away from her. My parents are calling me back. I don't want to go. Can I still stay here? I was stunned, speechless. Now looking at her, I still feel a little guilty for some reason. I know there won't be a future with her, but I don't want to completely tear our relationship apart either. Our eyes met for a few seconds. I lowered my gaze. I'm sorry about yesterday. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, I'm sorry. I didn't know you hated me that much. Take the medicine the doctor prescribed. After saying that, she turned to get the medicine. I sat on the sofa, looking up at Bai Ningbing. She handed me the medicine and a glass of water. Thanks. I reached out for the glass of water. Just as I was about to take the medicine, she suddenly spoke again. My parents said when you have time, I should bring you home for a meal. Would you mind? I would. I looked straight at her and answered very decisively. The truth is, her parents don't like me. Although my grandfather never asked her parents for help before, they had no intention of lending a hand. 3 years without contact. Now that Bai Ningbing is back. She says she wants to take me home for a meal. One can imagine how fake that is. All right then. Bai Ningbing nodded, then sat down next to me. Then we won't go. I'll go cook. After we eat, you need another shot, Bai Ningbing said. Then she stood up, her face nonchalant. Another shot? I looked up at her. Next time, drink more. If you drink more, you won't need a shot. You'll go straight to the emergency room. Next time at the hospital, I want sign. Let's see who signs for you. I looked up at her and smiled. She leaned close to me again and said, I'm not a good person, but I'm not that bad either. I wouldn't treat you like that. Who knows? So if we can divorce, let's try not to drag it out until one of us is widowed. Are you that determined to divorce me? She looked into my eyes. I said nothing, pushing her away with my hand. I stood up and went straight to my room. I'm sleepy. No need to call me for dinner. Last night was a blur, half awake, half asleep. I didn't get any proper rest at all. I don't want to move at all right now. I quickly fell asleep. When she pushed the door open to the room, I was still sleeping. She tiptoed to the bedside. She tilted her head, looking at my sleeping form. I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was her magnified face and her warm breath. The atmosphere instantly became strange. 3 years ago. Did you drug me? Bai Ningbing looked at me. The distance between us was too close. So close we could hear each other's breath. I looked at her, stunned for a few seconds. Then I laughed. Some things you ask me prove that you already have an answer in your heart. For something you already have an answer to. Whatever others say is meaningless. She frowned and said, Fang Yuan, can you answer me properly? I looked at her again, smiling fearlessly. I wrapped my arm around her neck, then flipped over, pinning her directly onto the bed. Didn't I already say it? I like you, so naturally I couldn't let you go, no matter who you end up with in the future. I was the one who slept with you first anyway. When I said these words, my gaze on Bai Ningbing was extremely casual. I'm being very serious. She lay on the bed looking at me. I looked at her and swallowed. I'm serious too. I wanted to have you. Of course I had to use any means necessary. Her chest heaved slightly. She stared at me. Her aura was a bit intimidating, seeing her like this. I smiled. I'm giving you a chance now, so hurry up and get a divorce. Wait until I regret it. And you really won't have a chance to be with the one you like anymore. Her brows were furrowed tightly. She got up and walked straight out of the room. Not long after she left the room, I also went out and lay on the sofa, playing on my phone. She didn't come over but went straight into the kitchen, looking at her back. I suddenly felt this was also good. Just let her be annoyed and upset after a while. She finished cooking in the kitchen. She glanced at me when she came out. Our eyes met before she could speak. I smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. Don't trouble yourself. I already ordered takeout. She sighed softly, saying nothing. She pulled out a chair and sat down to eat by herself, just as she picked up her chopsticks. There was a knock on the door. I put down my phone. I got up and walked towards the door. Thank you. I opened the door. As I reached out to take it, Bai Ningbing took it first. She brought the takeout inside and slammed the door shut. She put the takeout on the dining table, then turned her head to look at me again. I ignored her gaze and walked straight to the dining table. Then I sat down to eat the takeout. She put the leftovers in the fridge, just as she closed the fridge door before she even turned around. She could feel my footsteps behind her. She slowly turned around. I was already standing in front of her. I raised my hand and leaned it against the fridge, half trapping her. I said nothing, just looked at her with a smiling squint. She whispered, "Is it time for the shot?" I nodded. "Call the doctor over." Then she pulled me straight out of the kitchen. I only reacted after being pushed down onto the sofa. Turns out the shot she mentioned was to be administered by her. "Give me your arm." I couldn't help but swallow. "This is no joke. How about you just let the doctor come? Don't move." She seemed to ignore what I said. She lowered her head and grabbed my hand. When the needle actually went in, I turned away, not daring to look. The medicine was prescribed by the doctor. "I'm just helping you with the shot. Don't worry, you won't die." I frowned, my body tense, still not daring to look. "It's done. The shot is done." I turned my head to look at her. I reached out and cupped her face. Our eyes met. I could feel my heart start to beat faster unconsciously. "I'll go to the company with you tomorrow." I nodded. I looked up at her. "You did it 3 years ago." Her gaze was somewhat unfathomably deep. I let go of her. Just as I turned away, she suddenly spoke again. "This answer has been in your heart for 3 years. You've been cruel, you've hated. Why do you seem rather disappointed now?" She said these words with a smile full of sarcasm. "I really dislike using schemes in matters of love. No matter who it is, it will make me angry. If I hadn't done that back then, you wouldn't have even given me a second glance," I said with a laugh. "I liked you back then. So what if I drugged you to sleep with you? If I had the chance, I'd want to break your legs and lock you up, so I could see you every day. You didn't disappoint my expectations at all. I still remember every single image from that night." Bai Ningbing's expression was a little upset. She pulled my hand down and placed it neatly on the sofa. I looked at her again and said, "You don't remember anything? I thought you weren't that dazed that night. You even kept calling my name." Bai Ningbing frowned. "That's enough. Don't test my limits anymore. Can we finally have a proper conversation? Let me know when you're going to the company tomorrow." After saying this, she turned and walked towards her room. Actually, she just said that. She didn't intend to wait for my reply, because she closed the door as soon as she finished speaking. I sat silently on the sofa for a while, then went back to my room. The next day, I woke up quite early, intending to order takeout. Because the previous night was unpleasant, I didn't want to be shameless and eat the breakfast she made, but the truth proved that I had overthought it, because she hadn't made my portion at all. She was just like the past few days, eating breakfast at the dining table. It was just that this time there was only one portion of breakfast. Our eyes met. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a few seconds, but I knew my place. I quickly looked away. I turned and sat on the sofa, ordering takeout right in front of her. She watched me while she ate, not saying a word. However, I didn't say much either, just ate quietly. The two of us were so cold to each other. It was as if she had never been in my life. Naturally, there was no need to dwell on past grievances. After she finished eating, she came up to me and spoke. "Finish your food quickly. We're leaving soon," I said with a smile. "This takeout doesn't taste bad. It's actually delicious. I take back my previous compliments about her cooking. That was just me complimenting you randomly, just to save you some face." Bai Ningbing scoffed. She pulled a chair and sat down opposite me. I didn't pay much attention. If she wanted to sit, she could sit. I continued to eat my portion slowly. Just as I was about to finish eating, my phone rang. "Uncle Zhao, it'll be over in a bit. You don't need to come pick me up." She frowned and stood up. She threw my unfinished food straight into the trash. She walked out without looking back. By the time I got to the door, she was already waiting in the car, smoking with the window down. I had never seen her smoke so openly like that. I stood and watched her for a long time. She said nothing. She just quietly stubbed out the cigarette and motioned for me to get in the car with her eyes. After starting the car, I spoke up and asked her, "Did the surgery from 3 years ago have any lasting effects on your life?" She shook her head. She didn't answer my question, just opened her mouth to say, "Actually, 10 million is quite reasonable." I looked up at her. "I hope you'll be quick about it. Let's not hold each other back anymore." Half an hour later, we arrived downstairs at the company. When I got out of the car, I saw that Uncle Zhao was already waiting at the company entrance. When Uncle Zhao saw Bai Ningbing, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. "President Fang." Uncle Zhao used this form of address. It was more professional and impartial. I nodded. When Uncle Zhao extended his hand, she leaned slightly towards me and then put her arm around my waist. I said nothing, but my body tensed up. Uncle Zhao looked at Bai Ningbing, a little stunned. This hug said a lot. She wasn't here to discuss business, nor was she here for anyone or anything else. At this moment, she was my wife. She was just accompanying me here. It's been a while since I've been back. Let me take you up to have a look. She looked at me, smiled, and spoke. I glanced at Uncle Zhao, then back at her. Her attitude towards Uncle Zhao was very bland. Not hostile, but not overly enthusiastic either. Actually, I had always wondered if Uncle Zhao was actually related to me by blood. Although I had called him uncle for many years, at the company, he was ultimately just a subordinate. Uncle Zhao watched the backs of Bai Ningbing and me. His gaze tightened involuntarily. Bai Ningbing had been gone for 3 years. Now she suddenly returned. And what's more, it seemed like as soon as she was back, she wanted to get involved in our company's affairs. My company doesn't have too many employees. In fact, a portion of them have already quit. I've even sold my car. It was because I didn't want to owe my employees their salaries. When Bai Ningbing walked in, she scanned the room. She didn't greet anyone, just walked straight to my office. Uncle Zhao quickly followed. Ningbing, let me make you a cup of coffee. Please get him a bottle of water. I won't be having any. Uncle Zhao didn't expect Bai Ningbing to be the one to reply. His expression darkened, but he still nodded quickly. Bai Ningbing watched as Uncle Zhao turned around. He walked straight out and closed the door. Meanwhile, from the drawer, I took out quite a few documents and placed them on the desk. I'll take a look. After saying that, she walked up to me. Your grandfather. She was about to say something, but then heard the door open from behind. She went to the door. She took the bottle of mineral water from Uncle Zhao and said, if you two have things to discuss, just go ahead. Don't mind me. Then she sensibly sat down on the sofa nearby. Uncle Zhao came up to me and said, I haven't been here these past few days. He has put in some effort at the company. The few projects the old master had before, he found a few people again. Although no one has clearly stated they want to cooperate yet, but his ideas and plans have already been sent to them. As for whether we can cooperate or how to cooperate, it will be a long process. The old master couldn't do it back then either. It's very difficult to get those bosses to invest. So finding a partner really takes a lot of effort. While Uncle Zhao and I were talking, Bai Ningbing was looking down at her phone. She was looking at the personnel investigation of my company. She paid special attention to Uncle Zhao. At this moment, Uncle Zhao continued, I will try to make an appointment for you. Once the time is set, I'll let you know. I nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. You're welcome. Uncle Zhao smiled. He glanced at Bai Ningbing again. Then I'll be heading out first. Hearing him say that, Bai Ningbing also smiled and stood up. As she walked towards Uncle Zhao, she personally saw him to the door. On the way back, I brought all the project documents with me. While she was driving, she glanced at the rearview mirror a few times. My expression, sitting in the back, wasn't very good. My eyes kept looking out the window. Now that she's back, and we're still husband and wife, our relationship is stable. She doesn't want me to suffer too much. If he is truly isolated with no one to help, who knows how many people are waiting to stab him in the back. The car quickly stopped downstairs. I decisively opened the car door and got out, then went upstairs by myself first. She followed behind, holding the project documents, and also went upstairs. When she came in the door, she looked up at me. You take a look first. If you have any ideas, we can talk later. My gaze swept past her, looking towards the water dispenser. I knew my place. I stood up and poured her a glass of water. She decisively took the project documents and spread them all out on the coffee table. Then she picked one up and started reading. After hesitating for a few seconds, she spoke up. Let's not waste time on unnecessary emotions anymore. Let's stabilize the company first, then we'll talk. Otherwise, your grandfather's lifelong work will truly be lost. Right now, I can't just ignore you. It's not just about the marriage. Our interests are now tied together. How about we wait until we get through this difficult period? Then we can talk about the divorce, okay? I looked at her. I nodded. So what are we now? She looked up at me, seeming a bit reluctant. I am your wife. It's hard to say what our relationship will be after the divorce. But before the divorce, aren't we husband and wife? If you still want a divorce in the end, I have no objections. But before that, if we show that we have a deep relationship, we might get more benefits and opportunities. She was very quick. She skimmed through all the documents on the coffee table. Then she looked up at me. There's a problem with Uncle Zhao, but the specifics are still under investigation. For now, I can't say what the problem is, but he is definitely not sincere with the Fang family. I looked into her eyes and smiled. Do you think everyone looks like a bad person? Do you even know what you're doing? She didn't respond to my words. Instead, she changed the subject. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat whatever you cook. I smiled. I leaned back against the sofa. Bai Ningbing nodded. She organized the documents on the coffee table. Then she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. More than half a minute later, I sat up straight, then also stood up and walked towards the kitchen. I stood at the kitchen doorway. Do you need any help? Bai Ningbing nodded. Help me take off my coat. I raised an eyebrow slightly and walked up to her. I reached out and unbuttoned her coat. I turned and placed it on the sofa. Just then, a phone rang. It seemed to be in her coat pocket. I felt for it and took out the phone. I glanced at the screen. It was Lin Yu Chen again. I took a deep breath. I casually took the phone into the kitchen. It's your old Flames phone call. Bai Ningbing wiped her hands on her apron and reached out to take it. Hearing what I said, her expression darkened a little. Put it on speaker for me. Just leave it there is fine. I turned on the speaker, but I didn't place it on the counter. It was more like I threw it there. That sound. The person on the other end of the line naturally heard it too. A somewhat rushed voice quickly came through. What was that sound, Ningbing? I crossed my arms. I leaned against the door, squinting slightly. I didn't actually want to listen, but I didn't want to leave either. It's nothing. I'm just cooking, Bai Ningbing answered decisively. Where are you cooking? Lin Yu Chen asked. After a pause, he continued. I heard from your parents that you're not staying at home. I'm at my husband's place. As she spoke, she turned and glanced at me. I looked up, but I quickly looked away, pretending not to have heard, not to care. Although I said I didn't want to listen, when I actually heard them talk, I still held my breath unconsciously. At this moment, hearing Bai Ningbing say that, I couldn't help but cough lightly twice. The other person could hear this sound. In any case, she is my legal wife right now. As for everyone else, whether they like her or not, whether it's one-sided or mutual, they'll have to take a back seat anyway. They all have to wait until she's divorced. Only then can this woman be free. The other end of the line seemed to be silent for a few seconds, then he spoke. There's a cocktail party in a few days. Are you going or not? He paused for a few seconds, then continued. You just got back. You should still go and take a look so everyone can recognize you. You two take your time talking. I'm stepping out. Then I knocked on the door twice with my hand and turned to leave decisively. Bai Ningbing watched my retreating back, silent for a few seconds. Then she sighed and said, I'll go. I'll bring him with me then. Seeing me go into the kitchen, she stretched and went to the sofa. She picked up the documents from before to read again. When I came out of the kitchen, she glanced up. Our eyes met. I acted magnanimously, smiling and saying to her, Wow, you're so beautiful. Bai Ningbing was momentarily speechless. She had been cold to me. When we were being professional, it was manageable. For me to suddenly say something like that, she gave me a very reluctant glance. I spoke up. How many people are crying their eyes out, waiting for you to get a divorce? Bai Ningbing looked up at me. There was a profound look in her eyes. I put my arm around her waist, pulling her closer to me. My self-control isn't actually that good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have actually slept with you 3 years ago. Maybe it was because your drug was so potent. I smiled brightly. Bai Ningbing's face darkened. Let go of me. What I said really ruined the atmosphere. You can go back to being busy. My family's company is still waiting for you to save it. Then I sat down next to her and picked up the book from before. I lay down flat on the sofa. Bai Ningbing glanced over. She let me lie there. I didn't hold back. I lay on my back on the sofa. Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes. She suddenly felt that she had returned at the right time. Otherwise, after Mr. Fang passed away, everything I would have had to face alone, I really could have been torn apart by others. No money, no experience, no one reliable to turn to. I probably wouldn't even have been able to feed myself. Bai Ningbing didn't necessarily have to bicker about the rights and wrongs of 3 years ago, even if in her heart she truly believed I was the one who did it. The suffering I've endured these past 3 years has already been enough to repay the discomfort of being plotted against by me. Anyway, she's back now. In the end, we are still husband and wife. Living alone for 3 years, calming down alone, wasn't a bad thing. Because Bai Ningbing felt that, even without the past incident, even if we had married peacefully, it would have largely been the result of a commercial marriage. If we lived together, it's not certain that we could have lived sweetly and happily. We might have divorced long before 3 years had passed. After all, she was arrogant and haughty back then, and I was stubborn and capricious back then. The clash of our personalities would have been enough to destroy the marriage. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She shifted over a little, and she placed my feet on her lap. I didn't move. I didn't even remove the book from my face. But Bai Ningbing could feel that when her hand touched my leg, my body tensed up for a moment. She leaned against the sofa and continued to silently read the documents. When she looked towards me again, she found that I had fallen asleep. She gently closed the laptop. She neatly arranged the documents on the coffee table. She didn't leave. Instead, she squatted down in front of me. She carefully removed the book from my face. While I was half asleep, she pulled me into her room. Bai Ningbing propped herself up on the bed with her hands. She looked down at me from just inches away. At this moment, I was sleeping very innocently. Bai Ningbing moved closer to me. When her breath brushed against my face, the slightly ticklish feeling made me frown uncontrollably. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile. Just as she was about to get up, she found the hem of her shirt being pulled. My hand had emerged slightly from under the blanket, pulling at her shirt. I slowly opened my eyes, looking straight at Bai Ningbing. Her posture, trying to pull back but failing, was still half propped over the bed. Our eyes met at this moment. The atmosphere was a bit strange. After a moment of silence, she turned her face away. I'm not a pig. You could have just woken me up directly. I can go to bed myself, I said while looking around her room. She laughed coldly. What? You want to sleep here? Switching rooms isn't out of the question. You decide. I cooperated completely. With that, I turned to get off the bed. Bai Ningbing scoffed and shook her head. When she looked at me, her gaze softened considerably. She reached out and patted my head. You're not cooperating at all. She watched my retreating back. The smile on her face faded a little, but as she went in, she left a sentence. I'll tell you after I come out. I smiled and sat down on the sofa. I didn't know what she wanted to tell me when she came out. 10 minutes later, she came out of the room. She probably showered too because her clothes had changed. Bai Ningbing smiled. She walked up to me. She leaned down, propping herself against the back of the sofa. The fresh scent of her body wash hit my nose. I looked up at her. My heart skipped a beat. About what you said about breakfast, I was being petty last time. From now on, no matter how bad things get, as long as we're living together, we'll still have breakfast and dinner together. Our emotions shouldn't affect our meals. No problem. It saves me from having to order takeout. Bai Ningbing smiled and decisively walked into the kitchen. Breakfast was quickly made. I sat at the dining table waiting. She brought the breakfast over and sat down opposite me. As she handed me the chopsticks, she spoke. Do you have time in a few days? No time. I don't want to have a meal with your parents. I shook my head, refusing firmly. I want to attend the Lin family's cocktail party with you. It's not that I want you to have a meal with me. I already rejected him directly last time, and he didn't even invite me. In the eyes of other businessmen, I'm a failure who's about to be ruined. There's absolutely no need to waste time on superficial pleasantries. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking. If I'm not mistaken, many of the people in your address book will be there. I looked at her deeply. The people in the book all knew my grandfather. They had connections, had worked together. But after the funeral, I tried making many phone calls, but no one wanted to answer anymore. They're not stupid, after all. They all know I want to borrow money. She looked up at me. She didn't press me on whether I wanted to go or not. There was still time, after all. The two of them finished breakfast in silence like that. I knew my place. Bai Ningbing made breakfast, so we'll be in charge of washing the dishes. I carried both our plates to the kitchen. I put the plates in the sink. Just as I turned on the water, Bai Ningbing's footsteps approached. She stood a few steps away, just watching silently. I couldn't be bothered with her anymore. I lowered my head and started washing the dishes. After washing, I put the plates away. Just as I was about to turn around, Bai Ningbing was right behind me. Do you walk without making a sound? You scared me. Bai Ningbing didn't answer, just took another step forward. She tilted her head to look at me, her gaze burning. She put her arms around my waist. I just felt goosebumps all over. I didn't move, I just stood still, letting Bai Ningbing's breath fan against my ear. Are you done? After more than half a minute, I finally spoke. Bai Ningbing took a step back and smiled. You really don't understand romance. What need is there for romance at a time like this? You didn't even care for it on our wedding night. Did you take the wrong medicine this time? Bai Ningbing smiled. This attitude of mine, these atmosphere-ruining words, didn't surprise her too much. It'll take you to work. I have to go to the company today, too. Bai Ningbing turned and left the kitchen first. Watching her retreating back, I took a deep breath. She kisses me and hugs me without warning. I don't know what's wrong with her. She also left without warning before. She took me to work. I didn't say a word on the way. My eyes kept looking down. She didn't say anything either, just stayed silent with me. The car quickly stopped downstairs at the company building. As I unbuckled my seatbelt, I glanced at Bai Ningbing. I'll come pick you up in the afternoon. I lowered my eyes. A flicker of hesitation seemed to cross my eyes. I had just arrived at the office, when Uncle Zhao arrived. As he pushed the door open, he subconsciously looked around inside. Seeing that I was alone today, he spoke. Director Liu just got back from a business trip. Should I try to make an appointment for you? I nodded and said, let's try and see. I'm not very hopeful, to be honest. I'm not even sure if he was really on a business trip before, or if he was simply hiding. He might just not want to see me. I'll go make the appointment for you. Uncle Zhao nodded. When he looked up at me again, he looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it? I looked up at him. But I already had a bad feeling in my gut. The money from last time, you said 1 week. The deadline is approaching. Can you still come up with the money? Actually, people come to collect debts sometimes. It looks very bad. It even gives others the impression that their company is beyond saving. Actually, I had unconsciously wanted to reach into my pocket, but I stopped myself and sat down. I nodded. I know. Let me go back and think of a way. We'll talk tomorrow. If they come tomorrow, I will handle them. Uncle Zhao was a little surprised, but since I had said so, he couldn't conveniently say anything more. He just nodded. As he stood up to leave, he gave me another helpless look. If you really can't get it, how about I sell my car? Uncle Zhao, there's no need. I shook my head. Uncle Zhao had only taken a few steps when he turned back and said, the people in HR have quit. If they want to leave, let them. They left voluntarily. It saves a lot of severance pay. Anyway, employees have only been leaving, not coming in. She left for 3 years. Now she's back. Moreover, at a time when the company is in decline, you should be on your guard. Last time, Bai Ningbing was here, so it wasn't convenient to say these things directly. I nodded. I happily accepted Uncle Zhao's advice. I watched his back disappear and took a deep breath. Uncle Zhao had helped me before, at my most difficult time. His greatest strength was knowing how to choose the right opportunity and the corresponding amount of money. Now everyone knows that he used all his savings to help me. It was almost time to get off work. Bai Ningbing called me. She asked if I was done with work. After hanging up, I tidied up my desk a bit. I looked at the time and waited in my office chair. I really enjoyed this undisturbed time. I could completely empty my mind. Looking back now, I still found it a bit unbelievable how I had gotten to this point. I never thought there would be a day when I would become like this. Bai Ningbing's phone called again. I stood up, about to leave, when there was a sudden knock on the office door. Outside the door was a very young man, looking a bit constrained. "Who are you looking for?" I had never seen this person before. He wasn't a company employee. "I'm here for a job interview." The young man smiled. The person outside said that the HR department seemed to have stepped out and told me to come straight here to find you. "You want to apply for a job?" I couldn't quite believe it. This is no longer the time when people come flocking to our name. I just graduated. "Can you hire me?" When he spoke, he was quite sincere, with expectation in his eyes. When I came downstairs from the company, Bai Ningbing's car was already waiting. As I walked up to the car, I could see her looking down at the time through the car window. When I opened the passenger door, Bai Ningbing spoke. "Didn't you say you were done with work? Does it take that long just to come downstairs?" "Yes, it takes that long." I nodded without batting an eye. Then I directly fastened my seatbelt. Bai Ningbing smiled and didn't say anything more. On the way, neither of us spoke. When we passed the shopping mall closest to our apartment complex, Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me again. "What should we eat tonight?" "I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you cook." Bai Ningbing nodded very naturally. Then she drove to the shopping mall's parking lot. When the car stopped, I was still looking down at my phone. Bai Ningbing unbuckled her seatbelt, even intentionally making a slightly louder noise. Hearing the sound, I turned to look at her. I bit my lip. "I'm really not that picky. Just buy some vegetables, that'll be fine. Buy more vegetables, no need to buy too much meat." Bai Ningbing tilted her head to look at me, and unconsciously squinted to glance at my screen, wanting to see who I was talking to. I looked up at her. "You want me to go with you?" "Of course. I go buy it myself, carry it myself, and then cook it myself." Bai Ningbing frowned. She decisively opened the car door and got out. I was stunned for 2 seconds. Then I sensibly got out of the car to follow her. After we finished shopping, Bai Ningbing placed a large bag of ingredients in the trunk. When she returned to the driver's seat, she was holding a small bag. She handed the bag to me. I was a little surprised. As I took it, I snuck a peek. She didn't stop me, and quickly started the car. Bai Ningbing bought me underwear. Several different colors. I looked at her and said, "Did you buy these yourself?" "Xiao Zhou helped me buy them. He's an employee at my company." Very young, a bit shy. Today, a recent graduate came to my company to apply for a job. I even deliberately confirmed with him that he was really there for a job. Not at the wrong place, not the wrong company. The person was really there to apply for a job. Moreover, his salary expectation was extremely low. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows at me. "That's great then. It proves that someone still values you." I shook my head and forced a smile. "Actually, this doesn't prove anything. It's just that you mentioned Xiaozhou earlier, so I remembered this and just said it casually." The car quickly stopped downstairs. I went to the trunk to get the groceries. Then the two of us went home together. After getting home, I followed her into the kitchen. I very proactively rolled up my sleeves. "So do you need my help with anything?" Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me. "Help me wash all the vegetables." While I was washing the vegetables, she just stood beside me, watching with amusement. After I finished washing the vegetables, I looked at her. "You take your time cooking. I'm going to take a nap." The meal was quickly cooked. At the dinner table, we talked about the company again, but this time the conversation wasn't pleasant. After eating, I went back to my room. I woke up early the next morning. When I left my room, Bai Ningbing's door was still shut tight. I took a deep breath and walked towards the kitchen. When she woke up, she heard noises in the kitchen. She raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled, not going into the kitchen. Instead, she just sat down at the dining table and called towards the kitchen. "Hurry up. I'm hungry. It's almost ready," I answered her from the kitchen. And indeed, I came out of the kitchen very quickly, holding 2 plates. I placed one plate down in front of her. When she looked down at the plate in front of her, her expression was a bit hard to read. "Eat up." I acted as if nothing was wrong. I pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her, and ate breakfast with a straight face. I did try. I originally intended to fry an egg, but I gave up halfway. I just tore open 2 pre-made sandwiches and spread some sauce on them, but it still looked quite nice on the plate. Bai Ningbing frowned. She wanted to say something, but I completely ignored her. I had already lowered my head and started eating. Bai Ningbing slowly nodded. In the end, she didn't say anything else and obediently lowered her head to eat. "Oh, right. Does your bank card have a password?" I looked up and asked her this question. "If someone really comes to collect debts again today, you'll probably have to use your card." Bai Ningbing smiled. She didn't directly state the password, but said probingly, "The password is my birthday. Do you know it?" I looked up at her and said nothing. I almost already had the answer in my heart. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent again. I spoke again after a while. "Are you done eating?" "I'm going to wash the dishes." Bai Ningbing nodded. She held the sandwich directly in her hand, then handed the plate to me. I took the 2 plates to the kitchen. Just as I turned on the tap, Bai Ningbing followed me in. What's wrong? Can't you even trust me to wash 2 plates? I don't think this breakfast can be considered your contribution. Bai Ningbing walked up beside me, then reached out and took the plate from my hand. She washed it herself very naturally, even pushing me aside. If this meal of yours is to thank me, then it's really too perfunctory. The sandwich was pre-made, the sauce was also pre-made. You just arranged it on a plate. Well, there's really nothing else I can do. I'm being very honest. I've never felt that I'm a capable person. Whether in work or in life, I'm just barely getting by. Just put it on my tab, Bai Ningbing continued. When I find an opportunity, I'll let you show what you can do. Go get changed first. It'll take you to the company later. I nodded and turned to leave. In the past, I always acted very carefully in front of her, afraid of revealing any of my bad sides. Now, being direct and frank about my shortcomings is actually quite good. When she came out of the kitchen, I was already sitting and waiting on the sofa. When she saw me, Bai Ningbing smiled, then pointed towards the bedroom. I'm going to put on some makeup. Wait for me for a few minutes. On the way to the company, I was very quiet. She rolled down the car window on my side a little, letting some wind in. I turned my head to look at her. What's wrong? Bai Ningbing smiled but said nothing. I shook my head and smiled along with her. I just often feel like it's not real. But now she has really come back. After all, she was gone for so long. So long that I had the illusion that we would probably never see each other again in this lifetime. Are you scolding me? She looked at me. I'm just expressing my feelings. I forced a smile and shook my head, then looked out the window. She spoke up. Remember this morning, you asked for the bank card password. That proves you're dealing with something that can only be solved with money. I said nothing. I just nodded silently. She looked ahead and continued speaking. The password for the other card is the same. She was talking about her parents' card. I looked up at her. Your parents still love you very much. They treat you very well. The Bays cannot be considered good parents-in-law. Or maybe they just don't like me as their son-in-law. Although they don't like me. Now that Bai Ningbing has returned, wanting to be on her side, her parents can still easily compromise for her sake. After a moment of silence, I continued. The cards I have now are enough to pay off all the debts. But I'm still unconsciously dragging it out until people come to my door to demand payment. Perhaps I'll really have to use your family's money. The car quickly stopped downstairs from the company. Bai Ningbing spoke up. I'll come pick you up after work. My expression was a bit awkward. How about I decide on this with you later this afternoon? Uncle Zhao said he would help me schedule a meeting with CEO Liu. If it's scheduled, I have to meet him first. Bai Ningbing saw my difficulty and nodded. Not until my figure disappeared from view did Bai Ningbing start the car and leave. I still decided to pay off all the previous debts. The company is running smoothly, but having people come to demand money is not a good thing. After settling all the debts, I didn't have much money left. Luckily, Uncle Zhao helped me get a meeting with CEO Liu. I have to have dinner with CEO Liu later. I booked a place for dinner, then hesitated with my phone in hand. I have to call Bai Ningbing to tell her she doesn't need to pick me up. But I just spent her money, and now I'm telling her not to pick me up. I can't let her feel like I'm burning bridges after crossing them. Just as I was hesitating whether to call or not, my phone rang. I answered it. When I put the phone to my ear, I still felt a little guilty. How are you? Is everything taken care of? Are you off work now? I'm coming to pick you up. Bai Ningbing asked a lot of questions in one breath. There's a partner who wants to seize the opportunity to cooperate. I have to have dinner with him tonight. I'm going with Uncle Zhao. It's not Suqing. Sensing her silence, I added another sentence. Actually, regarding Suqing's matter, I think you're being unreasonable. She was properly discussing business with me. Your hostility is completely unreasonable. If you have the chance, talk to Suqing properly. Hearing me say that, Bai Ningbing spoke up. But you can't drink. I'm very worried that you, in order to please others, will disregard your health and force yourself to drink. The doctor told you last time you still can't drink. You'll try not to drink, but once you're at the dinner table, you can never be sure about these things. Give me the address of the restaurant. Bai Ningbing said this, then quickly added, I'm not trying to meddle in your business, but I can come pick you up. Your formal attire is ready. I'll come pick you up later and take you to get it. Don't drink. Before hanging up, she specifically reminded me one more time. Although many business deals are indeed made at the dinner table, I still firmly believe that if the other party truly wants to cooperate with you, then whether you drink or not, they will still cooperate with you. A partner who cooperates because you drink, but turns hostile if you don't is, on the contrary, not reliable. After hanging up, I immediately sent the address to Bai Ningbing. Now that she wants to play the part of a devoted lover, I have no reason not to cooperate. It's not detrimental to my current situation. I hesitated for a long time, then pulled a piece of paper from the desk drawer. There was a phone number on it. It was left by the young man who came here to apply for a job earlier. I hesitated for a moment, but still made the call. The call was quickly answered. Is this Zhang Lei? I asked tentatively. This is Zhang Lei. What can I do for you? You came to my place for a job interview before. Am I hiring you now? Of course. Zhang Lei chuckled, looking very happy. He continued. You're calling me now. Do you want me to start working right away? Can you drink? Would you mind entertaining a client with me right now? Although I want to succeed, I also need to live. If I can avoid drinking, I'll try my best not to drink myself. Of course, I also politely asked him first. If he's okay with it, then great. If not, it's also fine. In fact, I myself feel that saying this now and doing this isn't very kind, but there's no other way. Yes. I'll come to the company to find you. The other party seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, then agreed. I'll send you the address. Can you go there and wait for me? Yes. Zhang Lei is also very easygoing. He even agreed to that. After hanging up, I sent him the address as well. Soon, I set off with Uncle Zhao. Your money is from Bai Ningbing. Uncle Zhao glanced at me while driving. I said I was very broke before, and now I can pay everything off at once. Naturally, it's not my money. In his heart, he feels that Bai Ningbing, at this time, meddling in the Fang family's affairs is not a good thing, but the two of you are still husband and wife after all, so things are a bit complicated. I thought before that you took the divorce papers to find Bai Ningbing, and that the two of you could really get a divorce smoothly. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. What benefits did you promise her? Uncle Zhao turned to look at me. If I have to say, it's mutual help between husband and wife. I felt a bit bitter. I paused for a moment and said, the title deed has been mortgaged to her. You are only husband and wife in name. You must be wary of others. That friend of hers, surnamed Lin, I've had contact with him before. He has a very strong intention to acquire the company at a low price. He'll be on my guard. I nodded, looking very obedient. The car quickly stopped in front of the restaurant. When I got out of the car, I saw Zhang Lei at a glance. Seeing a car stop, he also hurried towards us. Hello, CEO Fang. He's quite good at socializing. Seeing me, he immediately greeted me. You couldn't tell at all that today was his first day of work. Very natural. Uncle Zhao looked a bit surprised to see Zhang Lei. I quickly said, this is the new assistant I found. I still can't drink right now. In case CEO Liu wants to drink, he can have a few drinks with him. I glanced at Uncle Zhao and continued, I wouldn't dare let Uncle Zhao drink. There are many things I don't understand. If you get drunk, there are many things I wouldn't dare decide on my own. When I said this, my emotions were sincere and earnest, and Zhang Lei beside me followed suit, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. I don't know if Zhang Lei is competent at his job or not. I don't even know if his alcohol tolerance is good. But he's probably quite good as an assistant because he always echoes me. He absolutely doesn't let a single word of mine fall to the ground. My name is Zhang Lei. I am CEO Fang's newly hired assistant. Zhang Lei faced the slightly bewildered Uncle Zhao. He stood up straight and introduced himself cleanly and decisively. Uncle Zhao looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He just sighed softly. I've already called him over. That proves I've already decided to use him. But right now, there are too many people to be wary of. Anyone who appears by your side at this moment most likely has a motive. I don't believe that with the company's current situation, there are still people who would genuinely come here because of our reputation. When the three of us arrived at the private room, CEO Liu was already there. The first person to speak was Uncle Zhao. His smile was evident as he entered the door. You could tell he was an expert at entertaining guests at a glance. I couldn't compare to him. I had never learned before. Now many things are just me stubbornly forcing myself to face them. Hello, CEO Zhao. Long time no see. Seeing Uncle Zhao, the other party also stood up very enthusiastically, then took 2 steps forward to shake his hand. While shaking hands, the other party seemed quite earnest. A while ago, I heard my assistant say that you all wanted to meet me, but I've been really busy lately. I was constantly on business trips. Didn't I just get back yesterday? Today, I quickly thought, we must meet. CEO Liu's words seemed to give us a lot of face. He pushed the matter of not meeting and being busy before into a perfect excuse. This must be the precious jewel in Old Master Fang's hand, right? CEO Liu walked past Uncle Zhao and looked towards me standing behind him. Hello, CEO Liu. I also smiled and extended my hand to him. Don't call me that. CEO Liu shook my hand. After shaking hands, he very politely waved his hand. You can just call me Uncle Liu. Your grandfather and I have known each other for many years. I think I even met you when you were a child. I smiled. Knowing my place, I immediately changed my form of address on the spot. At this crucial moment, those who had dealings with my grandfather either stood by with their arms crossed, which is rational, or they are like CEO Liu, who after standing by, has new thoughts and goals. They will be like CEO Liu, starting to enthusiastically cozy up to me again. When I walked out of the restaurant, my expression wasn't very good. That CEO Liu didn't beat around the bush. Halfway through the meal, I understood. In reality, he was also targeting my grandfather's company, wanting to acquire it at a low price. Then, without any effort, take away the projects. These projects, if there were no shortage of money, would likely still earn quite a lot. Everyone wants to spend less money. I know that very well. If I really can't turn the situation around, this is the inevitable result. Right now, many people are staring at me, not to help me, but to see when I will fall. To take over immediately. Let's go back first. Uncle Zhao opened the car door for me. This is also something that can't be helped. If in the end we are forced to take this step, at least an acquaintance won't push the price down too much. When Uncle Zhao said this, he sighed. CEO Fang, seeing that I was about to get in the car, Zhang Lei quickly spoke up. Do you need a ride home? I turned to look at him. Zhang Lei had a few drinks, but not many. But anyway, it's already dark. It's probably hard to get a cab. Would it be troublesome? Zhang Lei didn't refuse, but asked if it would be troublesome. No trouble. Get in. I made way for him, letting him get in the car first. When I was about to go around to the other side, I saw a car approaching from not far away. I stopped. I turned my head to look at Uncle Zhao. How about you give him a ride home for me? I'm not getting in the car. Uncle Zhao glanced at the car parked next to them. He could see Bai Ningbing sitting in the car, smiling as she watched. Bai Ningbing didn't seem to have any intention of getting out of the car. She just nodded casually at Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao nodded at me, then got in the car. I watched Uncle Zhao's car leave, then turned to look at Bai Ningbing. She deliberately took a sniff, then nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you didn't drink. Then she handed me a bag. When I took it, I opened it to see. Inside was a loaf of bread. I looked at the bread in the bag, then looked up at Bai Ningbing. After 2 seconds of silence, I spoke. I didn't drink today, because today, I wasn't the one begging him. Instead, he was the one trying to curry favor with me. When I said this, my eyes were fixed on Bai Ningbing's face. Then I continued. This CEO Liu wants to acquire the company at a low price. Bai Ningbing raised an eyebrow and smiled. At this moment, any businessman with a brain knows that spending money to acquire is much safer than spending money to help you. I smiled and said nothing more. So Bai Ningbing really knew. She knew that CEO Liu was also thinking about acquiring my grandfather's company. You're not full, are you? I just passed by a bakery. I bought it on the way. Bai Ningbing didn't seem to particularly want to continue that topic. She glanced at the bag, signaling for me to eat the bread, then smiled lightly and got back in the car. Bai Ningbing guessed that I have no experience in socializing, and on top of that, I was anxious and uneasy. In such a situation, I definitely wouldn't be able to eat my fill. Thanks, I wasn't polite either. I lowered my head and opened the bread, and started gnawing on it, taking a big bite. Then I belatedly realized and looked at Bai Ningbing. Is it okay to eat in your car? Bai Ningbing is still quite a picky person. With her personality, she probably can't accept someone eating in her car. If it were anyone else, it would definitely not be allowed. Bai Ningbing turned to look at me, then continued, You are not anyone else. We are still husband and wife after all. You should have some privileges, more or less. I said nothing. I lowered my head and continued gnawing on the bread by myself. The car quickly drove into a residential area. The scenery outside the window was clearly different. Only then did I turn my head to look at Bai Ningbing, confused. Where are we going? To get your suit. Bai Ningbing glanced at me indifferently, as if she had already told me. The car quickly stopped in front of a building. Bai Ningbing rolled down the car window as if waiting for someone. I wasn't interested. I continued to eat the bread in my hand with relish. Ningbing. When the sweet voice sounded, my heart skipped a beat. I looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw Lin Yu-chen walking towards the car. His steps were elegant and free, and he was holding a large box in his hands. I swallowed hard, speechless. At this moment, I felt like cursing in my heart. If I had known I would meet Lin Yu-chen today, I wouldn't be like this now even if I were starving to death, gnawing on bread so ungracefully. Bai Ningbing got out of the car and walked quickly towards him. She took the box from his hands and put it in the trunk. Taking advantage of this moment, I quickly stuffed the bread back into the bag. Mr. Fang, I looked up and saw Lin Yu-chen. He had already bent down to greet me. The smile on Lin Yu-chen's face was very bright. I had to stubbornly greet him back. After all, he was still smiling. If I were to put on a cold face, it would really be impolite. Sorry to trouble you. After Bai Ningbing put the things away, when she stood outside the driver's seat again, she thanked Lin Yu-chen. Why be so polite with me? Lin Yu-chen smiled gently. Then he added, It's getting late now. You two should go back first. See you at the cocktail party the day after tomorrow. Try on the clothes when you get back. If there are any problems, you can find me anytime. Bai Ningbing nodded. I just silently watched Bai Ningbing and him being so familiar with each other. Then I'll go in first. Before Lin Yu-chen turned to leave, he even waved goodbye to me. When Bai Ningbing sat in the driver's seat again, she turned to look at me. Are you done with the bread? Why didn't you tell me earlier that we were coming to his place? I didn't answer. Instead, the unhappiness on my face was very obvious. You brought me to see Lin Yu-chen without telling me beforehand. I really don't know what you're thinking. You didn't ask. Bai Ningbing smiled again as if nothing had happened. I didn't say another word on the way. My annoyed mood was very obvious. I pulled the bread out of the gap again. Then I held the whole bag and squeezed it in my hand. In front of Bai Ningbing, I squeezed it as if I were squeezing an enemy, crushing it to bits. When the car stopped downstairs at my house, Bai Ningbing calmly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. When she got out, she even glanced at me and specifically reminded me, although I can let you eat in the car, don't let the breadcrumbs fall in the car. Hurry up and take your crushed bread out of the car. Watching Bai Ningbing get out of the car, I only then turned towards the side she got out from and glared fiercely. When I walked into the living room, Bai Ningbing was already carrying the suit box upstairs. I was a bit reluctant as I followed her into the room. When I walked in, I even spoke indifferently. You really are open-minded. It really feels like you treat women as casually as clothes. Hearing that, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but frown at me. I'm down on my luck now, but not to this extent. Bai Ningbing frowned, then walked up to me and said, Try it on first. If you really don't like it, we'll change it. In my impression, you and Lin Yu-chen have no grudges. I looked at her. My heart sank. Bai Ningbing was blaming me for being ungrateful and impolite. You, like Lin Yu Chen, are both my friends. Tone down your hostility. I looked at her. I said in a low voice, "I'll try it. You wait outside." To be honest, Lin Yu Chen has never really embarrassed me to my face. After we got married, Bai Ningbing and Lin Yu Chen lived abroad together. All of this makes it impossible for me to face Lin Yu Chen calmly. He has never done anything bad to you. Perhaps it's human nature to sympathize with the weak and be jealous of the strong. Looking at the closed bedroom door, I took a deep breath and still picked up the suit on the bed. The suit is very beautiful, even truly beautiful, but I still felt uneasy in my heart. I put the suit away. I walked out of the room. When Bai Ningbing saw me come out like that, her face showed both helplessness and disappointment. You should at least try it on. I know you haven't been doing well lately, but not everyone really wants to harm you. After all, he took the time to have it specially made for you. It's very good. I spoke before Bai Ningbing could finish. The suit is very beautiful and fits well. Help me thank him later. I tried to be calm when I spoke. Otherwise, Bai Ningbing would definitely think again that I was being sarcastic and insincere. But I really didn't feel good inside. During this period, Bai Ningbing and I got along quite well. Perhaps it gave her the illusion that she could get carried away. Do you like it? Bai Ningbing asked. She thought I would at least wear it for her to see. I like it. Thank you. Then I pointed to the water dispenser. Do you want some water? I'm going to drink a glass of water and go to bed. Bai Ningbing shook her head. For a moment, I really couldn't tell if she was happy or not. When I woke up the next day, Bai Ningbing was already up. Moreover, she had even made breakfast for me. I greeted her casually and walked to the table to sit down. Thanks for breakfast, CEO Bai. You don't have to be so polite with me. Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling uneasy. I don't know if it's an illusion, but a few days ago, I was still quite relaxed and at ease. Now I'm starting to be polite and formal with her again. I smiled. I looked up at Bai Ningbing with a slightly more serious expression. I want to ask you, what if in the end, I really have nothing left? Aren't you afraid I won't be able to pay you back? It's only 10 million. You can afford it. Bai Ningbing looked up at me. The hard part is keeping the company. If you can't keep it in the end, just based on the few projects you have, many people would be willing to take over. Even a low-price acquisition won't be less than 10 million, so paying the money is easy. The hard part is keeping the company. I looked straight at her. Although Bai Ningbing has been abroad for so long, she is still from a business family after all. Bai Ningbing's business acumen has started to take shape. Seeing me dazed, Bai Ningbing spoke up. What's wrong? I forced a smile and shook my head, faster than I imagined. The parties are already waiting for me to hand over the company. After breakfast, Bai Ningbing still drove me to work. I was too lazy to refuse. Anyway, it's fine as long as I go along with Bai Ningbing's wishes. I was very quiet on the way. Are you thinking about something? When we were almost at the company, Bai Ningbing finally couldn't help but ask. I turned my eyes to look at her, smiling and shaking my head. The more radiant my smile, the more unreal it felt to her. Bai Ningbing sighed softly, then said, "The two of us are one now. I hope that whatever thoughts or feelings we have, we can be honest with each other. If we need to support each other and live together in the long run, we can't hide things in our hearts. It's easy for misunderstandings to arise. I really don't have any. I have some very childish thoughts. If I say them, people will laugh at me. It also makes people angry." When I said this, my voice was full of helplessness. For example, Bai Ningbing asked, "For example, your friends all treat you very well. But I don't like it. I can't tell you not to see each other, just like you don't necessarily like Su Qing. Everyone is close to their own friends." Bai Ningbing was silent. After being silent, she didn't say anything else. The car stopped downstairs from the company. I said in a low voice, "You don't need to pick me up this afternoon. Whether I can make friends or not, I know in my heart." Bai Ningbing looked at me, who was silent, and spoke again. "I always maintain boundaries with any friend I make. I have never done anything unfaithful to our marriage." When Bai Ningbing said this, she was very serious and stern. "Regardless of whether I love you or not, or whether I'm happy with this marriage, it's a matter between the two of us. But I won't make a mistake just because I'm dissatisfied. And the object of my mistake certainly won't be a friend beside me. I don't particularly care how others tease me. As long as my conscience is clear, it's fine." I looked at her and smiled. "It's because you insisted on asking." Bai Ningbing said nothing more, just nodded. I spoke again. "I'm working overtime tonight. You don't need to pick me up this afternoon." Bai Ningbing neither nodded nor shook her head. She just watched my departing back. When she got back in the car, she saw a young figure walking towards me. In Bai Ningbing's impression, she didn't see this person the last time she came to the company. As soon as I entered the office, Uncle Zhao came knocking. He was a bit surprised to see Zhang Lei, but he didn't say anything. "Uncle Zhao, what's the matter?" Seeing Uncle Zhao, I smiled. Then I glanced at Zhang Lei. "Can you make 2 cups of coffee for me and Uncle Zhao?" Zhang Lei's eyes lit up, and he nodded very decisively. He also quickly adapted to this assistant role. On the contrary, Uncle Zhao seemed a bit out of it. Previously, old Master Fang didn't teach me business. Later, when his health was poor, I came to help out. Uncle Zhao has always been the one guiding me. When the old master passed away, I relied on Uncle Zhao for everything. Many things required Uncle Zhao's help to handle, but now I've hired an assistant on my own, so the relationship between us has become subtle. "What's the matter?" I smiled and looked towards Uncle Zhao.
CEO Leo had someone bring this over early in the morning. Uncle Zhao placed a folder in front of me. I opened the folder to look. I couldn't help but laugh as I read. When the coffee was placed in front of me, I casually put the document down and looked up at Uncle Zhao. I haven't even agreed to him yet, and he's already eagerly presenting the conditions. There are quite a few people who want to acquire our company, but I still haven't nodded. No need to pay attention. Just a glance is enough. Uncle Zhao smiled. He probably thinks that he had some friendship with the old master before. If we really have to sell in the end, we can consider him first. I looked up and smiled. I picked up the coffee cup in front of me. Uncle Zhao, have some coffee. Try his skills. Uncle Zhao looked at me, casually drank the coffee. I really couldn't guess what he was thinking at the moment, but still picked up the coffee cup and took a sip, smiled and looked at Zhonglei. Little Zhong, this coffee is very good. Yes, I even think he makes it better than Uncle Zhao. CEO Fang is praising me like this. It's so embarrassing. Zhonglei smiled and scratched his head. Then he looked at Uncle Zhao. You're the one who does big things. I can only help CEO Fang pass the time, and take drinks for him, and make coffee, when it was almost time to get off work. I subconsciously glanced at my phone. Bai Ningbing didn't call me. I put my phone down, sitting on the sofa, looking at the scenery outside. This world changes too quickly, and the only person I can trust is myself. It's just that these past few days living with Bai Ningbing, I would still occasionally feel a bit lucky. Living together with another person becomes a habit and a reliance. There was a knock on the office door. The person who came in was Zhang Lei. CEO Fang, if you're working overtime tonight, do you want to eat something now? I lowered my head and looked at my watch. You go eat. I'll skip. I really don't have any appetite, or I can bring some back for you later. Zhang Lei smiled. He discovered that I am particularly lazy. That kind of laziness made people feel inexplicably heartbroken, the kind of nothing left to live for feeling. Then I'll see what's good and bring some back for you. Zhang Lei was very sensible. He wasn't pushy. I nodded. Watching Zhang Lei's back as he left, I sat back down in my chair, rubbed my forehead and continued working. When Zhang Lei came back, he was carrying food in his hand. I smiled at him, signaled for him to put it on the side table. I'll eat later. If there's nothing else, you can go home first. How can an assistant leave before the boss? As Zhang Lei said this, he sat down on the sofa next to me, neither rushing nor urging. He just laid the food out on the table. I looked at him and asked, have I met you somewhere before? Zhang Lei smiled, facing my gaze. He noticed that my eyes seemed to hold more vigilance. Knowing who I am, would it make you feel a little more at ease? Zhang Lei also understood. Right now, I'm like a burnt child who dreads the fire. I can't completely trust anyone. I said nothing. I just looked at him, waiting for him to speak up himself. This Zhang Lei really did look a bit familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had met him. I met you 4 years ago. Zhang Lei was very direct and very calm. I sat down next to him. When I sat down, Zhang Lei pushed the food in front of me. Your grandfather used to do a lot of charity work, right? When I just started university, you and your grandfather came to our school. There was a thank you gathering. A group of students sponsored by your grandfather were all there. I was there too. I was a bit pensive. I nodded. So it was another world, another path, not within my own trajectory of growing up. I didn't ask any more, nor did I say anything more. I quietly lowered my head to eat. Zhang Lei just sat beside me watching. He waited for me to finish eating, then helped me close the food container and put it in the trash bag. I watched him expertly tie up the trash bag. I let out a soft sigh, then I spoke. Let me tell you this. Many people received favors from my grandfather, but some also betrayed him. I don't trust people, so I won't treat you with sincerity just because of that. I also don't want to see you as a bad person with an agenda, even if you came with the intention of repaying a kindness. I have to tell you, my grandfather was a businessman. When he had money, sponsoring students was a very normal thing. Besides, he also gained reputation and face from that sponsorship, so he didn't lose out at all. If we're talking about favors, Uncle Zhao is much closer than you, but I don't trust Uncle Zhao either. Zhang Lei shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect me to be so blunt. He understood my meaning. If it's about repaying a kindness, it's unnecessary. He could totally find another company. It would be more secure there, with a better future, regardless of your grandfather's motives. To me, if it weren't for that money, I couldn't have even gone to university. Zhang Lei looked at me. He picked up the trash bag and stood up. I let out a long sigh. After Zhang Lei left the office, a long while later, Zhang Lei returned. It was as if he intentionally gave me time to calm down. Zhang Lei returned very quietly. He didn't disturb me. He just sat on the sofa beside me, waiting quietly. I frowned and looked up. Why are you here? I saw Bai Ningbing putting things on the table. There was a hint of surprise in my eyes. Are you done with work? I brought you some food. Bai Ningbing ignored my gaze at that moment. She turned her eyes to Zhang Lei. Is this your newly hired assistant? There was a hint of scrutiny in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Finally, she slowly nodded and smiled. He seems quite dedicated. There's no need to work so hard. How much is the salary anyway? When it's time to leave, just go. Bai Ningbing walked past Zhang Lei and looked towards the door. Her intention to dismiss him was very clear. She had the air of someone superior, not to mention her current status as my wife. Even if we didn't have this relationship, she wouldn't need to shake hands with an assistant. Feeling that the atmosphere was not right, I quickly spoke to Zhang Lei. It's fine, you can go home first. Be careful on your way. Zhang Lei nodded. He glanced at Bai Ningbing, then turned and left.
I turned my eyes to Bai Ningbing. I just ate. You should go home first. Bai Ningbing glanced at me and said, "You eat. I'll wait for you," I said again. "I'm not hungry." Then continued to busy myself with the work at hand. Bai Ningbing quickly stuffed the food back into the bag. "If you're not eating, let's go home then." Bai Ningbing walked to the door. Then she stopped and turned to look at me. I glanced at her and followed her. The two of us left the company together. When I opened the car door to get in, Bai Ningbing didn't rush to the driver's seat. Instead, she turned and walked towards the trash can and threw the bag of food in her hand directly into it. When Bai Ningbing got in the car, she was very quiet. She got in silently fastened her seatbelt, silently started the car. "You wanted to bring food. You should have told me first. I really did eat today." Bai Ningbing hummed non-committally. I looked at her and asked again, "Do you have something on your mind? You were the one who said this morning that between us, if we have any thoughts, we should be honest with each other. Say what's on our minds." Bai Ningbing turned her head for a look. She said nothing. She understands I have the freedom to hire people and make friends, but the way you treated Zhang Lei today was wrong. Bai Ningbing. I looked at her. Called her name. Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me. Then she spoke. "Next time you want to work overtime. If I'm not busy, I can come with you." I watched her lower her eyes, as if thinking about something. "What is it?" Sensing my silence, Bai Ningbing asked back, "Do we need to have some kind of agreement? For example, how to act when there are people around, and how to act when there aren't. I'll cooperate with you." After she said this, her burning gaze was on me. I frowned. My expression darkened several shades. Until we drove downstairs, neither of us said another word. We got out of the car together. After entering the house, I poured myself a glass of water. I glanced at Bai Ningbing on the sofa. I was the one to break the stalemate. "Do you want some water?" Although I knew Bai Ningbing was in a bad mood, I really didn't know what I had done wrong. Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me and replied. I poured her a large glass of water. "It's not early anymore. Drink some water, then go shower and sleep. You have to wake up early tomorrow." I handed the water to her, smiling. Bai Ningbing took the water but didn't drink. Her eyes looked straight at me. I said I agreed to the divorce, but I never said I wanted a divorce. Actually, I don't want to say it so clearly. You should know, since I came back. Every time the topic of divorce comes up, it's actually you who brings it up. Every time I say nothing, it doesn't mean I have to cling to you. I looked at her for a few seconds, then lowered my eyes and chuckled. "I know you agree. So on this point, we have a common understanding. I'm just worried it will get more complicated later, so it's better if we just clarify our own thoughts." Bai Ningbing said nothing. She tilted her head back and drank all the water. She only spoke after putting the glass down. "There aren't so many rules. If we really can't live together anymore, then we'll divorce. Before the divorce, we each keep our boundaries. Just living normally is fine." I looked at her and took a deep breath. "How can the two of us live normally? You were the one who said it. Being single at the dinner table is troublesome. You also said you want to help me. It's still better to have the status of husband and wife in front of your parents. It would be more convincing. You're my big sponsor now. I can't be the one to bring it up. Otherwise, it would make me seem like I'm kicking you to the curb after you've served your purpose." Seeing her silence, I continued. "You can sit here for a while. I'm going to take a shower and sleep first." Without waiting for Bai Ningbing to nod, I stood up directly and walked towards the bedroom. Actually, the results that people want are not the same. She even thought I was still attached to her, but it turns out that's not the case. I'm still very rational. After being given the cold shoulder for 3 years, I crave love even more. The next morning, when I came out of my room, Bai Ningbing was already up. Moreover, she had made breakfast for me. When she saw me, she turned her head and smiled at me, then calmly greeted me. "Come and eat. It'll take you to work later." Bai Ningbing's tone was light, as if nothing happened last night. I chuckled. I walked over generously and sat down. "No overtime in advance today. I have to attend a cocktail party tonight." Seeing me sit down, Bai Ningbing said this. After speaking, she glanced at me again. "Just confirming you still want to go, right? Of course." I smiled and nodded, looking up at Bai Ningbing. There was a mischievous, flattering look in my eyes. "Didn't you say at the party there would be a lot of my grandfather's old acquaintances? He'll still have to trouble you to introduce me." Bai Ningbing looked at me. She was speechless. I looked at her and smiled again. Then I turned my head to glance at the bedroom. "You've already brought the formal wear for me. I can't let Miss Bay's kindness go to waste." When I said this, I had completely retracted my hostility. Just like you said, he and I don't have any real conflict. This time, I was quite sensible. As soon as it was time to get off work, I took the initiative to send a message to Bai Ningbing. After sending the message, the phone rang. It was Bai Ningbing calling. "Come down, I'm here." After the call connected, Bai Ningbing simply said that, then hung up. "I didn't expect you to be so early," I said with a smile as I got in the car. "I'm much more magnanimous than Bai Ningbing. I seem completely unaffected." "That assistant of yours," Bai Ningbing still brought it up. "He's not working overtime today. He's gone home. Has a student my grandfather once sponsored." "I know." Bai Ningbing nodded, speaking lightly as if it was nothing. There was a hint of surprise in my eyes. She didn't even ask. It seems she already knows everything. She likes to investigate others so much. I wonder if she investigated after coming back. Everything I've been through in the past 3 years? I frowned, suddenly wanting to slap myself in my heart. "I'm overthinking it," I said with a chuckle. Maybe he originally thought he would come here to work. It's just that he didn't expect me to be so miserable now. And Grandpa is gone too. When I said this, there was a sense of self-mockery and relief. The car quickly stopped downstairs. The two of us entered the house together. I took out the formal wear. I took a deep breath before putting it on. But this formal suit seems to be no different from mine. When I came out of the room, she was sitting on the sofa, waiting. When Bai Ningbing's eyes fell on me, I still instinctively felt a little tense and uneasy. Then I looked towards Bai Ningbing. Is there a problem? It's beautiful. Bai Ningbing smiled. After speaking, she stood up and walked step by step towards me. Watching Bai Ningbing approach, I still instinctively took a step back. What is it, CEO Bai? Bai Ningbing said nothing. She reached out and brushed my hair back. I moved closer in front of Bai Ningbing. I put my arms around her neck. Bai Ningbing's hands rose, paused for 2 seconds at my waist, before slowly embracing me. Can we leave now? Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes to look at me. I placed my hand in her palm, letting Bai Ningbing take my hand and pull me to the door. On the way, I said nothing. My tension was obvious. First time at a cocktail party, Bai Ningbing was driving. She glanced at me. I nodded. I've been to plenty of bars since I was young, but this is indeed my first time at such a formal cocktail party. Moreover, I have to face many people who want to pull strings and curry favor. I really didn't have any confidence in my heart. There's a first time for everything. Bai Ningbing chuckled. I really never thought that one day I would attend a cocktail party with you, and it's my first time too. If my performance isn't good enough, I'm afraid I'll implicate you. She shook her head and looked at me again. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, she spoke in the most relaxed manner. Was being intimate 3 years ago also your first time? I was stunned. I stared at Bai Ningbing with wide eyes. For a moment I thought I heard wrong. Our eyes met. Bai Ningbing slowly nodded and smiled at me. Just making small talk. To distract you from your current tension, after my shock, I quickly laughed as if nothing happened. It was the first time. But luckily you weren't too sober, so you didn't see my clumsiness and panic, so you didn't know that hotels have condoms? Bai Ningbing looked at me. Her expression was normal as she spoke. I stared at her, stunned, for a few seconds. No. At that time, I just wanted to have a child with you. That way we could get married legitimately. As soon as I said this, Bai Ningbing was at a loss for words. But those things are unreliable. Family ties. There are plenty of divorces. In a flash, the car stopped at a hotel. I got out of the car first on my own, then walked around to the other side to open the car door for her. Not far away, another car also stopped. I looked up and saw Lin Yuchen getting out of the car. His handsome elegance was evident on his face. Ningbing. Lin Yuchen walked towards us and greeted her. Lin Yuchen came to my side. His eyes fell on me then. Thanks. Thanks for helping me prepare the formal wear. It's nothing. Lin Yuchen smiled, then looked towards Bai Ningbing again. Let's go up together. Bai Ningbing nodded, then glanced at me. As I started to walk, I actually felt a bit awkward and unnatural. I couldn't guess, in front of Lin Yuchen, how they would act with each other. Do we still have to continue acting? Although Bai Ningbing said she and Lin Yuchen have no private affair, their intimacy upon meeting, I know very well they are not that simple. Acting seems redundant now. The three of us entered the elevator together. Although no one spoke, I could still feel that. I seemed to be the third wheel. From the corner of my eye, I could see Lin Yuchen's handsome face. In front of Lin Yuchen, there are many things where I feel inferior. Perhaps in Bai Ningbing's heart, Lin Yuchen and I are not on the same level. I don't even have the right to be compared. Lin Yuchen has a good background, and his personal charm is also very strong. Actually, I roughly know the reason why Bai Ningbing disliked me before. It's too obvious we're not the same kind of people. I was spoiled. Sometimes I'm delicate like a fragile doll. Other times, I have the arrogant personality of a young master. I felt someone pressing close from behind. I turned my head slightly. I could see Bai Ningbing had moved closer to me. She lifted her hand slightly and gently wrapped it around my waist. I looked up. I could see Bai Ningbing's chin and her side profile, still beautiful enough to make my heart race. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lin Yuchen stepped out first. Bai Ningbing looked at me and smiled. Then she directly took my arm. The warmth of her palm pressed against my arm. I felt goosebumps rise uncontrollably. Bai Ningbing smiled, holding my hand as we walked out of the elevator together. A few steps out of the elevator was the banquet hall. There were already quite a few people inside, all dressed very formally. People were in groups of 2 or 3, greeting each other. Fang Yuan. As I was feeling dazzled, I heard Su Qing's voice. Following the voice, Su Qing was already walking towards us. Moreover, she opened her arms as she got closer. Bai Ningbing instinctively pulled her hand away from my palm, because she knew. This time she was a bit of a third wheel. Su Qing opened her arms and hugged me tightly. The joy of seeing an old friend. The more excited the two of us were, the more Bai Ningbing didn't know where to hide her face. After some pleasantries, Su Qing took 2 steps back. Her gaze shifted to Bai Ningbing. She nodded in greeting. Bai Ningbing looked up at her and nodded back. She could see the lingering smile at the corner of Su Qing's eyes. Looking at her now, the smile on her face was gone, replaced by proper courtesy. Bai Ningbing moved closer and put her arm around my waist. She turned her eyes to Su Qing and said, "Don't mind us. You go do your thing. Have fun." Su Qing slightly raised her chin, looking a bit smug. As she turned, she glanced at Bai Ningbing. "Come find me later. I have something to tell you." Bai Ningbing nodded, then watched her figure disappear into the crowd. Ningbing. Lin Yuchen beside her handed over a glass of wine. It was for Bai Ningbing. After she took it, Lin Yuchen then looked at me. What kind of wine do you like? I'll get it for you. It's fine, I'll take him. Bai Ningbing smiled. This was said to Lin Yuchen. Bai Ningbing continued. You go greet people on your own. I'll stay with him for a while. Lin Yuchen slowly nodded, then turned and left. You drink this. Bai Ningbing handed the glass of wine in her hand to me. Go find Su Qing. I'll take a walk around by myself. If Su Qing has something to see you about, you shouldn't delay. Besides, I really want to walk around alone too. If I have to awkwardly persuade or curry favor with some people, I really don't want to do it in front of Bai Ningbing. Actually, there were many people I didn't know, standing in the crowd. Just as I was feeling a bit lost and unsure of what to do, I suddenly saw a familiar face. Uncle Liu. As I walked up behind Liu Xia with a wine glass, Liu Xia turned around, but after seeing it was me, he was somewhat surprised. Little Fang, I didn't expect you to come too. How about I introduce you around? There are quite a few of your grandfather's old friends here. I nodded. Thank you, Uncle Liu. Right now, I really do need someone to introduce me. Liu Xia was quite generous. He really did introduce me to quite a few of my grandfather's old friends. He didn't seem worried at all that I might successfully negotiate with someone. After all, Liu Xia's purpose was very clear. He didn't intend to help. He intended to wait until I really couldn't hold on anymore and then come and take over our company directly. Perhaps because he knew clearly in his heart that rational businessmen would think the same as him, so there was no need to worry. And the act of introducing me could help him score some points with me. After all, I introduced you. If they don't want to help you, that has nothing to do with me. Liu Xia took me around. I greeted quite a few people. I could also vaguely recognize who they were. After the introductions were almost done, I smiled and left Liu Xia's side to find a quiet corner to sit and rest. The wine glass in my hand had been changed several times. On occasions like this, you can't avoid drinking. I held the glass in my hand, my eyes searching for Bai Ningbing's figure in the crowd. After Bai Ningbing said she was going to find Su Qing, I didn't see her anymore. Young Master Fang, a voice came from above. I smiled. I quickly returned to a polite state and stood up courteously. I had met the person in front of me just now. Liu Xia had introduced us. I didn't expect him to approach me on his own this time. Of course, I didn't want to miss any opportunity. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Smiling at him, I used this form of address. The people Liu Xia introduced me to were around his age, and they were old friends of my grandfather. When Zhang Jing heard my form of address, his expression froze for a moment, but he quickly smiled along. Sit, sit, sit. Let's sit and talk. Zhang Jing glanced at the spot where I was just sitting and smilingly gestured for me to continue sitting. Then he also sat down next to me. Your grandfather and I used to cooperate quite a few times. Now that your company is in this situation, it's truly a pity. If your grandfather were still alive, he certainly wouldn't want to see the scene today. I lowered my eyes, a trace of sorrow unconsciously rising in my heart. It's really been hard on you, so difficult for you. When Zhang Jing started talking, he looked at me, hesitating slightly. He reached out and patted the back of my hand. I looked up at him, feeling a bit unnatural. But his words were full of sighs and a superior attitude, making it inconvenient for me to get angry immediately. Little Fang, your luck is really not good. So young and already have to clean up such a mess. And you don't even have anyone to help. Look at you, although you're married, this marriage. He let out a sigh. He had probably heard about my failed marriage. That kind of woman, it's fine not to have her. Right now, you should choose someone who is truly good to you, who can help you. I looked at him, narrowing my eyes slightly. I had seen through his thoughts. I feel that I can help you. I can't just watch you be lonely and helpless like this, letting people bully you. When Zhang Jing said this, his meaning was already very clear. Our eyes met. I sighed softly and then drained the wine in my other hand. When I put the glass down, I took the opportunity to shake his hand off. CEO Zhang, are you in the wrong place? I'm not the kind of person you think I am. After speaking, I stood up. Don't go. Zhang Jing also stood up and unconsciously reached out to grab my arm. It's just that he hadn't finished his sentence when I felt a sharp pain on my arm. I followed the arm that was being tightly held, and looking up, I saw Bai Ningbing's stern face. Whether you're being a hooligan or trying to steal what's mine, it doesn't seem very smart. He has a wife. Bai Ningbing's voice was very deep when she spoke. I slowly pulled my hand out of his, then lifted my foot and kicked him away. This action naturally attracted everyone's attention. People gradually gathered around. The sound of chatter rose with them. Looking at Zhang Jing, who was kicked and sprawled on the ground, Bai Ningbing was about to step forward and kick him again when Su Qing pulled her back. So many people are watching. Don't do it. He's drunk. I'll have someone escort him home. Su Qing's words were very tactful, saying he was drunk, but anyone with sharp eyes knew what had happened. Saying to escort him home first also had a clear meaning. People with face don't need to make things ugly by exposing each other. That's right. A lot of people are watching. Bai Ningbing slowly nodded. She listened to Su Qing. She didn't look at Zhang Jing anymore, just turned her eyes towards me. I also looked at her. She looked at me quite calmly for a few seconds, then turned and snatched a wine glass from someone's hand. She walked up to Zhang Jing, raised her hand, and amidst the shocked gasps of the surrounding people, Bai Ningbing poured the entire glass of wine on him. When Bai Ningbing kissed me, I didn't refuse. With so many eyes watching, I had to act along with Bai Ningbing. We had to let everyone know that our husband and wife relationship is very good. Besides, I had drunk quite a bit of wine, and was indeed a bit tipsy at the moment. With the incident with Zhang Jing as a backdrop, I really wanted to vent my emotions at this moment. I couldn't scold her in front of so many people. Bai Ningbing came closer to kiss me, giving me an outlet for my anger. I also kissed her back fiercely. Feeling the sharp pain at the corner of my lips, Bai Ningbing finally pulled back a little. She looked at me. The feeling of possessiveness at this moment was indeed incredibly intense. Suddenly, Lin Yuchen coughed a few times from behind, rolling his eyes quite helplessly. Then he looked at me again. "Young Master Fang, how about we go upstairs to sit?" I subconsciously turned my head to look at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't look at me. She raised her hand and gently pressed the corner of her painfully bitten lip. Her half-lazy, half-ruthless appearance at this moment was incredibly charming. "Let's go." Sensing my gaze, Bai Ningbing finally turned her head to look at me. She took my hand and followed Lin Yuchen upstairs. I could already hear the noise from inside when I was at the door. I walked to the door and turned my head to look at her. Bai Ningbing smiled and said, "I already said I would help you, so I'll help you to the very end. When I say something, I mean it. It has nothing to do with whether we end up divorcing or not. Go on in and talk to them. My mission is complete." Lin Yuchen glanced at me and continued speaking. "On your list, there are a few people who we can still talk to. I didn't call the ones who aren't suitable. I've already filtered them for you." After Lin Yuchen finished speaking, he snorted and turned away. I watched his back as he walked away. "Go in." Bai Ningbing looked at me, then raised her hand and knocked a few times. She pushed open the door to the private room. There were several people sitting inside. When they saw me, they weren't surprised at all, as if they had been waiting for a long time. This wasn't about having a meal. This was all about networking. Although they didn't want to cooperate with me before, it was different now. The Bai family was now involved. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's promise was that, for every project that someone was willing to cooperate on, she would also invest 20%. In other words, the Bai family was very optimistic about my projects. They were certain they could make money, certain they could turn the situation around. Otherwise, with such an investment method from the Bai family, if a problem occurred, I'm afraid they would suffer huge losses. No one would gamble with their family's assets, so it was definitely a sound investment. Bai Ningbing didn't force anyone either. After all, the conditions were laid out. Everyone could consider it for themselves. It wasn't a small matter, after all. They needed time to think. We weren't in a hurry for immediate results. This time, it was mainly to bring me along, to introduce me to everyone, to let everyone know that the Fang family and the Bai family were on the same side. At the dinner table, both Bai Ningbing and I drank some more wine, but Bai Ningbing was still worried about my health. She drank quite a bit for me. When it was over, neither of us could drive. As we sat in the back seat waiting for a designated driver, the car was unusually quiet. Actually, so much had happened recently. The quietness at this moment brought a sense of peaceful years. Looking at her, there was a vague, unreal feeling. I suddenly felt a sharp pain at the corner of my lips. She had bitten me without any mercy. When the car arrived, I helped her into the room. Her voice was very low. I slowly raised my head and met Bai Ningbing's gaze. "Does it hurt?" My gaze fell to the corner of her lips. "What do you think?" Bai Ningbing lowered her head slightly, getting closer to me. I didn't say anything, but there was a hint of pity in my eyes. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and said, "There's nothing about it hurting or not. We're both adults. As long as it's not some dirty, unspeakable trick, I don't think any physical need is a problem. Everyone has physical needs. It has nothing to do with any relationship." I laughed along with her. I pressed my face against hers. She didn't avoid it. I wrapped my arm around her waist. My other hand pulled open the TV cabinet drawer. I grabbed a small box in my palm, a night of passionate entanglement. It was like fireworks exploding in my head. And the thing I couldn't face the most was Bai Ningbing lying next to me. I had to take this chance. While Bai Ningbing was still asleep, it was probably better to sneak away first. I reached out, intending to grab my clothes from the floor. Before I could reach them, Bai Ningbing's voice rang out. "Need some help?" Bai Ningbing spoke up once again. My face was full of embarrassment. "This is my room, then it'll go out." After saying that, she threw off the covers and got out of bed. I looked at my body. About last night, although I remembered some things, it wasn't a complete picture. Drinking really messes things up. When I came out of the room, I didn't see Bai Ningbing outside. I breathed a sigh of relief. I really still didn't know how to face her. We already said we were going to get a divorce. Now this. It happened again. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind me. "I drank quite a lot yesterday, too. My throat is parched right now." She glanced at the glass of water in my hand. I quickly offered the glass of water in my hand to her. Bai Ningbing took it, but didn't drink it right away. "What did you say last night? Do you remember? The physical needs of adults? That's the answer you really want, isn't it?" Hearing that, Bai Ningbing slowly shook her head. Then she drank all the water. When she put the glass down, she said, "Are you having breakfast? You're making some? If you are, I'll have some. Of course, no matter what happens, we eat breakfast together. Keeping our promise, huh?" I nodded. I acted as if nothing had happened. I tried not to look tense. Was last night different from before? Bai Ningbing suddenly asked this question again. Moreover, her face wasn't red, and her heart wasn't pounding. I looked up at her. I was too drunk yesterday. I don't remember much. Bai Ningbing's face darkened. In the end, she said nothing. She went straight into the kitchen. Watching Bai Ningbing's figure enter the kitchen, I followed her to the door. It's true, I don't know if hotels provide condoms, unlike President Bai, who even has them in her car. Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me, finally speaking coldly. It's a good thing I had some. Otherwise, were you planning on having a child with me? As always, we each sat on one side of the dining table, but the atmosphere today was particularly delicate and strange. I stole a few glances at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing always maintained a calm and composed demeanor, as if nothing had happened. She even picked up her phone while eating, focusing on handling work. Are you full? I'll do the dishes. Bai Ningbing looked up and pushed her plate towards me. It took a while for her to tear her eyes away from the screen. She glanced towards the kitchen. Just as I was hesitating whether to go in and check, the phone rang. Although Bai Ningbing was a bit hesitant and awkward, she still answered the phone. The call was from her father. She could guess why he was calling so early in the morning, because what happened last night had already spread. Sure enough, as soon as she put the phone to her ear, her father's voice came from the other end. Ningbing, what happened last night? It was nothing. Everyone drank last night. It was just a drunken mess, she began, trying to maintain the calmest, most indifferent attitude possible. What on earth are you trying to do? Since you came back, you haven't come home to talk to your mother and me about your real thoughts. Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I only make promises I can keep. I don't care about your work matters. I still trust my own daughter. But now that you're back, it's no different from not being back at all. I've been too busy these past few days. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her gaze subconsciously drifted towards the kitchen. I'll ask him, see when we can come back for a meal with you and Mom. She knew what her parents were waiting for, but she couldn't force me either. You figure it out yourself. After all, we've gone 3 years without a daughter. We wouldn't mind being lonely for another 3 to 5 years. It's a good thing your mother and I are still in good health. Dad, you're getting more and more unreasonable. Besides, this reverse psychology was truly top-notch. I won't say any more. I believe you have your own plans. But don't go too far. I don't want to interfere with your work matters. But you hit someone last night. Although you said you were drunk, it ultimately doesn't look good. I know. Bai Ningbing obediently agreed. She waited for her father to hang up. Bai Ningbing stood up and went into the kitchen. What's wrong? I looked up at her. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything, but her troubled expression was very clear. I asked again, whose call was that? My dad's. He knows about last night. Bai Ningbing smiled and then said again, I can handle it. Actually, I can go back with you, but I'm in a rather awkward position. If I really go back with you, my performance might be even worse than last night's. I was talking about my performance at the banquet last night. Bai Ningbing looked at me, but this time, the look in her eyes wasn't so simple. Actually, I've never really interacted with your parents. Now that so many things have happened, meeting them might be even more awkward. We were acquainted before. That was a polite, face-saving kind of interaction. Then we got married. We were supposed to become one family. We should have been closer. But because of your departure 3 years ago, it's very awkward to meet again now. I can't even determine my own position in front of your parents anymore. Why didn't you look for my parents back then? Bai Ningbing looked at me and asked this. I needed to save face. If you and I had a deep relationship, then our 2 houses could be considered one family. But you weren't here, so everything was meaningless. I understand your situation. I'm also willing and should cooperate with you. Actually, we don't necessarily have to go. I can explain it if I go back alone. It's not that serious, really. At most, I'll just get scolded a bit. Even if you go with me, it's not certain you'd be scolded any less. Right now, I really have nothing to fear. You only worry when you have something to lose. Since things are like this, it doesn't matter anymore. When the car stopped outside the Bai family's house, my heart was still beating a bit faster. Bai Ningbing said softly, do you need some time to mentally prepare? Sooner or later, I'll have to face the music. I opened the car door with a sense of abandon. I, on the other hand, saw things clearly. I went straight to the trunk to get the things. We had bought quite a few gifts on the way. When I picked up the items, Bai Ningbing quickly came from behind to help me. I looked at her and said, no matter what your parents say, I won't get angry. Without waiting for Bai Ningbing to speak, I patted my chest and guaranteed it myself. After all, I was here to put on a show with Bai Ningbing. It was actually quite surprising. When I followed Bai Ningbing through the door, Mr. and Mrs. Bai were already waiting at the door. Moreover, they were very enthusiastic. This feeling was as if time had stopped for 3 years. This moment was like going back to when we got married 3 years ago. To be precise, this was the first time I had really come home after getting married. Auntie? Uncle? After hesitating for 2 seconds, I still chose this form of address. Bai Ningbing glanced at me but said nothing. She just put down the purchased gifts and took my hand. Dad, Mom, I've been so busy lately. We had some time today, so we came to visit. It's good that you're back. Quick, come in and sit down. Mrs. Bai also hurried to turn around and pour water. I followed Bai Ningbing inside. As soon as I looked, I saw that the dining table was already set with food. You could see how much Mr. and Mrs. Bai doted on their daughter. Mr. and Mrs. Bai were very tactful. They knew what to ask and what not to ask. They didn't mention a single word about my grandfather. During the meal, they only talked about unimportant trivial matters. I would occasionally respond, but for the most part, Bai Ningbing did the answering. I just focused on eating. This meal was not unpleasant at all. After the meal, I diligently took on the task of washing the dishes in the kitchen. I maintained enough face so as not to make her awkward. Bai Ningbing looked towards the kitchen and let out a soft sigh. She looked like she was waiting to be interrogated. What are you really thinking? Mr. Bai had a serious expression. 3 years ago, whether he was willing to marry you or not, his attitude was not clear at all. He seemed unwilling, but he didn't strongly object either. So up until now, what exactly does he think? About the marriage and the relationship between you and him? Let's just let nature take its course, Dad. If we can live together, we will. If we can't force it. Mr. Bai asked doubtfully. Then what were you doing leaving for 3 years? 3 years ago, she didn't say she wouldn't marry him. 3 years later, she didn't say she wanted a divorce either. She always said she was angry, never that she hated him. Bai Ningbing walked towards the kitchen. Need help? Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind me. I turned my head and smiled. I thought your parents liked a more capable son. They didn't ask. I wanted to do the dishes myself. You go out with them. Bai Ningbing said nothing. She just handed me an apron and asked me to tie it for her. We were standing very close at this moment, so close that we could clearly hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. I could even smell the fragrance on her body, which unconsciously made everything from last night reappear in my mind, remembering her hazy eyes and her assertiveness when she was drunk. Okay. She looked at my face. I nodded. I just stood there quietly waiting by the stove. When the two of us came out of the kitchen, only Mr. Bai was left sitting on the sofa. Dad, where's Mom? Bai Ningbing looked around. She went to tidy up the room for you two, Mr. Bai said nonchalantly. Bai Ningbing reflexively turned her head to look at me. My expression was a bit embarrassed and awkward, but I didn't know how to refuse. We were husband and wife now. It was very likely we would sleep in the same room tonight. Looking at us, Mr. Bai spoke again. It was so hard for you to come back. Stay the night. You haven't been home in years. Bai Ningbing nodded. Her eyes glanced at me. I said nothing, tacitly agreeing to this arrangement. I had followed her here, so I had to cooperate until the end. I couldn't let her parents see the conflict between us. Bai Ningbing led me into the room. I quickly closed the door. I'll make a bed on the floor. Sleeping on the floor is fine. Bai Ningbing looked at me. Then she went to open the closet, intending to take out another blanket. I said nothing, just looked around the room once. Finally, I sat down by the bed. This was Bai Ningbing's room. She used to live here, but to me it was very unfamiliar. Bai Ningbing took out a blanket. She also grabbed a clean set of her clothes. Go take a shower, get a good night's sleep. Bai Ningbing stuffed the clothes into my hands, then she pointed towards the bathroom. Bai Ningbing hesitated for 2 seconds, then decisively went into the bathroom first. She came out more than half a minute later. I've adjusted the water temperature. I've also laid out the toiletries for you. Go take a shower. Don't be so formal. I shook out the clothes, draped them over my arm, and went into the bathroom. While I was showering, Bai Ningbing made the bed on the floor. Then she stood by the window, waiting. When the bathroom door opened, Bai Ningbing glanced back slightly. I came out of the bathroom and walked straight to the bed. I threw back the covers. She walked towards me step by step. She stopped not far from the bed, looking down at me from above. You go take a shower. I'm going to sleep first. I looked up at her. Bai Ningbing nodded and walked towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, Bai Ningbing came out of the bathroom. She lay down on the mattress on the floor. The relationships between people are really strange. Last night we were so intimate. Today we are still in the same room, but we are incredibly distant. The next day, I was woken up by a rustling sound. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Bai Ningbing's back. She was standing in front of the closet, getting clothes. I silently watched her back, watching her take off the clothes she was wearing. You can watch openly. Bai Ningbing put on her shirt and then spoke. If Bai Ningbing had said that, I decisively sat up openly. My heart softened unconsciously. The atmosphere right now, the atmosphere reminding us that we were husband and wife was too strong. We woke up in the same room. We could see each other at our most unguarded. Bai Ningbing let out a silent laugh. She walked towards the bed and leaned in close to me. Her other hand came up, gently stroking the corner of my eye. You don't seem to sleep very peacefully. I probably disturbed you. The two of us are not suited to sleeping in the same room. I turned my head away. Bai Ningbing smiled and said, Actually, you can find other women. I don't mind. We're just putting on an act. If you feel lonely and bored by yourself, you can find someone else. Before we get divorced, just make sure outsiders don't find out. I suspected there was something wrong with my ears. Are you even speaking human? I'm speaking from the heart. We are all adults. It's understandable. Bai Ningbing had probably been restrained before, but now that she had gotten a taste of it again, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to stop. Now the desire in her eyes as she looked at me was too obvious. Bai Ningbing, wake up for breakfast. The door was knocked on. She glanced towards the door and said in a slightly fawning tone, I'll find you a change of clothes. After we eat, we'll go. Bai Ningbing turned and went to the closet. She took out another suit and handed it to me. Her eyes looked at me, her gaze a few shades deeper. Are you just going to watch me change like that? I signaled for her to turn away. Bai Ningbing said nothing, but she obediently turned around. Just as I was about to change, I felt a gaze on me. My body stiffened slightly. I turned my head to look at Bai Ningbing. Our eyes met. Bai Ningbing turned around directly. My heart pounded. I quickly looked away. I could feel Bai Ningbing's footsteps approaching. It gave me goosebumps. You just called me a mad dog. When she spoke, her breath was already by my ear. I felt my whole body heat up. I swallowed, not responding at all. I didn't know about the company. I didn't know your grandfather was sick either. Since I came back, I've been trying my best to help you. So what do you want? Actually, I already had an answer in my heart. But this answer was probably not what Bai Ningbing wanted. Some things aren't entirely your fault. Of course, leaving was your fault. Bai Ningbing felt that she wasn't entirely unforgivable. Look, I'm back now. I've always been helping you. Actually, I'm not that heartless. If you had called me sooner, maybe I would have come back long ago. But I knew absolutely nothing about those things. Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes, her breath once again pressing against my neck. She casually kissed my neck a few times. When she spoke again, her breathing was a few shades heavier. Actually, we can live together. No matter who we face, as long as they see us together, it's fine. No one would actually ask to see our marriage certificate. I slowly let go of her and said, how about we go get a divorce tomorrow? You said it yourself. All I had to do was really ask. Bai Ningbing's expression turned a bit ugly. She lowered her head and said nothing. You're not wrong, and I'm not wrong either. But for the past 3 years, I faced everything alone. It was all real. So the outcome is inevitable. She still said nothing. One night of sleep could make them bound together as husband and wife. Another night of sleep could make them completely untied, becoming strangers. Bai Ningbing didn't quite understand this logic, but this logic didn't seem to be wrong either. I can still act with you. After all, you can't refute my thoughts, but that registration paper is too heavy. It makes me feel tired. Taking a huge step back, if we were both single, I really wouldn't mind sleeping with you. Because we're both single young people, it couldn't be more normal. If I'm in a good mood, we could even sleep together a few more times. But we are husband and wife. Moreover, we're a couple with such an unusual relationship. This kind of sleep, on the contrary, creates pressure. I looked at her and continued speaking, my eyes questioning. I was asking how she would react to what I just said. Actually, even after a divorce, we can still act, we can still live together. In the future, I'd even be willing to visit your parents with you. Having that piece of paper or not doesn't change anything right now, as long as you're still willing to continue helping me. Bai Ningbing looked at me deeply. She took a step forward. She gently held the back of my neck. Actually, you really liked me before. All the places where you could meet me, whether it was a bar or a restaurant, you should know that none of them were coincidences. That night you left the bar drunk, you left too. A bar without you held no attraction for you anymore. Bai Ningbing gave a bitter smile, not knowing how to respond. I continued. The fact that you left is real. The fact that I tortured myself for 3 years is also real. So I can't pretend that nothing happened. I never gave us a chance to start over. I'm just grateful that when I was at my most difficult, you were willing to lend a hand. But that doesn't mean we can erase what happened before. I'm still very clear-headed. I keep things separate. At breakfast, Bai Ningbing still maintained a normal expression. After leaving the house, when she got in the car, her face was completely dark. I still sat in the passenger seat, still in a position very close to her, but the atmosphere in the car compared to yesterday when we arrived was completely different. Actually, I was in a pretty good mood. Having said what needed to be said, I actually felt relieved. Bai Ningbing was silent for a long time before she spoke. If I hadn't come back, what would you have done? I wouldn't have done anything. I wouldn't have looked for you anyway. Before I met someone I wanted to marry more, I wouldn't have actively sought you out. Perhaps only when I meet someone better would I actively seek you out to end this unhealthy relationship. Although I've gotten over it now, I can't deny my past feelings. To find someone I want to marry is actually quite difficult. To find someone I like more than the old Bai Ningbing is even harder. I spent all the love of my youth on you. For the rest of my life, it won't be easy to let someone else catch my eye. But the fact that I like you and the fact that I ultimately have to leave you are not two contradictory things. Bai Ningbing sighed, not knowing how to respond. She didn't even know whether to be happy or sad. He once loved her intensely, but he had also truly made up his mind to leave her. Bai Ningbing started to recall the past. Actually, when I liked her before, I often hung around her. She always knew. Back then, I was very arrogant and unruly, so I didn't hide my feelings. I was direct about who I liked. I never doubted whether the person I liked loved me back. Actually, since she came back, Bai Ningbing had also sensed that I was no longer the person I used to be. The me now, in every action, was quite mature and strong. When the car stopped downstairs, Bai Ningbing looked at me, still unable to resist asking, "Are you working overtime tonight?" Probably not. I smiled at Bai Ningbing. I had to know the reason she asked this question. So, should I come pick you up? Bai Ningbing spoke up. Whatever. But I have to go upstairs and change first. A divorce is a divorce. If you don't want others to know, I can continue acting with you. After saying that, I decisively got out of the car. I went home and into my room. As I took clothes out of the closet, I glanced at the clothes from Bai Ningbing that I was wearing. I sniffed the sleeve. It smelled really good. The door behind me was pushed open. Bai Ningbing also entered my room. Then she walked straight up behind me. She pulled me around to face her. I was a bit confused, but I still let her do as she pleased. Bai Ningbing unbuttoned the shirt I was wearing. She lowered her head and kissed my shoulder and neck. I didn't curse, nor did I violently push her away. I just tilted my neck back slightly, my face turned towards the window. I spoke in a very calm voice. In the future, whatever you want to do, can you give me a heads up? Hearing my words, Bai Ningbing stubbornly continued kissing for a few more seconds before letting me go. Bai Ningbing met my gaze. She backed out of the room step by step. After changing, I went downstairs. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was smoking in the car. She didn't put it out when she saw me. Getting in the car, I tactfully rolled down the window. I had no intention of rushing her. You don't smoke very much, do you? I looked at her and said this. The taste isn't actually that bad. Bai Ningbing gave a bitter smile. You try it. I smiled and leaned closer to Bai Ningbing. I reached out and took the cigarette from her hand. I brought it to my lips and took a drag. Cough, cough. As expected, I choked and coughed violently. Bai Ningbing took the cigarette back and put it out. My gaze fell on Bai Ningbing's hand. Ever since she put on the wedding ring, she really had never taken it off. She has the look of a married person now. I don't know if it's because after 3 years, her age has made her more mature. Bai Ningbing also seemed to feel my gaze. She also looked down at her hand on the steering wheel. She smiled and said, I still have to keep wearing it. Publicly, we are still a loving couple. Since you say so, it seems I'll have to take out my ring and wear it tomorrow too. Bai Ningbing looked at me, her gaze deep and inscrutable. In the end, she just chuckled. You didn't want to wear it before. Now that we're about to really get divorced, you're happily willing to wear it. I also understood the meaning in Bai Ningbing's smile. I shrugged and smiled. After the divorce, you'll know it's fake, so there's no pressure. Wearing a ring before the divorce, I'm afraid I'd overthink it. Your self-control isn't that good. Actually, your self-control is just average. When you're drunk, you can be as passionate as fire on your own, without any enticement. Bai Ningbing glanced at me. When she said this, I couldn't really discern what Bai Ningbing's emotions were. It's not embarrassing. We're both adults. If you really don't have any impulsive desires, then there's probably something wrong with your body. She dropped me off downstairs at the company. Bai Ningbing watched my retreating figure disappear. Then she started the car and left. When she was about to reach her own company, the phone rings, glances at the screen, answers the call on speaker, places it in front of the steering wheel. Bai Ningbing's eyes are looking forward. Her emotions are very normal when she speaks. What is it? It was a call from Lin Yuchen. Just like now, you can clearly feel it from one sentence. Her mood isn't very good. Go ahead. Bai Ningbing couldn't be bothered to explain much to him. Lin Yuchen spoke listlessly. I just wanted to ask you out for a meal. I'll come find you later. I need to talk to you about Wang Zheng. Hearing this name, Bai Ningbing froze, but she quickly nodded. See you then. After Bai Ningbing arrived at the company, she handled her work. While waiting for Lin Yuchen didn't arrive too early. He leisurely arrived close to closing time. There was a knock on the office door. It was the assistant who led Lin Yuchen in. After entering, he was very considerate. He quickly made coffee for the two of them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Ningbing lifted her coffee cup, her gaze directed at Lin Yuchen. I was in meetings all day today. I just now had time to come find you. You can't expect me to revolve around you every day. What's the matter? Bai Ningbing chuckled. No more verbal sparring. Let's find a place to eat. We can talk while we eat. Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes. She reflexively glanced at her watch. She still nodded. Come here. Lin Yuchen wanted to talk to her about Wang Zheng. Besides, she had originally planned to go home and have dinner with Fang Yuan. But thinking about how they would no longer have any relationship tomorrow, it seemed this act no longer needed to be performed. After all, there were only the two of them at home, with no outsiders watching. Okay, find a place to eat. Bai Ningbing slowly nodded. Let's quickly finish our coffee and go. Lin Yuchen lowered his gaze to look at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was currently looking out the window, appearing very quiet. In that silence, something inexplicable arose, a barely perceptible sense of loss. What's wrong? Lin Yuchen took a sip of coffee. He asked as he put the cup down. I felt that your mood wasn't good this morning. Besides, he didn't like to meddle in other people's business. So if Bai Ningbing didn't say it herself, there was no need for him to ask. But looking at Bai Ningbing's disappointed and silent appearance right now, his curiosity still couldn't help but stir. Bai Ningbing looked up at him with a smile, not answering. She downed the cup of coffee in her hand in one go, then she stood up gracefully. Let's go eat. Lin Yuchen didn't press further, just shook his head helplessly. He still left the company with her. When the two arrived at the restaurant, Bai Ningbing still hesitated about sending a message to Fang Yuan. It wasn't considered reporting in now, but at the very least, she still had to let Fang Yuan know. The two chose a spot near the window and sat down. Lin Yuchen took out a few photos. He pushed them in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lowered her head to glance at them and was stunned. It was a photo of Wang Zheng. In the photo, he was coming out of a residential area. In his arms, he was holding a child. It looked to be only about 3 or 4 years old. Bai Ningbing picked up the photo to look at it closely. The child in his arms bore some resemblance to him. What do you think? Lin Yuchen raised his eyebrows, his expression obvious. He's not married. Bai Ningbing frowned. In her impression, Wang Zheng had always been single. Lin Yuchen glanced over and saw the waiter bringing their food. Let's eat. I've given you the photos. Bai Ningbing wasn't stupid. After all, the photos were already here. Many questions in her heart probably already had answers. Why did Wang Zheng suddenly betray the old man? It wasn't actually that hard to guess. Before the waiter put the dishes down, she quickly put the photos away. Bai Ningbing had no appetite. Lin Yuchen, however, was eating heartily. As he ate, he couldn't help but be curious. How are you and him now? Getting physical isn't your style. I was very surprised when you took action at that banquet. What was even more surprising was the kiss between you two afterward. Bai Ningbing didn't say much to him, just ate in silence. Lin Yuchen continued to speak. Is there really no possibility between you and him? He and I have always been innocent. Don't let your imagination run wild. Bai Ningbing continued to speak. This time, her expression was a bit more serious. Help me investigate further. The person who drugged me at the bar 3 years ago. What do you mean? Are you treating me like an errand boy? Lin Yuchen pretended to be unhappy, but he still nodded. I really am indebted to you. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuchen and heading home, it was almost 10 o'clock. When she reached the door of the house, Bai Ningbing actually felt a little nervous. She opened the door to the house. I was sitting on the sofa. Seeing her, I smiled very naturally. You're back. But Bai Ningbing's gaze shifted slightly, and she could clearly see on the coffee table 2 red booklets placed in front of me. Those were their marriage certificates. Have you eaten? Let me go get you a glass of water. A very natural inquiry. I even stood up naturally, intending to pour water for Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded and walked towards the sofa. Her eyes followed my back as I went to get her water. Very quickly, I returned to the sofa with the glass of water. But I didn't sit down. I placed the glass of water on the coffee table in front of Bai Ningbing. It's getting late. I'm going to bed first. You should also get some rest. After a slight pause, I added another sentence. I'll call you tomorrow morning. I've looked into it. It's very crowded for both marriages and divorces now. You have to queue up and get a number, so we have to go really early tomorrow. Bai Ningbing didn't nod, nor did she shake her head. She just silently watched my retreating back as I went into the room. After retracting her gaze, she kept staring at the glass of water I had poured. The feeling Bai Ningbing had right now was very strange. She felt very clear-headed, yet also very dazed. She sat alone on the sofa for a long time, only returning to her bedroom near dawn. I said I would call her tomorrow, and I certainly didn't go back on my word. Moreover, it was earlier than she had imagined. When there was a knock on her door, Bai Ningbing took out her phone to check and saw it was only 7 o'clock. She turned off her phone screen and stood up. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing opened the door. When she saw me outside, she greeted me casually. Her eyes scanned over me. You really are in a hurry. You're already all dressed up this early in the morning. Bai Ningbing opened the door, then she turned and went into the bathroom to freshen up. When she came out of her room, I was already sitting at the dining table. Moreover, there was breakfast on the table. Sensing Bai Ningbing's footsteps, I smiled and looked up at her. I ordered takeout. Actually, I can still cook breakfast for you. Bai Ningbing pulled out a chair and sat down. I've said it before. I have to cook even if I'm eating alone anyway. I know. Aren't we in a hurry today? As I said this, I looked into Bai Ningbing's eyes. Bai Ningbing said nothing more, just silently ate the food on the table. After breakfast, the two of them went out at 8 o'clock. I still calculated the time quite well. The Civil Affairs Bureau opens at exactly 9 o'clock. Driving over there would be just in time. The entire ride was very silent. I was holding a bag in my hands. Inside were all sorts of documents and the marriage certificates. It's my first time getting a divorce, so I don't know what's needed, so I brought a lot of things. CEO Bai. Have you ever thought about what your ideal married life would be like? I started the conversation, wanting to break the silent atmosphere. I've never thought about it. Bai Ningbing was very honest. Before marrying me, she had never thought about marriage. I shook my head and forced a smile. I didn't ask any further. Perhaps Bai Ningbing really had never thought about a future marriage, but it certainly wasn't with someone like me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run away so fast. When we arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, we found that we were still late. There were quite a few people sitting on the chairs in the waiting area. I glanced around and then sat down in a corner. It's quite awkward now. I don't know how to treat Bai Ningbing, in what kind of state. Being happy or sad both seem inappropriate. I took a number and walked over, quietly sitting down next to her, watching the couples in front of us get called in one by one. When they left, some couples hugged each other tightly with immense joy, while others quietly left the hall and went their separate ways. I sighed softly and once again looked at her cheek profile. At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged in my heart. I don't know what words to use to describe it. That feeling was sadness, heartache. The speaker in the hall announced our number. The two of them went in together. As they walked in, Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. But seeing me so at ease, she couldn't bring herself to truly let go. Her sense of loss spread. Our real breakup might be a form of release, but my unease and heartache right now are also real. Coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the atmosphere was already different. They could still get into the same car. When I sat in the passenger seat, I didn't rush to buckle my seatbelt, but instead put away the booklet that had changed color. Into the bag. Bai Ningbing looked up at me. Her gaze was quite complex. It wasn't obvious sadness, but there was still a slight flicker in her eyes. Of course, Bai Ningbing is a mature person. Furthermore, she has always been indifferent to everything, so she could handle the unusual emotion in her eyes well. After a brief moment, it returned to normal. Getting married was unexpected, and getting divorced was just as quick as a flash. Can I still sit in the front? I asked with a casual smile. It even carried a hint of playful teasing. I can still cook breakfast and dinner for you. We are still the closest of partners. This won't change just because our status has changed. After all, our interests are now tightly bound together. When you love someone, you feel that no one in the world can compare to them. But the stream of people coming and going at the Civil Affairs Bureau's entrance was enough to say it all. Feelings are not permanent, so there's no need to feel ashamed. Bai Ningbing looked at me sitting there silently. From my calm, unhurried, and carefree appearance, she felt that I had probably truly fallen out of love. I looked out the car window for a long time before retracting my gaze. Then I lowered my head and searched in the bag. "What are you looking for?" Bai Ningbing asked curiously. I took a ring out of the bag. It was the wedding ring from before. It was a matching pair with the one on her hand. Bai Ningbing smiled helplessly, watching me put the ring on right in front of her. How ironic of me. I never wore it before, but after getting divorced, I'm putting the ring on. If I was still torn by feelings before, then now there's really only cooperation left. Why does it feel a bit loose? I bought it according to my finger size back then, but why does it feel like it doesn't fit now? You've lost weight. Bai Ningbing glanced at me and said nonchalantly, "That's great then. Getting married can even make you lose weight." I put my hand down, looking very well behaved at this moment. There's a bit of a well-bred lady vibe. What was your grandfather's relationship with Wang Zheng when he was alive? Bai Ningbing looked at me. I hesitated but still spoke up. There's nothing to hide on purpose. After all, I don't really trust Wang Zheng. Grandpa and Wang Zheng were both very mature and status-conscious people. Even if they truly had disagreements, they wouldn't show it in front of others, and they certainly wouldn't tell me. But Grandpa and Wang Zheng were as close as father and son. That was the assessment of many people. His parents passed away early. It was always Grandpa who guided him. Grandpa always cared a lot about him. So he has a son, did you know that? Bai Ningbing pulled open a drawer with one hand, took the photos from inside, and handed them to me. As she passed them over, she continued, "Did your grandfather know? He had a child in his middle age." I lowered my head to look at the photos and sneered. A bitter and helpless smile. I didn't know about this. Bai Ningbing continued, "Whether Wang Zheng got married or had children, there was basically no need to hide it. Aren't you all as close as family? You should have been the first one to know. Now you need me to tell you. I know what to do now." I looked down at the photos for a long time. Then I put the photos back into the drawer. Bai Ningbing looked at me. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she didn't know what to say. At this moment, she felt a little sorry for me. But it was precisely because of this heartache that I felt my own mediocrity and shamelessness. When you like someone, you feel sorry for them with all your heart. But when you don't like that person, you can witness their pain without being moved at all. You might even feel the satisfaction of revenge. Bai Ningbing quietly glanced at me. She saw my terrifyingly calm profile. It's still this person. Why did I leave him here all alone back then? What's wrong? I seemed to feel her gaze. She smiled and shook her head. When she spoke, there was a hint of self-deprecation. It's just that I suddenly feel that divorcing this marriage was quite the right decision. Bai Ningbing realized her own cruelty and change. Bai Ningbing drove me to the company. I was in a daze at the company all day, feeling like I had lost everything, but I also felt that those things were still right in front of my eyes. When it was time to get off work, she came to pick me up as usual. After sending me a message, Bai Ningbing rolled down the car window. She sat in the driver's seat waiting for me. I very naturally opened the passenger door and got in the car. "You're early today," I said with a smile. It was like a greeting between neighbors. "You seem happy today." Bai Ningbing glanced at me. "Shouldn't I be happy?" I was originally planning to find Shufeng to celebrate. If he knew I had divorced you, he would definitely be happier than anyone. But on second thought, with his personality, if he found out, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist dragging me to a blind date. Wouldn't our act be exposed then? "So for now, I'll just hide it from him," Bai Ningbing said with a half-smile. "Saying such happy, celebratory words in front of me, do you think it's really appropriate? Other people stab each other in the back and complain behind their backs when they get divorced. I say it to your face. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? You're free now. Don't you want to find Lin Yuchen for a few drinks? I really don't." Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. Her brows furrowed tightly. "All right. Then let's go home and celebrate by ourselves." I chuckled. The car was approaching the supermarket. Bai Ningbing looked at me again. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "We can make 2 more dishes tonight," I replied with a grin. "Let's go into the supermarket later and see what we can buy." Bai Ningbing looked at me silently, quietly driving to the supermarket's parking lot. My state of mind was different when we entered the supermarket. Before, I wouldn't choose vegetables or say anything. I just followed behind her. Now I'm chirping like a little bird, enthusiastically choosing vegetables. It's only been a day. I've changed so much. I was very happy when we left the supermarket. Bai Ningbing's mood was normal. She put the vegetables in the trunk, started the car, and didn't say anything else. Back at home, as Bai Ningbing brought the vegetables into the kitchen, I very proactively rolled up my sleeves. "Let me help you wash the vegetables first. You go open a bottle of wine to celebrate. Forget it. A good meal is enough. Alcohol isn't a good thing. Besides, you can't hold your liquor." I laughed out loud. It's true that alcohol makes you act out. and the consequences are too severe. Bai Ningbing shook her head helplessly. That really was too severe. So severe that we got a divorce. That's right. I can't hold my liquor well. I have to be wary of those who can drink well but pretend to be drunk. When I spoke, the meaning was very clear. After all, even now, I still don't believe Bai Ningbing was drunk that night. Bai Ningbing was speechless. All right. You wash them. I'm going to change. She couldn't be bothered to argue with me about this issue anymore. Bai Ningbing went back to her room and chose a set of loungewear to change into. After she finished changing and turned around, she saw Fang Yuan standing at the door looking at her. What now? I could have looked openly, but we're divorced now. Is it appropriate for you to peek like that? You don't even close the door when you're changing. Isn't that even more inappropriate? I just came over to tell you that the vegetables are washed. Hurry up and cook. I'm very hungry right now. Bai Ningbing quickly walked out of the room, then grabbed Fang Yuan's wrist and said, You're completely letting yourself go now. Isn't it good to let myself go? This is my true self. I don't have to think about what I might do wrong that would make you unhappy. I'm not your husband anymore. I don't need to, out of affection, care about your feelings and thoughts anymore. Their eyes met. Bai Ningbing expressionlessly let go of my hand and went into the kitchen. When I sat down on the sofa, I could already hear the sound of Bai Ningbing cooking in the kitchen. I lazily leaned back on the sofa and played with my phone. When Bai Ningbing finished cooking and came out, she snatched the phone from my hand. Dinner's ready. Go bring out the rice and dishes. Hey, I was in the middle of something. Our eyes met. I still stood up and went into the kitchen. Bai Ningbing watched Fang Yuan's figure go into the kitchen. She took a deep breath, then sat down at the dining table to wait. The atmosphere during this meal was quite good. I was very happy and talked a lot. After the meal, I proactively went to wash the dishes. The division of labor was very clear. You're in charge of cooking, I'm in charge of washing. When I came out of the kitchen, Bai Ningbing was sitting on the sofa. There was a laptop on the coffee table. Still working this late? I glanced at her. Not working, watching a movie. Bai Ningbing looked up at me, turned the laptop towards me with her hand, and turned on the speakers. Good heavens. Bai Ningbing, are you crazy? You scared the daylights out of me. Who watches horror movies this late at night? Letting yourself go? I've always liked watching horror and thriller movies. Bai Ningbing smiled nonchalantly and asked, Want to watch together? I ignored her and went straight to my room. The first night after the divorce, I didn't sleep well. It wasn't because I was affected by the so-called sorrow of divorce, but because of that horror movie. Bai Ningbing's movie kept me up all night. I only turned off the lights when it was getting light outside. When I came out of my room, Bai Ningbing was already up. Moreover, she was true to her word. She continued to cook breakfast for me. Good morning. Bai Ningbing saw me come out of the room and greeted me first. She tilted her head and looked at me for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, It seems you didn't sleep very well. Your eyes are a little swollen and the dark circles are quite heavy. Very well, I said without batting an eye, pulling out a chair to sit opposite Bai Ningbing. We still had breakfast together. The atmosphere seemed to be the same as before. Bai Ningbing still drove me to the company, but after we arrived, as I was getting out of the car, I told her she didn't need to pick me up tonight. Bai Ningbing's lips moved. The words on the tip of her tongue, wanting to ask what was wrong, couldn't come out. It seemed her current status didn't allow her to ask. Seriously speaking, whatever I want to do now, Bai Ningbing has no right to interfere. Watching my figure disappear, Bai Ningbing was more or less a little upset. She was busy at the company all day. When it was time to get off work, Lin Yuchen called her, asking her to go to a bar. Bai Ningbing agreed. Fang Yuan wasn't coming home. There wasn't much point in me going home alone. She could consider it as going with Lin Yuchen to kill time. Seeing me at the bar, Bai Ningbing didn't expect it at all. She saw me almost as soon as she entered the bar. When you're with Xu Feng, it's impossible to be low-key. No matter which bar, Xu Feng is definitely in the loudest group. I was sitting right next to Xu Feng. There were quite a few other people around. Xu Feng's friends from all over. I thought he had to work overtime. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to run here to celebrate our divorce. Do we still need to pretend we don't know each other this time? Lin Yuchen turned his head to look at Bai Ningbing. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? Bai Ningbing smiled. She lifted her feet and walked towards them. CEO Bai. As she was approaching the table, Xu Feng's booming voice rang out. I looked at Lin Yuchen with a grin. My expression and attitude were both very enthusiastic. When I caught sight of Bai Ningbing, my expression turned much colder. Bai Ningbing suddenly recalled what I had said. If Xu Feng found out they were divorced, he would definitely introduce girlfriends to Fang Yuan randomly. Given how much Xu Feng disliked her, he had no doubt that Xu Feng would really do that. What's the happy occasion? Lin Yuchen looked at Xu Feng, smiling and glancing at the group of people sitting there. Although they didn't understand each other's intentions, they absolutely maintained appearances. No matter who met whom, they had to be polite. Just having a happy drink. Why do you need a reason? Xu Feng chuckled. His gaze swept over Bai Ningbing again. Only then did he speak up again. Your business, we're just having a bit of fun. Nothing special. Lin Yuchen replied with a smile. His gaze passed over Xu Feng and still landed on me. It seemed he was waiting for me to come and greet them. Of course, I could feel Lin Yuchen's gaze. I stood up and walked over to Lin Yuchen's side. Hello, CEO Lin. I smiled brightly. Then I shifted my gaze to Bai Ningbing. Xu Feng and I are hanging out with friends here. You guys go have fun too. Don't worry about me. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan with a half-smile. Although these words sounded nice, the intention of shooing her away was very clear. After I said these words, it was inevitable that some people would look over curiously. I was also very magnanimous. I put my arm around Bai Ningbing's, faced Shu Feng's friends, and said, "This is my wife, Bai Ningbing. All right, you guys go have fun." After I finished the introduction, I let go of Bai Ningbing's arm. Then I looked at her with a grin. Bai Ningbing nodded in greeting to everyone. Then she quickly followed in Lin Yuchen's footsteps. The two of them walked towards the private room on the other side. "What's the situation?" As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Lin Yuchen couldn't help but ask, "You're his wife. Isn't this situation obvious?" Bai Ningbing looked at him as if it were a matter of course. "This status has been for over 3 years now. So you two are living together again?" Lin Yuchen chuckled. He really couldn't understand Bai Ningbing. 3 years ago, she wouldn't stay for even a moment. Now she's sticking to him herself. "Actually, 3 years ago, I already felt that you might be conquered by Fang Yuan. He used to hang around you all the time. You chose to ignore him. But Fang Yuan kept pestering you relentlessly. Who could stand being pestered persistently every day? Things didn't even have a chance to develop to the point where familiarity breeds fondness. You two got married because of that incident. Then you left in a fit of anger." Bai Ningbing sat down on the sofa. She lazily looked up at him, refusing to continue this topic. Although Lin Yuchen wasn't an outsider, Bai Ningbing didn't want to tell him about the divorce. Lin Yuchen has a very wide network. Many things require his help, but if Fang Yuan no longer had any relationship with her, Lin Yuchen might not necessarily bother with Fang Yuan's affairs anymore. Lin Yuchen ordered drinks. He ordered quite a lot. The two of them sat together and drank. Bai Ningbing raised her glass. She faced Lin Yuchen and spoke again. "How's the investigation I asked you about yesterday going?" Lin Yuchen looked at her with astonished eyes. "My dear lady, are you used to living with your head in the clouds? Don't you know finding someone takes time and effort? You just told me about the incident from 3 years ago yesterday. You must think I'm omnipotent. Besides, it's been 3 years. What's the rush now? You still have to live whether you know the answer or not. You still have to live even if you don't know the answer. Haven't the past 3 years all passed just like that? I just want to know," Bai Ningbing said. Her tone was very flat, but it sounded like she didn't want to know. But she said she wanted to know. "Actually, it's not important who drugged you. What's important is who you slept with. The drugging was the cause. People have to take responsibility and face the consequences. The result is what's most important." When Bai Ningbing and Lin Yuchen left the private room, they could see that Fang Yuan wasn't done yet. Bai Ningbing didn't intend to go over and bother him, but she messaged Fang Yuan from afar, asking what time he planned to stay out until. Fang Yuan didn't even look at his phone at all. "I'll go out and wait first." Lin Yuchen chuckled. He walked out on his own first. Watching Lin Yuchen's figure leave the bar, Bai Ningbing walked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seemed to have had quite a bit to drink. Moreover, he looked very happy. He propped his hand on the booth seat and tilted his chin up. He grinned at Bai Ningbing. Anyone who didn't know would think they were so in love. "I said I wouldn't drink with you. That was to be on guard against you. Now look at you, having so much fun drinking with someone else outside." Fang Yuan stood in front of Bai Ningbing. He leaned over slightly across a table. Half of his body was stretched over the table to look at her. His gaze fell on Bai Ningbing's lips. This posture was actually very suitable. If he leaned down a little, he could just kiss her on the lips. "Do you want to go home with me?" Bai Ningbing spoke with a hint of a smile, interrupting my dazed imagination. "It's not early anymore." Bai Ningbing didn't say it explicitly, but that was the meaning. Shu Feng was also looking at her at this moment. Ever since Bai Ningbing walked over, Shu Feng's gaze would occasionally become vigilant. Maybe I should leave first. I propped myself up on the table to stand. Bai Ningbing instinctively wanted to support me, but when she met Shu Feng's gaze, she pulled her hand back. Shu Feng came over to support me himself. I squeezed his shoulder with both hands. I stumbled a few times, feigning drunkenness. Said she was supposed to arrive at 10. It's already past that time. I'll leave first. We'll see when she's not busy anymore. As I spoke, I glanced at Bai Ningbing again. Then I leaned close to Shu Feng's ear and whispered, "Look, Bai Ningbing even knows to wait for me to go home with her. It's your girlfriend's first time. Meeting your friends and she's already late. I'm afraid she's not much more reliable than Bai Ningbing. Once she's done with work, just have her call me anytime." I pulled away from Shu Feng's ear. I said this last sentence very loudly. After speaking, I patted his shoulder again. I casually lifted my leg over the table. "I'm leaving. Going home with my wife now. I don't know if I'm really drunk or just pretending." When I got to Bai Ningbing's side, I put my arm around her shoulder, like good brothers. Bai Ningbing still couldn't help but wrap her arm around my waist. She was worried I'd suddenly collapse from drunkenness while walking. Very good. Today's performance as a good wife could win an Oscar. I could feel the hand on my waist. I turned my head to look at her, my eyes crinkled in a smile. Bai Ningbing said nothing. She didn't respond to my teasing. "Look at you. Why aren't you saying anything? With such a beautiful face. Why do you have to act like a mute?" Seeing Bai Ningbing's silence, I became even more enthusiastic. "When you don't talk, Your cold, distant expression. It's the most charming. Why did you suddenly come to the bar today? Or did you also couldn't resist finding Lin Yuchen to celebrate? I looked at Bai Ningbing and continued to ramble on. Actually, you're very happy inside, right? While I was still talking. I had already stepped out of the bar, but when I looked up, I suddenly stopped, not far away, next to Lin Yuchen's car. Two people were standing there talking. One of them was Lin Yuchen, the other was Su Qing. When she saw the two of us come out, Su Qing quickly walked a few steps towards us. How are you? Are you okay? Did you drink too much? She very naturally reached out to support me. Actually, I wasn't that drunk, but Su Qing was already supporting me, so I just leaned my whole body on her. Bai Ningbing was unhappy inside, but I didn't want to open my eyes. After seeing me get into the car, Bai Ningbing directly pulled me over to her side. If you've drunk a lot, then lean properly. It was Bai Ningbing's voice. She didn't sound very happy. Lin Yuchen personally came to pick us up. What does she have to be unhappy about? I was very decisive. I pressed even closer to Bai Ningbing, then I put my arm around her neck and whispered, "Honey," but the person sitting in the front wasn't deaf. Anyway, I was drunk. A drunk person can't be blamed for their actions. I'm not that great. Why should I care if others live or die? They'll just keep calling her that. What can Bai Ningbing do, and what can Lin Yuchen do? The car quickly stopped at the door of the house. Bai Ningbing tapped me twice. "Wake up. We're home," just as I was wondering whether I should pretend to wake up or not. Bai Ningbing directly pulled me out of the car. When I got out of the car, I still hadn't opened my eyes. Bai Ningbing was already holding me. It seemed like I couldn't find a suitable moment to open my eyes. I just kept my eyes closed and didn't care. Bai Ningbing supported my waist and walked forward. After placing me on the sofa, she turned around to pour some water. Bai Ningbing walked to the sofa, looked down at me. "Get up and drink some water." Her voice was still very cold. "If you don't get up, I'll pour it into your mouth." I knew what was good for me. I suddenly opened my eyes. When I looked at Bai Ningbing, my eyes held a hint of innocence. "Thank you for pouring me water. And thank you for bringing me home. I was afraid you'd drink too much and do something stupid outside." Bai Ningbing sat down on the sofa and looked at me. Then she spoke. "There are all sorts of people around Shufeng. I'm afraid you'd unconsciously cheat on me. Do you really think that since we're divorced, the sky's the limit? Although in terms of status, you are free, but in the eyes of others, we are still husband and wife. Don't worry, I know my limits." Shufeng said he wanted to introduce his girlfriend to us. That's why I went. I wasn't there to pick up girls. I'm not the type to be so desperate that I'm not picky. I'm not your confidant sister now. The things you're saying to me now are very strange. Bai Ningbing frowned. The things Fang Yuan was saying to Bai Ningbing now were quite impolite, but to Bai Ningbing's ears they were very unpleasant. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan and spoke. "You don't need to tell me about trivial matters, but if there are any changes in your romantic life, you need to let me know. After all, in the eyes of others, we are still husband and wife. There are many things I need to know. Only then can I have a grasp of the situation." Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean by changes in my romantic life? If you meet a suitable girl, you must tell me. If you mess around outside, then don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, she stood up. I looked at her back and said loudly, "But you never tell me about your situation either. Why is it that only you need to save face? Do I not need to save face? Whether I'm with someone else after the divorce, that's still up in the air. But Lin Yuchen is real. He's hovering around in your life." Bai Ningbing slammed the cup down. She turned towards Fang Yuan. "How many more times do you want to talk to me about this? From the beginning until now, I have never been unfaithful." Bai Ningbing said she wasn't unfaithful. I wasn't surprised at all. Someone like her wouldn't show her unfaithfulness outwardly. For example, by actually having a relationship with someone else. After a fight with Bai Ningbing, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I was still wide awake at midnight. It wasn't just because of Bai Ningbing's words. I actually didn't want any of her words to disturb my mind, but after drinking so much alcohol, my head was really hurting. I still lifted the blanket and got up. I poured myself a glass of water. After drinking the water, I leaned back and lay on the sofa. I stared at the ceiling and dazedly fell asleep. The next day, I woke up and it was already bright. I frowned and shook my head. I sat up and looked towards Bai Ningbing's room. The door was open, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I also didn't hear any noise from the kitchen. I stretched. I got up and went to the bathroom to wash my face. When I came out after washing up, I happened to see Bai Ningbing returning from outside. Bai Ningbing raised her hand and shook the bag of breakfast. "I saw you were sleeping soundly. I was afraid of waking you up, so I bought breakfast outside." I nodded as if nothing was wrong. I still sat at the dining table as before. I was almost done eating. Bai Ningbing spoke again. "How do you plan to deal with Wang Zheng? First, he'll slowly take back the projects he has in hand. But right now, there's no evidence to prove he did anything wrong. He is indeed not loyal to our Fang family." When I said not loyal, I glanced at Bai Ningbing, because not long ago I had heard it from Bai Ningbing's mouth. Bai Ningbing had previously said that she was loyal to Fang Yuan. Although that was the truth, it was still quite ironic. Actually, the two of them were wrong from the very beginning. Initially, when Fang Yuan fell for Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing was still a cold and distant person. At that time, she basically didn't see Fang Yuan at all. But Fang Yuan truly loved her. Even just one look at her was enough to make him fall so deeply in love that he couldn't get out, but to forget and let go of someone. It definitely requires a long period of waiting and torment. My expectations for Bai Ningbing were a mistake from the very beginning. I thought that as long as I always appeared by Bai Ningbing's side and showed her how good I was, she would definitely fall in love with me after we got married. I also expected us to live together peacefully and sweetly. But in the end, Bai Ningbing still left. I even thought she just hadn't thought things through. I felt that she was just going out to clear her head. Perhaps she would return soon. But that one wait turned into 3 years. During these 3 years, Grandpa got sick and passed away. The company was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan also didn't know where he had gone wrong. He didn't know when he had stopped having expectations. If you need my help, just say so. Bai Ningbing looked at me. She said this sentence. Her tone and expression were both serious. Even her gaze was very serious. I looked at her. I suddenly realized that it seemed in her eyes. I could see my own face. But everything was no longer right. The most passionate feeling. That moment was gone and would never return. When I arrived at the company, Zhang Lei was already there. Moreover, it wasn't just Zhang Lei alone, but also yesterday's Su Qing. I don't know when Su Qing arrived, but Zhang Lei was very thoughtful. He had already poured coffee for her. I smiled and tilted my head to look at her. Coming to the company so early, is something the matter? I gestured to her with the coffee cup in my hand. Then I glanced at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei immediately took the hint and turned to leave first. I watched the office door close and walked towards Su Qing, getting straight to the point. CEO Su specially came here today because I want to come and help you. I don't know if you still need it. Su Qing didn't beat around the bush with me either. She took her coffee and sat down on the sofa next to me. Then she looked at me with a smiling gaze. Why do you want to help me at a time like this? There are probably quite a few people who come with their own agendas. Having an agenda isn't scary, as long as we work together for a win-win situation. 2 reasons. One for business, one personal. Which one do you want to hear? Su Qing looked at me with great interest. I'll hear both. I'm not a child anymore. I don't play games like that. Su Qing put down her coffee cup. Then she looked at me and said, I heard that for the project your company is about to do, if there's a partner, Bai Ningbing will always follow with 20%. I nodded and said, that's probably not a secret anymore. It must have spread everywhere. Su Qing continued, in other words, if money is made, she gets a small share. If no money is made, she has to bear the loss accordingly. Moreover, it's for every project. I don't think Bai Ningbing is that stupid. Actually, those projects are all feasible, although Su Qing doesn't like Bai Ningbing as a person. But she couldn't deny her business acumen because of that. Besides, it's not just Bai Ningbing who has her eye on them. Old Master Fang also valued them greatly. He had been in the business world for so many years. His judgment of people wouldn't be wrong. It's just that he didn't have enough time left. If he could have lived a little longer, perhaps he could have really turned things around. This is the business reason. Su Qing looked into my eyes, finally adding such a sentence. And the personal reason? Looking at Su Qing's gaze, I couldn't help but ask. Su Qing smiled and said, unfortunately, the day you went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, it just so happened to be my friend's shift. But don't worry, I'm not a gossip. You have your reasons for not announcing it. I won't ruin things for you. But anyway, you're single now. It's reasonable to show a little concern, right? My coming to find you already shows my attitude, so you can also think about it, if you feel it's not a problem. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Su Qing said these words and then stood up. She extended her hand towards me from above. I was silent, but I still stood up and shook her hand, as soon as our hands touched. Su Qing didn't let go immediately. She looked at me with a faint smile in her eyes. As our eyes met, I spoke again. CEO Su, what you're interested in is the project cooperation, right? It can't be that you're interested in me. Actually, I understand everything. Besides, there's no need to play dumb. I've suffered enough hardship and disadvantages. Now everything has to be put on the table and discussed clearly. I'm interested in both. Su Qing smiled. She let go of my hand. I will consider the cooperation. I was also quite satisfied with her frankness. Su Qing looked at me and spoke again. Mr. Fang, I want to ask something. Have you ever heard of me? I was a little surprised, but I still cooperated and tried to recall. I don't know Su Qing, but I've met her a few times at the bar. She also seems to know Lin Yushen. If we're talking about impressions or rumors, it would be the words I heard from Bai Ningbing's mouth. She's a scummy gold digger. Who knows how many men she's been entangled with. Her family has had to clean up her messes countless times. But I really couldn't say those things to her face, seeing my silence. Su Qing lowered her eyes and smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Your grandfather had very high standards for people, but he let your judgment find someone who wasn't a good person. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I didn't understand what Su Qing was saying at all. All right, I won't disturb your work anymore. Call me when you've thought it over. Su Qing started walking towards the door. At the door, she turned her head to look at me again. I nodded. I stood and watched her leave. After Su Qing left, the office door was quickly knocked on again. This time, it was Wang Zheng, but following behind him, Zhang Lei also came in. After Zhang Lei saw Wang Zheng, he also took the hint, glanced at me and said, why don't you two talk? We'll go out first. No need. I shook my head, then looked at Wang Zheng. I naturally knew why Wang Zheng was here. Uncle Wang. Xiaolei just arrived and Su Qing came looking for us. so let's have him handle this project. I remember you still have quite a lot of work. You can finish your work first. Hearing me say that? Wang Zheng was a little surprised. His expression wasn't very good. He glanced at Zhang Lei, then turned his head to look at me again. When he nodded, his expression darkened a few shades. Watching Wang Zheng's back as he left, Zhang Lei closed the door. Then he looked at me and asked, "Are we going to cooperate with Su Qing?" "Why not? It's hard to agree on personal matters, but business matters can still be negotiated. Besides, Bai Ningbing and I are divorced now. Bai Ningbing can't control who I cooperate with either." "I understand." Zhang Lei nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. "Can you help me investigate Su Qing a little?" Seeing Zhang Lei's slight doubt, I continued, "I'm not asking you to investigate her private life, but the good things that everyone can see on the surface. At least the next time I meet Su Qing, I need to be able to say what kind of person Su Qing is. I need to understand her. I can't choose to cooperate with a bad person." "Yes, I'll go investigate." Zhang Lei quickly nodded, very obediently. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lei is quite useful. I looked up and smiled. "I've given you quite a lot of work. How about we talk about your salary again?" And I left the company with Zhang Lei. Bai Ningbing's car was already parked nearby. Zhang Lei was as perceptive as ever. After seeing Bai Ningbing's car, he whispered a few sentences to me, then he turned and left first. "You're early today." I got into the passenger seat. When I spoke, my tone was cheerful. It was clear I was in a good mood. Bai Ningbing glanced over. She said nothing, just started the car directly. My erratic changes now often make Bai Ningbing uncomfortable, the kind of discomfort that's unbearable. "If you're tired, you actually don't have to come pick me up." Bai Ningbing said nothing, but her eyes looked very wronged. "It's not like I'm forcing you to pick me up and drop me off every day. What's with your attitude?" When Fang Yuan spoke again, his tone was a bit more serious. "Didn't you tell me that I should tell you if anything happens?" When Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, for a moment she wanted to stop the car, but on second thought, it seemed a bit too formal. So she smiled and said, "Have you got your eye on some girl, or has some girl got her eye on you?" "Neither. It's just that Su Qing today." Bai Ningbing still stepped on the brake and stopped the car. Su Qing was someone Bai Ningbing had made clear that Fang Yuan was not allowed to associate with. If cooperation is unavoidable, I think I should still say it. Today, Su Qing came to the company to find me. She wants to cooperate with me on a project, Bai Ningbing said with a cold smile. Does she really just want to cooperate on a project? Why do I feel like she has other motives? Don't joke with me. Let's keep things separate. The two matters don't need to be mixed. You were the one who said I had to tell you if anything happened. So I'm giving you a heads up, as I said these words. Bai Ningbing pulled on my sleeve. She seemed to be trying to please me. Actually, this Su Qing person is all right. We can't just stare at people's private lives. If there's money to be made and we don't make it, then we're the fools. I definitely like money. I like anyone's money, I replied very honestly. Today, Wang Zheng knew Su Qing was coming. He kept running to my office to find me, but I didn't let him touch it. You've already let Zhang Lei take over this project. Don't be fooled by his youth. He still works very quickly and efficiently. Isn't Wang Zheng enough to make you suffer? You still trust others so easily. Bai Ningbing seemed a little helpless. I don't trust others easily. You can't just because you suspect someone, completely avoid contact with them. Zhang Lei is my assistant. There are some things he can indeed help me with. Even with Wang Zheng, I can't just because I don't trust him. Fall out with him and kick him out. I have my own plans. I know that no one in this world can be trusted. But when they're useful, we can still benefit from each other. Bai Ningbing frowned and said, "Just like you don't trust me, even if I spend money on you. You still don't trust me. One can only believe in oneself." This time I didn't refute at all. Our eyes met. The atmosphere instantly became a little stiff. The two of them had lived together for so long. I have never truly trusted Bai Ningbing, just like I don't trust others. In Fang Yuan's heart, Bai Ningbing's help and kindness was nothing more than having the same purpose as others. "All right, let's drive. We're not going home to cook anymore. I'm starving to death." Bai Ningbing said nothing. She just quietly buckled her seatbelt again and started the car. Bai Ningbing's expression was clearly unhappy, but I didn't intend to comfort her. We're all adults. We can digest our own emotions. When Bai Ningbing started driving again, I kept staring at the side of her face. Bai Ningbing was still very beautiful, even when she was angry. The two of them entered the house one after another. "What do you want to eat?" Bai Ningbing asked me. "I'm not picky. Let's just eat whatever there is. I remember there's still. I'll order takeout for you." Bai Ningbing didn't wait for me to finish. She directly took out her phone. "Takeout is good. It saves time and effort." I leisurely lowered my gaze. Then I turned to pour some water. "See what you want to eat." Bai Ningbing shoved the phone into my hand and at the same time snatched the water cup from my hand. That was mine. "I'm giving it back." I hadn't even finished those words. Bai Ningbing had already returned the empty cup to me. "No need," I said softly. My dissatisfaction was clear. I conveniently took Bai Ningbing's phone and frantically tapped on the takeout options on the phone. "There's only two of us. Take it easy." Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "My good man, feel free to order. Order whatever you want to eat. Can you not laugh right now? Everyone has their ups and downs. I, Fang Yuan, will make a comeback sooner or later." I returned the phone to Bai Ningbing. Then I fumbled for my own phone to charge it, but I searched my pockets and the sofa. I couldn't find the charging cable. "I'll charge it for you." Bai Ningbing shook her head helplessly. She held out her hand for Fang Yuan's phone. I'm going to take a shower. Remember to get the food when it arrives later. I took a comfortable hot shower. When I came out to the living room after my shower, I found Bai Ningbing looking at my phone. It was clearly a snooping act, but she didn't bother to hide it at all. She just sat there on the sofa and looked at it nonchalantly. I walked a few steps over, ready to snatch the phone back from Bai Ningbing's hand. The takeout hasn't arrived yet, probably a few more minutes. As Bai Ningbing said this, she also opened the takeout page. Then she showed me the delivery person's location. I'm not like you. I'm not interested in the things on your phone. I realized it belatedly, and quickly opened my phone again. I wanted to see what she had been looking at before. On the phone was the document about Suqing sent by Zhang Lei. This part is a public introduction. It's not really a secret. It's especially simple to find these documents. It doesn't require too much time and effort. Your new assistant is really quick, and your cooperation partner is doing all sorts of good deeds. When Bai Ningbing said this, her tone was a bit strange. You could tell she was being sarcastic. Zhang Lei was also very honest. I told him to find positive materials about Suqing, so he really listed out the good things that Suqing had done. With Bai Ningbing's reading speed, I'm afraid she had finished reading it long ago. But anyway, snooping on someone's phone is not a proper behavior in the first place. You snooped on my phone, you have to apologize to me. Investigating Suqing is a very necessary thing for me to do. I'm not investigating if she's a two-timer. What I'm investigating are all public things, so that I won't be in an awkward situation the next time I meet her, just to have some common topics. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. I don't know if she believed it or not. The door was knocked. Bai Ningbing went to get the takeout, then she brought the food to the dining table and arranged it. Come and eat quickly. Bai Ningbing looked up at Fang Yuan. When I walked over, I frowned and said, You can't look at my phone like that anymore in the future. I happened to see it when I helped you get it down. I didn't mean to look. But regarding her mistake, she admitted her mistake first. Bai Ningbing continued, The next time you meet Suqing, I'll go with you, to avoid others seeing and misunderstanding. Meetings between partners are very normal. Even if we are seen, it won't affect you in any way. You don't need to worry about this issue. If Suqing really cooperates with me, then meeting is a matter of course. There's absolutely no need to avoid it, as if I've really done something bad. We're innocent in the first place. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She walked in front of Fang Yuan and whispered, You're being a bit presumptuous now. Bai Ningbing could feel my fearlessness. She still remembered when she first came back. Fang Yuan's distant and polite appearance in front of her. It's not that I'm being presumptuous. It's that you've crossed the line. I looked into her eyes and seemed to see my own appearance again. Me and Bai Ningbing's pupils seemed to really be a bit presumptuous. What are you looking at? A mirror? After saying that, I turned and left. I'm very sensible. If you cook, I'll wash the vegetables and do the dishes. If you order takeout, I'll be in charge of cleaning up the rest. I took out the trash and came back. I glanced at Bai Ningbing sitting on the sofa. The cooperation matter is settled. You can't go back on your word anymore. Let's not drag this on any longer. Grandpa has been gone for so long. We can't keep being passive like this. Bai Ningbing turned her head and our eyes met. I won't interfere with you. It's entirely my personal opinion. That's Suqing matter. Bai Ningbing hadn't finished speaking. I turned my head to look at her. The subtlety in my gaze was self-explanatory. Fine. I won't interfere. Bai Ningbing got the hint and shrugged. To be honest, if she had to choose, she wouldn't choose to cooperate with Suqing. It's not that Suqing has done anything outrageous. It's just that some people make you uncomfortable at first glance. Just like my new assistant. But she didn't interfere too much. After all, they were divorced now. Sometimes my own judgment of people seems to be not very accurate. Previously, when I appeared by her side, she had insisted that she didn't like me, and said she could never have anything with me. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. I'm going to rest for a bit. Then I stood up and walked towards my room. Bai Ningbing watched Fang Yuan's back as he entered the room. She even looked at the door several times before averting her gaze. Lin Yuchen had previously commented on her. She was emotionally stunted, so she was cold to everyone, especially those who came for Bai Ningbing's love. Bai Ningbing didn't bother with the push and pull, so she decisively ignored them. But a person like her either doesn't make a move, or makes a move that is sure to be astonishing. Liking someone is perhaps when a person in your eyes gradually becomes clear. Before, you saw people vaguely. It was just checking numbers. You know who this person is. You know what that person's name is. Everything else has nothing to do with you. Liking someone is when one person becomes clear in your eyes. After they become clear, it's hard for you to look away. Even every single action and gesture of that person, you will pay attention to and try to understand deeply. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath. She also got up and went to her room to wash up. When she came out of the room, Fang Yuan was already sitting on the sofa, intently cutting his own fingernails. Do you need my help? Bai Ningbing walked over to Fang Yuan. When she looked down, she could clearly see the hickey on Fang Yuan's neck. Why hasn't it faded yet? It's been several days. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but recall the scene from that time. What happened? Was I that vicious? I looked up at her, seeming a bit helpless. Hey sis, you're blocking my light. Bai Ningbing is so big. She stood there frozen, not moving. I don't know what she was thinking. Let me. Bai Ningbing snatched the nail clippers from my hand. I didn't resist. I wasn't polite with her. I looked up at Bai Ningbing at this moment. Looking at her quiet and serious face, I still couldn't help but swallow. I spoke in a low voice. Are you not going to cook anymore? Of course I will. Bai Ningbing looked up at me and smiled. So you're mad at me today? Everything was fine today until after we talked about Suching. Suddenly, you stopped cooking. It's hard not to let one's imagination run wild. What do you think? Bai Ningbing sneered. When she looked at me, her eyes were filled with helplessness. But amidst the helplessness, there was also a hint of indulgence. I accidentally bumped into something at the company today. My arm is a little sore. So I didn't want to cook, Bai Ningbing said. Then she pulled up her sleeve a little. There was indeed a bruise on her forearm. Then can you still cut my nails for me? But my gaze lingered on her arm. I still felt a little heartache. Don't worry, I'll cut them nicely for you. Bai Ningbing smiled. She even lowered her head and blew on them a few times. The warm, slightly ticklish feeling from my fingertips went straight to my heart. My heart couldn't help but pound. Fang Yuan. I looked at her. Then I propped myself up and got closer to her. Too close. So close that Bai Ningbing felt like something was pushing her from behind. Just a little more, and I could have touched her lips. Wait until you're done cutting. It'll help you apply medicine. Just as Bai Ningbing's lips were about to touch mine, I leaned back a bit. Then I looked at the ceiling and chuckled. You're this old and you still bump your arm into things? Is it that funny? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. Do you think I got to where I am today without stumbling? Fang Yuan said with a smile. I thought you were born a fairy. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Bai Ningbing didn't feel that Fang Yuan's description was a nice compliment for a woman. High and mighty, looking down on everyone. Isn't that a fairy in the clouds? I turned my head to look at Bai Ningbing. The admiration in my eyes was real. Otherwise, how could I have liked you so much before? So when did you stop liking me? Bai Ningbing looked into Fang Yuan's eyes, following his words. I didn't stop liking you. It's just that liking and wanting to possess are two different things. The clothes in the display case are indeed very beautiful. I spent so much effort to bring them home only to find they don't fit. The size isn't mine. Why be stubborn? So I put them back for everyone else to admire. You're actually very handsome. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan's serious face and suddenly said this. I know. I've never thought I was ugly. It's just that a fairy like you probably doesn't like handsome men. When I said this, my tone was somewhat teasing. The word fairy made her a little uncomfortable. Bai Ningbing turned her face away, her ears a little red. Oh, you're not shy, are you? It seems that in the past, not only was your judgment poor, your eyesight wasn't good either. In the past, in your heart, I was. What kind of scumbag image? I didn't think much of it. Sometimes you were always by my side. Your appearance was really annoying, so I couldn't be bothered to look. Bai Ningbing was extremely blunt. I wasn't angry either, I just chuckled twice. If I hadn't been blind back then, you wouldn't have been worthy of me. My grandfather, from when I was young, his favorite saying was, he felt that in this world there was no woman worthy of his precious grandson. If you say so, then my mother also said since I was little that no one was worthy of being her son-in-law. What parent or elder doesn't feel that their child is one of a kind, second to none? So putting a fairy like you back in the display case was the right choice. In my miserable place, how nice it would be to release you back to your own territory. As I said these words, my eyes unconsciously glanced at her ears, but I couldn't believe she could actually get shy. Realistically speaking, if we weren't husband and wife, but just simple friends, it would indeed be a bit more comfortable and harmonious. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed first. After saying that, I walked towards the room. Bai Ningbing watched Fang Yuan's figure enter the room. When she averted her gaze, she shook her head helplessly. I'm slowly realizing it's like this again. Every time he goes into his room, my eyes follow him. It's not out of politeness, but truly, I can't help it. I follow his figure with my eyes. The next day, Bai Ningbing woke up and made breakfast. When I entered the house and saw breakfast on the table, I was a little surprised. Are you okay now? It was never a big deal to begin with. Bai Ningbing smiled. The meal was quite harmonious. When I took the dishes to the kitchen, Bai Ningbing followed me in. She just stood beside me, watching me wash the dishes. Are you that worried about me? I just don't have a talent for cooking. I'm not really a pampered young master who has never done chores. Washing dishes is not a problem. I've been washing dishes for so long and have only broken one once. Besides, that time was because I was in a bad mood. It's not that I'm not worried. I just want to look at you. Director Bai is indeed suited for being single. Before, you couldn't even be bothered to talk to me. Now your mouth is as sweet as honey. Bai Ningbing frowned and took 2 steps back. I'll change and wait for you downstairs. Don't make me wait too long. After saying that, she hastily left this troublesome place. I keep intentionally or unintentionally teasing her like this. She can't stand it at all. I leisurely cleaned up the kitchen a bit, then I changed my clothes and went downstairs. Bai Ningbing was waiting in the car downstairs. When she saw me, she frowned. Are you meeting Suching today? You've even put on cologne. Your clothes are also very neat. It seems you take this very seriously. I do have to go see her. I smiled. I didn't deny it at all. When you came to see me back then, you came so casually. When Bai Ningbing said this, the jealousy was quite thick. Bai Ningbing was talking about after she came back, when I went to see her. Not only did I not dress up, I also brought the divorce papers directly. How can this be the same? She is a business partner. After all, I still have to show some respect. Dressing a bit formally is not a bad thing. You are different. At that time, you were my wife. When I said this, I looked at Bai Ningbing with a smile. Then, before she could even smile, I added another sentence. Besides, a divorced ex-wife. What is there to dress up for? Fang Yuan, don't be so casual. Bai Ningbing looked at me. Looking a little angry, I smiled and touched her earlobe. But don't worry, it's just a work requirement. In my heart, you, the fairy, are still the most beautiful. Bai Ningbing's heart pounded. She could clearly feel me pinching her earlobe. She didn't push my hand away, just gave a verbal warning. It didn't even have much of a real threat. You're really too casual. Of course, I'm in a good mood today. I smiled and pulled my hand back. It's not because I'm meeting Suqing that I'm in a good mood. Your existence makes me feel happy. I wonder if my understanding is correct. When you were my wife, I lived with someone who didn't like me. What a pitiful husband. You're not my wife anymore. So I'm living with a single beauty, and this beauty even blushes. The meeting place was found for me by Zhang Lei, a very niche art exhibition. It was found based on Suqing's preferences. This Suqing is quite unpredictable. She looks like a worldly socialite, but the things she likes seem quite strange. Suqing's voice rang out. If I had known this place was so far, I would have rather found a coffee shop near the company. Hehe. Actually, I don't mind you meeting me at a coffee shop, but since we're here, I'll accept this gesture. As she spoke, Suqing looked around. She must be quite interested in this place. With her hands behind her back, she casually strolled like an old lady, walking around the exhibition hall. Although I was a bit tired, I still got up and leisurely followed behind her. Actually, you don't need to go out of your way to please me. I am very sincere about cooperating with you. I'm not playing around with you. The smile on Suqing's face was very wide. Then she turned her head to look at me and continued. As long as your ex-wife doesn't cause trouble, we will definitely have a very happy cooperation. She paused for a moment. Suqing lowered her voice again and said, now that she's really your ex-wife, she won't interfere with your work, right? I looked up at Suqing, feeling a bit guilty. Suqing glanced at Fang Yuan, smiling without saying a word. She continued her leisurely walk. After having seen all the paintings inside, she looked at Fang Yuan once again. I'll treat you to a meal later. I've already made a reservation. Only then did I truly breathe a sigh of relief. Suqing's words meant that this stage was over. After we went outside, Suqing even opened the car door for me personally. I was in Suqing's car, but her driver was driving. She sat with me in the back. As the car started, Suqing suddenly looked at me. Only then did I belatedly realize I still hadn't given the address. Just as I was about to call the driver, Suqing said to the driver with interest, let's go eat. Yes. The driver nodded, not asking for the address. If you've already figured out my preferences, then what kind of food do I like, and which restaurants I like to eat at? You must have looked them up already, right? Suqing smiled very happily, as if playing an interesting game. When we get there later, if it's not the place you booked, I will be very sad. It proves you still haven't put in the effort to find out my real preferences. I said nothing. I lowered my head to look at the map on my phone. After turning off the phone, I smiled. Looking at the road we're on now, I don't think I guessed wrong. Tell me, what else do you know about me? Suqing was somewhat smug. Just knowing what you like to eat and where you like to go is almost enough. My answer was both thoughtful and tactful. Any more than that would be inappropriate. For a business person to be completely figured out by others is not a good thing. Listening to you talk like this, I feel you're still quite suited to be a businessman. You know what to say and what to do. You advance and retreat with measure. I looked at her doubtfully, not quite understanding the meaning behind her words. Suqing smiled indifferently. I heard that your grandfather held you in the palm of his hand since you were little. You didn't have much contact with the business world before. I nodded. Actually, in the business world, knowing my grandfather is very normal, Suqing asked. Aren't you curious how I know? No need to be curious, right? I respect you, so I'll look up what you like and dislike. You also looked into me a little. This is a basic part of cooperation. After all, we need to understand beforehand what kind of person the other party is and whether they are suitable for cooperation. Actually, I used to know your grandfather. Your grandfather's friends in the business world and his enemies are probably numerous. Even if you've never met them, you should know about them to some extent. Especially after your grandfather passed away, you need to know who can help you right now and who might harm you. In the past, many people went through Wangjung, so the information was not necessarily accurate. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about this. I smiled and shook my head. Very honest. I guessed you didn't know either. Otherwise, back then you were looking for so many people to help. Why didn't you come to my family? Suqing looked at me and said again. Their relationship was quite good in the past. They often played chess and drank tea together. Later, the relationship wasn't so good. I heard all of this from your grandfather too. Their era has passed. We can still cooperate. Don't worry. In the business world, there aren't too many personal grudges. A win-win is the only outcome. In the business world, there are no permanent enemies and no permanent friends, but interests are permanent. When I spoke, I was still very decisive. Even if I was pretending, I pretended very well. Suqing nodded slowly. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, as far as I know, the two of them fell out because of a private matter. In the afternoon, when Suqing drove me back to the company, Bai Ningbing's car was already waiting downstairs. When I got out of the car, I unconsciously glanced at the time. Why did she come to pick me up now? The time is getting earlier and earlier. I walked towards Bai Ningbing's car, very slowly. Upon closer look, I even seemed to be limping a little. Bai Ningbing got out of the car and quickly walked over to me. How about we go straight home? Don't go to the company anymore. I don't know why. Bai Ningbing's tone sounded as if someone owed her money. I originally planned to go back to the company to give some instructions, but I stole a glance at Bai Ningbing's expression and then nodded slowly. Let's go home. I'm dead tired today. I didn't want to be polite with Bai Ningbing anymore. As soon as I got in the car, I took off my shoes. Bai Ningbing spoke casually. So tired today? Where did you go? Saw an art exhibition, had a meal, discussed the contract details, and then came back. What did you eat? Bai Ningbing continued to press, still with a casual tone. I don't remember. I was already very tired during the meal. Suqing ordered all the dishes. I didn't eat much either. I took out my phone and texted Zhang Lei, telling him to tidy up the documents in the company. After putting down the phone, I leaned back in my seat and fell asleep within a few minutes. The sight of Fang Yuan falling asleep next to her was actually very warm. If one could temporarily ignore the fact that they were divorced, then such a scene was truly beautiful. Going out together during the day and coming home together after work. When he's tired, he would be in her car, casually taking off his shoes. He would also lean his head and fall asleep in her car. After getting home, she could wake him up and give him a kiss. Bai Ningbing quickly shook her head. Why does it feel more and more wrong the more I think about it? When the car actually stopped downstairs, Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She turned her head to look at the soundly sleeping Fang Yuan. She didn't dare to make too much noise. She leaned closer to Fang Yuan and couldn't help but swallow. She pulled down Fang Yuan's collar a little. I instinctively opened my eyes and pushed Bai Ningbing away. You, what are you doing? I pulled my collar up. When I looked at Bai Ningbing, my face was full of question marks. I was going to help you unbuckle your seatbelt. Bai Ningbing's lie was very clumsy. What you wanted to take off probably wasn't the seatbelt, right? Bai Ningbing, are you okay? Didn't you say before that I didn't need to sleep with you? Before, we were still husband and wife. You said you were a righteous gentleman, and you didn't need me to sleep with you. Now that we're divorced, you want to sleep with me instead. Bai Ningbing watched Fang Yuan's figure go upstairs. She struggled internally for a long time before getting out of the car. I had no other intention. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, a moment of madness. I just wanted to see if the hickey from before had faded. Are you cooking today? I looked at her and asked, a completely unrelated topic. Can you still eat in the evening? Bai Ningbing coughed lightly. She quickly followed Fang Yuan's topic. Why wouldn't I eat? A free chef, it would be a waste not to use her. But today I don't want to help you wash vegetables anymore. My foot hurts. No need to help. I can do it all. Bai Ningbing replied very decisively. As long as I didn't bring up the awkward topic from just now, she would do anything I asked her to do now. I must be really tired. Sleeping in the car earlier wasn't enough. When Bai Ningbing came out of the kitchen, I had fallen asleep on the sofa again. She subconsciously walked towards me. When she was only a few steps away from me, she quickly stopped in her tracks. Remembering the awkwardness in the car just now, she didn't dare get too close this time. I was sleeping soundly like a child who loves to sleep. Bai Ningbing sat down at the other end of the sofa, quietly watching Fang Yuan's sleeping figure. Her eyes unconsciously started to wander. Unconsciously, they looked towards my lips. Bai Ningbing is a very rational person. Although her family is considered happy, the information in this era flows too freely and is too developed. She can see countless news stories, see countless tragedies of love and marriage. The phone suddenly rang, cutting off all illusions and also cutting short my dream. I rubbed my eyes and sat up groggily. What time is it? I looked towards Bai Ningbing and realized that it was Bai Ningbing's phone that had woken me up. So now she probably has to answer the phone first. So I quickly shut my mouth. The food is ready. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I'll take this call for a moment. Bai Ningbing had actually already answered the call. I didn't say anything more, just nodded silently, motioning for her to take care of her business first. Bai Ningbing took her phone to the balcony. She put the phone to her ear. A somewhat teasing voice came from the other end of the line. All these years of friendship, and you've never cooked for me. The call was from Lin Yuchen. Just now, Bai Ningbing didn't answer the call immediately. He probably heard everything. If you have something to say it. Don't be weird with me. Bai Ningbing scoffed. Then she turned towards the living room. She could see me stretching on the sofa, stretching and getting up to walk towards the dining table. I want to tell you about the matter you asked me about last time. Did you find anything? Bai Ningbing asked hurriedly. Haven't found anything. Lin Yuchen also answered decisively. It's been so long. The bar surveillance cameras have all been erased. If you want to find a witness, it's harder than reaching for the sky. Around that time, the bar had just opened. There were a lot of customers coming and going. Did you offend anyone around that time? The big picture is hard to find, but we can start from the small aspects. It's unlikely that someone would drug you randomly. It must have been premeditated. Did you offend anyone around that time? Or did you have a conflict with someone? Who could I have offended? Weren't I every day during that period hanging out with you guys? Bai Ningbing couldn't figure it out. Even when she went to the bar, it was to hang out with friends. She never caused any trouble. Who could she have offended? Why did you have that impression of me? It's because during that time I was the only variable. During that time, I was passionately pursuing her. I was always appearing by her side for coincidental meetings, so Bai Ningbing unconsciously felt that I wasn't simple. Then there's no way to investigate anymore. Bai Ningbing was helpless. Let me take another look, see if there are any clues from the hotel side. Wait for my news. Lin Yuchen sighed helplessly. He understood the things that Bai Ningbing didn't care about. You don't like to ask about things, big or small, but you asked about this matter from 3 years ago. It shows that you sincerely want to know. So as your friend, what else can I do? Don't I have to keep investigating for you? But Director Bai, don't you have anything you want to say to me? I haven't eaten yet, you know.
This topic from Lin Yuchen now has a very strong pointedness. The cooking thing just now, are you that curious? Bai Ningbing sneered and glanced towards the dining table again. It's not that I'm being nosy, I just don't understand you. You have to give me a straight answer. What do you plan to do in the end? Do you want to continue living together or do you want a divorce? It's not that I must be nosy, it's just that you always give me an unpredictable feeling. I don't know what your current attitude is towards Zhang Yuan. I am a businessman. Before you came back, I was already targeting his company. When old Master Fang was running around like a headless chicken, everyone actually understood in their hearts. The situation was beyond saving, so everyone wanted to wait and see when the company would collapse. Then jump in and get a piece of the action, preferably taking over the whole thing. But as soon as you came back, you wanted to help him. I had no choice but to accept it. If you want to live with him, then I naturally have to give you face. If I know you two will divorce, then I don't want to miss out on this big profit. Aren't we living very well? What are you asking such redundant questions for? I am warning you. Our friendship comes before profit. Of course I know. If you want to live with him, then live. I don't know what kind of wrong medicine you took after you came back. All right, I'll talk to you later if there's any news. Lin Yuchen intended to end the call. Before hanging up, he added, find some time to cook a meal for us friends. You also know our friendship is the most important. I worked so hard and didn't even get a meal. I'll find time this weekend to cook for you guys. She also agreed very decisively. It seems Lin Yuchen had really never eaten her cooking. Bai Ningbing hung up the phone and walked to the dining table. She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite me. Two of them had a quiet and harmonious meal together. Does your foot still hurt? After finishing the meal, Bai Ningbing stood up on her own initiative to clear the dishes. Of course it hurts. It's blistered. So that's why you're so kind today, helping me clear the dishes too. I can do it all from now on. Bai Ningbing looked at me and said, I'm just kidding. I'm just tired today. I'll continue working tomorrow. It's not to the point of taking advantage of you like this. You've already worked hard cooking. All right, you clear it up. Wait until tomorrow when I'm fully recovered. I'll continue to help you wash vegetables and dishes. When I pushed myself up from the table and walked towards the sofa, I still looked a bit limp. When Bai Ningbing finished cleaning the kitchen and came out,
She saw that I was still sitting on the sofa. She didn't go straight over, but took out the first aid kit. I looked up at her, my eyes clear, as if just emerging from a deep train of thought. She looked even more like a fairy who had just descended to the mortal world, innocent and unaware of the rules of the mortal world. Let me see your foot. Bai Ningbing placed the first aid kit on the coffee table. Then she sat down next to me. Don't wear such high shoes next time. Then she skillfully opened the first aid kit, took out disinfectant and cotton swabs. Then she carefully treated my blister. She gently wiped the scraped heel. I looked at her quiet and careful face, still so beautiful. Bai Ningbing's charm was still there. Moreover, it was different from when I liked her the most before. Her whole being now, her aura was different from before. Does it hurt? Bai Ningbing looked up at me. It doesn't hurt. It's just a small thing. I laughed carefree. I looked at her, suddenly silent. People are sometimes so unreasonable. The more careful she is with me now, the more ironic I feel. Just as I said myself, it doesn't hurt. It's just a small thing. In the past, the things that made me feel like I was dying from pain were far more numerous than this. I always can't help but think about the past, imagining how the me of the past faced it. Much of my past pain and humiliation were caused by Bai Ningbing herself. Bai Ningbing's heartlessness once caused me immense pain, so now her heartache becomes ironic. Some things, at the right time, are the best. Once they expire, they seem to have no value anymore, just like her love. When I loved her, her response would have been called mutual love, but now, at most, it's just a one-sided joke. And what's even funnier is that the person she likes now is the person she once thought she would never like and had casually discarded. Bai Ningbing quietly put the medicine back in the box. Her gaze fell back to my foot. She reached out and held my ankle. The temperature of her hand was very warm, giving me a warm illusion like being under the sun. She subconsciously put her hand on my shoulder. I foolishly looked into her eyes. Bai Ningbing tilted her head closer and gently touched my lips. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. The feeling of our lips touching stunned me even more. But I didn't move, just stared wide-eyed at Bai Ningbing. Our four eyes met. The atmosphere was subtle and quiet. I realized afterwards and swallowed, raising a hand to touch the lips that were just kissed. That I must be a little sleepy. After reacting, I was a bit unnatural and coughed lightly twice. Then I pointed towards my room. How about I go to bed first? Bai Ningbing was also a little flustered. She nodded hastily. Bai Ningbing didn't actually think too much about it. If she wanted to kiss, she kissed. But after the kiss, it felt quite surreal. She looked at me, right in front of her. It was hard to be completely indifferent. She couldn't help but want to get a little closer. I carefully shifted my body, then hurriedly got off the sofa. My steps back to the room were a bit rushed. Bai Ningbing's heart still couldn't calm down. She could feel it very clearly, her uncontrollable desire for Feng Yuan. When she woke up early to make breakfast, she felt a little uneasy. The wind blew from the balcony. Every small, accidental sound made her unable to resist turning around, hoping Feng Yuan would wake up. But she also felt a little uneasy. That kiss yesterday. Although Feng Yuan didn't say anything, from the perspective of normal divorced people, it was very presumptuous. When my bedroom door opened, Bai Ningbing immediately looked at my face. I let out a big yawn. I clearly didn't sleep well either. Good morning. My tone was groggy after the yawn. I walked towards her. President Bai, thanks to you. I couldn't sleep all night. Bai Ningbing didn't dare to open her mouth and ask. She just hummed softly. Because you kissed me. I had a dream. I dreamt that I was about to be kissed to death by you. It made me afraid to go back to sleep all night. The expression on Bai Ningbing's face was surreal. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. A few seconds later, she spoke. Sorry. It seemed that other than an apology, there were no more suitable words to say. It's fine. Seeing as you made me breakfast, I'll forgive you. Next time you have any intentions, ask me first. Bai Ningbing could only nod, but on second thought, if she had really asked, can I kiss you? It would have seemed very awkward. In Bai Ningbing's subconscious, she wanted a next time. I didn't mind too much. My mood wasn't affected. In a flash, I finished breakfast, then went into my room to change clothes. Bai Ningbing tidied up the kitchen a bit. She walked to the door and knocked. I'll be right out. You go downstairs and wait for me first. Bai Ningbing went downstairs by herself first. She sat in the driver's seat waiting for Feng Yuan. About 10 minutes later, Feng Yuan came down. Today, he was still wearing a casual suit, but I was still wearing the leather shoes that hurt my feet. What's your plan for today? Are you meeting Suqing again today? We'll talk a bit more. We should be able to decide then. I forgot to tell you, yesterday, I talked to her about your 20%. She said she might not need it. What do you think? If Suqing really wants to cooperate with me, she won't be lacking your 20%. Do whatever you think is convenient. I have no opinion. At first, I said I'd invest 20%. Not because I absolutely had to participate. It was just for show for others to see. It was also to give them a promise, to let them know these projects were feasible. But if I can really participate, I'm willing, especially now that there are no marital ties. Having a work connection is good too. Otherwise, it's really just a relationship of an ex-husband and a debtor. I always feel that relationship is too fragile. It seems that whenever I can get back on my feet, I can kick her away at any time. If you're already dressed so comfortably, why are you still wearing those uncomfortable leather shoes of yours? If Suqing doesn't care about these things, you should just wear whatever is comfortable. Why make yourself suffer? It doesn't matter what I wear. But I can't stand how tall Suqing is. I don't want to always have to look up to talk to her. Do you know Suqing's grandfather? You said before that Suqing likes to cause trouble. Actually, the old man at home dotes on her a lot. He's always been that kind of person. You. Why did you suddenly ask about this? I'm just curious. Suqing said her grandfather and my grandfather knew each other, but my grandfather never mentioned the Su family to me, the matters of the previous generation. How would we know? Maybe my parents would know a little. I'll ask for you next time. Bai Ningbing said so. But she felt a little uncomfortable inside. My conversation topics were all about Suqing. She had heard before that being in love was a very cheesy thing. You'd exaggerate clearly unimportant matters to dwell on them. You'd bicker over holding the wrong hand while walking on the street together, as if different hands expressed love differently. Bai Ningbing found it incomprehensible, but now she felt that she seemed to be starting to change too, becoming cheesy, petty, if it were the her from before. She would have hated herself enough to slap herself twice. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Yuan. Suddenly her mood felt as if it wasn't too disappointing after all. The car quickly stopped downstairs from the company. This time, Bai Ningbing also got out of the car. She took a paper bag from the trunk and handed it to me. I took it and couldn't help but glance inside. Inside was a pair of sneakers. So thoughtful. If you feel tired wearing leather shoes, change into these. I just prepared them for you. The decision is still up to you. All right? President Bai's kindness is much appreciated. As I smiled and left, I even gave her a wink. Not long after Bai Ningbing arrived at her company, Lin Yuchen called her again. Bai Ningbing looked at her phone screen, at the name on it, and sighed. She answered with a helpless smile. What's up? It's not even the weekend yet. Are you that eager to eat my cooking? Bai Ningbing's words carried a teasing tone. Well, still have to eat. But before the meal, I'll show you a video first. I think after you watch the video, you'll have to make me a few more dishes this weekend. Hearing Lin Yuchen say this, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but become a little more serious. Her intuition told her that there was progress on what they talked about yesterday. Okay, send it, Bai Ningbing said in a low voice. After saying that, she decisively hung up. Very quickly, Lin Yuchen sent her a video. When Bai Ningbing opened the video, her hand trembled slightly. It was from 3 years ago, a video of her and Fang Yuan going to the hotel, from the main lobby to the elevator. Once inside the elevator, there was nothing more, but just with the footage in the main lobby, it could still say a lot. It was Fang Yuan who helped her to the hotel. As soon as she entered the hotel lobby, she collapsed onto the sofa in the hall. She didn't look well at all, as if she was drunk. Fang Yuan went to the front desk to book a room. While booking the room, he even looked around once. Fang Yuan seemed worried that people passing by would see her miserable state, so he kept tapping his foot impatiently while waiting for the booking. After booking the room, Fang Yuan returned to the sofa to help her up. It was very difficult, half pulling, half dragging. He was almost carrying half of her body towards the elevator. Bai Ningbing's entire body was hanging onto him. Perhaps such close proximity and contact made Bai Ningbing even more unable to bear it. A few seconds before entering the elevator, she acted like a madwoman, ignoring everything, ignoring my struggles. She directly kissed me and pulled me into the elevator. After watching, Bai Ningbing was silent for a long time. When she put her phone on the desk, it took a long time to calm her emotions. She picked up her phone again to call Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen seemed to have been waiting for her call. As soon as the call connected, he spoke first, as if wanting to claim credit. Do you know how hard it was to get this video? What do you think? Bai Ningbing didn't wait for him to finish. She spoke in a low voice. Right now, she didn't want to hear Lin Yuchen talk about how hard it was to get this video. She wanted to know more, as an outsider, how he would perceive this video. What's your first impression? What do you think the truth is? Isn't this perfectly clear? You two definitely slept together. Lin Yuchen said simply and decisively. Anything else? Bai Ningbing asked again. This isn't easy to talk about. Now that you have the video, why don't you go ask the person involved yourself? Bai Ningbing was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. How did you get this video? It wasn't that she was ignoring Lin Yuchen's contribution. Finding this video must have taken a lot of effort. Getting this video really wasn't simple. Hotel surveillance cameras are usually deleted after a while. This one was still saved because there was a dispute that day, and they needed the surveillance video as evidence, so it was copied. The entire night's footage was kept. But this stuff can't be shared outside. I couldn't watch the other parts, just these few minutes. I had to talk myself hoarse, but just these few minutes are enough. There's nothing after the elevator, only the copy from the main lobby that night. You've worked hard. I really thank you this time. I'll definitely cook for you this weekend. I'm waiting for you. Lin Yuchen laughed heartily and hung up. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ningbing had no mood to work anymore. She sat alone in her office for a very, very long time. So long that her butt felt numb before she stood up. She picked up her phone and left the office. She didn't call Fang Yuan. She just drove near Fang Yuan's company and then wandered around aimlessly. She suddenly didn't know where she should go. After walking for over half an hour, she suddenly stopped. Her gaze fell on a coffee shop not far away. She saw the figure of Fang Yuan with Su Qing. They were laughing and talking happily about something. At this moment, looking at Fang Yuan through the glass, Bai Ningbing couldn't describe her feelings. She didn't even know if she should approach or leave. She just stood there, staring blankly. I suddenly seemed to sense something. I turned my head to look out the window and saw Bai Ningbing. She was standing outside, not far away. Her expression didn't reveal what she was thinking right now, but something seemed different than usual. She stood still, not moving, as if nailed to the spot. Our eyes met. My heart skipped a beat, an indescribable feeling, but there was an emotion, an intense one that came from nowhere. It seemed to come from Bai Ningbing's eyes, but then again, maybe not. Anyway, in an instant, it enveloped me. I'm stepping out for a moment. I hurriedly stood up and walked to the door. Su Qing also turned her head to look out the window, but she only saw Bai Ningbing's back as she turned and left. When I got out of the coffee shop, Bai Ningbing was already gone. Bai Ningbing did indeed suddenly want to see me, but seeing me stand up to look for her, she suddenly became scared. Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance just now, was she waiting for me or just passing by? There was even a moment I suspected it was my own hallucination, suspecting that Bai Ningbing had never been here. I bowed my head and took deep breaths for a while, before stepping back into the coffee shop. In any case, Bai Ningbing is a grown woman. I still have to finish talking business with Su Qing now. Because of that small interruption during the day, I looked at the clock a few more times as it got closer to quitting time. But I didn't receive a call from Bai Ningbing. We're both free now. If Bai Ningbing wanted to pick me up, that's her kindness. Not coming is also her freedom. I learned long ago not to place my hopes on anyone. Besides, it's not like I can't get home on my own. I went home by myself. But Bai Ningbing wasn't home. I looked down at the clock, then took my clothes to the bathroom. It was already dark when I came out, but there was still no information about Bai Ningbing on my phone. I held my phone and sat down on the sofa, hesitating. In the end, I still sent a text to Bai Ningbing. I'm hungry. Are you coming home to cook today? If not, I'll order takeout. There was no reply to the sent message, but a few minutes later, there was a sound at the door. Bai Ningbing was back. Bai Ningbing didn't wait for Fang Yuan to ask, she spoke directly. I was in the car downstairs for a while. I nodded, didn't dare ask much, just by looking at each other through the glass today. I could feel that Bai Ningbing seemed to have something on her mind. I'll go see what's left to eat. Bai Ningbing walked straight towards the kitchen. I looked at her figure and still followed her. Very naturally, I reached out to roll up her sleeves for her. While rolling, I carefully looked up at her. Are you okay today? Bai Ningbing's gaze on me was burning. I'm fine. What about you? I signed the contract with Su Qing today. I was planning to celebrate a little tonight. Then I'll stir-fry 2 more dishes, Bai Ningbing said softly. Although for every sentence I spoke, she responded, but for some reason, I always felt like she was still being silent. Go outside and wait for me. Bai Ningbing lowered her hands. She looked at me very naturally, with no intention of confiding in me. I left the kitchen and sat on the sofa for a long time. In the end, I still went to find a bottle of wine. When Bai Ningbing brought the food out from the kitchen, she saw me sitting at the dining table. She also saw the bottle of wine on the table in front of me. Let me help. After saying that, I hurriedly stood up. I wanted to help bring out the rest of the food from the kitchen. Don't move. Bai Ningbing quickly called me back. She gestured for me to sit down and wait. When Bai Ningbing went into the kitchen to get the other dishes, I had already poured the wine. 2 glasses, 1 for each of us. Bai Ningbing brought all the rice and dishes to the table. She pulled out a chair and sat down next to me. She proactively raised her wine glass towards me. We should celebrate a little today. Thanks. I smiled agreeably. Is there something you want to tell me? Good or bad news, it's all fine. I also raised my glass. Then I looked into Bai Ningbing's eyes. I don't see you as an outsider. I've told you everything that happened today. If you have something on your mind, you shouldn't hide it either. After all, our public identity is still husband and wife. You came near my company today. Were you passing by or looking for me? Just passing by. I just happened to see you, looking at you through the glass today. You're actually quite handsome. I've always been handsome. Your taste is becoming more and more normal now. Bai Ningbing reached for the wine bottle. Her eyes asked if I wanted more. I hesitated for 2 seconds. I still passed my glass over. Bai Ningbing poured wine for me. This glass is very full. I brought the glass in front of me. Bai Ningbing spoke again. Didn't you say you were hungry? Eat something to line your stomach first. I nodded. I obediently picked up my chopsticks. This meal was a bit uncomfortable, an unspoken discomfort. Today, Bai Ningbing, from head to toe, exuded a quietness and a melancholic aura. I quickly ate more than half a bowl of rice. After filling my stomach, I raised my wine glass once again. This time, I stood up and walked directly towards Bai Ningbing. I looked down at her. This glass is on me. On you for what? Bai Ningbing looked up at Fang Yuan. The food was delicious. I tilted my head back and drank the glass of wine in one go. I tried to finish all the wine in the glass. I put the empty glass down. I raised my eyebrows slightly, reminding Bai Ningbing that she should drink too. You can't outdrink me. It's not necessary. Bai Ningbing looked up at me, but she still went along with my intention, downing her glass of wine. Today, Bai Ningbing was not happy. After drinking, she went to the sofa and sat in silence. Although I also drank, aside from being a little dizzy. I wasn't drunk to the point of being incoherent. I consciously took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. I turned on the tap. Halfway through washing the dishes, the sound of Bai Ningbing's footsteps came over. She walked straight up behind me. She hugged me and directly turned off the tap. My body stiffened. Have you felt my good intentions? You want us to help each other. You really want to help me. When Bai Ningbing opened her mouth, her voice was hoarse. Her hug on me seemed to get tighter and tighter. Help you how? My heart pounded. I even stuttered a little when I spoke. It's not that I'm spineless. It's that, at this moment, Bai Ningbing was hugging me so tightly. Remember what you said before? That I have to tell you before doing anything. So now, can I kiss you? I swallowed. I didn't dare to look into her eyes anymore. Bai Ningbing's gaze right now. I was afraid I would drown in it. Help me. Saying that, Bai Ningbing moved close to my lips. Little by little, she pressed against my lips. My hands gripped the edge of the kitchen counter. I won't talk about the first time, the last time, you were drunk. But this time, although you also drank, you weren't drunk. You can find countless reasons. You can blame it on everything. But when you're sober, if you don't refuse, there's no other explanation besides liking them. I leaned back a little, moving away from Bai Ningbing's lips. She was dazed, awkward, confused, and uneasy. Bai Ningbing raised her hand. Once again, she pulled me towards her, continuing the kiss from just now. This time, I was thinking. Leaning back wasn't working anymore. Bai Ningbing didn't give me a chance. Then she directly pulled me into the room and closed the door. 2 single, adult men and women. Under the same roof, both having had alcohol, pushed by the atmosphere. It didn't seem entirely inexplicable. Bai Ningbing had a feeling of reckless abandon, like the world was collapsing. When it ended, I was already dead sleepy. It was actually good. I didn't have to face it soberly. Bai Ningbing got up to take a shower. When she came out, she walked very quietly. She had no intention of waking Fang Yuan. She stood by the bed, looking at Fang Yuan for a long time. Then she carefully backed out of the room. She didn't plan to sleep here, because she could anticipate the awkwardness between the two of them tomorrow. Bai Ningbing didn't go back to her own room. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the dark. She leaned against the sofa and took out her phone again. She re-watched the video Lin Yu-chen had sent her. Before, she said she wasn't angry anymore. They could still continue to live together. This entire premise was based on me being the one who made the mistake first, wronging her. So she abandoned me for 3 years. Now she felt they were even. She could magnanimously continue to live with him, but what if the person hadn't made a mistake at all? What if they hadn't wronged her at all? Perhaps the greatest punishment in this world for a person is to let her break someone's heart, and then let her fall in love with that person. Before waking up the next day, Bai Ningbing tidied up the sofa. As if nothing had happened, she went into the kitchen to make breakfast. I came out of my room while she was making breakfast. Bai Ningbing could hear my footsteps stop at the kitchen door, but there was no cheerful good morning like before. I stood silently at the kitchen door. Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me. The last time we slept together, we got divorced. This time, there's no marriage left to divorce. You must have been born in the year of the dog. Why do you always have to leave marks? You have to add 2 more eggs for me today. I made the request as if nothing had happened. Bai Ningbing nodded. Adding 10 for you isn't a problem. I did leave quite a few marks on you. I couldn't really control myself. I always want to mark something. President Bai, it's a woman thing. I can understand, but I hope you can understand me too. I'm a clean freak. If you have a new friend, remember to move out of my house. After saying that, I felt something was wrong. I quickly corrected myself. At least tell me first. I can move out too. After all, I still owe you money. The title deed is still mortgaged in your hands. I don't seem to have the right to tell you to leave. I'm not saying you're promiscuous or slutty. It's just that you're single now. Who knows when some unexpected fate might come along. I'm really a clean freak, you understand. Bai Ningbing understood that adults all have their own needs, but if this need of mine was met by someone else, then there would be no need to have a relationship with Fang Yuan anymore. On Friday, when I left the company after work, Bai Ningbing was already waiting downstairs, on the phone with the window open. I naturally sat in the passenger seat and didn't bother her. I just obediently leaned back in the seat and waited for her to finish her call. Hearing Bai Ningbing's happy tone and relaxed banter, I could guess it was Lin Yuchen calling. A few minutes later, Bai Ningbing hung up. Then she looked at me with a smiling, squinted gaze. This weekend, Lin Yuchen has booked a homestay. It's nearby, not far. He said we'll barbecue together, chat, have some drinks, things like that. When Bai Ningbing said these words, she looked into my eyes. She asked carefully and with some expectation, "Do you want to go? Am I crazy? I finally have the weekend. I'm not going to sleep into my heart's content just to go get into some nonsense with you. Besides, those are all your friends. I don't know them. It'll be awkward for everyone if I go." On the drive home, Bai Ningbing was very quiet. When we were about to reach the neighborhood, we passed by a supermarket. Bai Ningbing glanced at me and opened her mouth. "Let's not buy groceries today. There's still some at home. Let's cook it all tonight so it doesn't spoil. I won't be home this weekend, and I don't cook. Tonight we can clear out the leftover ingredients in the house." I leisurely nodded. My gaze turned towards Bai Ningbing. I gave a half smile. "What's wrong?" Bai Ningbing looked at my expression and asked, "President Bai, why are you like a housewife now? Nagging all day. It's all about eating to fill your stomach. Isn't life about these things? Do you think it's all about earth-shattering, spectacular events? Actually, the essence of life is just 3 meals a day." I smiled without speaking. Perhaps I never really understood Bai Ningbing. Perhaps Bai Ningbing has changed. I can't know. Anyway, the Bai Ningbing of now and the Bai Ningbing, in my impression, are completely different. After getting home, I went into the kitchen first and took out all the remaining ingredients. Looking at the ingredients, I then reached out to touch the edge of the kitchen counter. I couldn't help but recall the passionate kiss the two of us shared here. Hearing footsteps, I came back to my senses. I smiled at her as if nothing had happened. Bai Ningbing rolled up her sleeves and also came to help. The atmosphere was very surreal. The two stood side by side without speaking, but they silently washed vegetables together. The key thing was the sink wasn't big. When reaching out, their hands would occasionally brush against the back of the others. "Are you going for 1 night or 2? I mean, how long will you be at the homestay? So I know how many takeout meals I need to order," Bai Ningbing instructed in a low voice. "If I'm not here, you'll probably be very careless with yourself. Maybe once you get lazy, you'll be too lazy to even eat. Probably just 1 night. You'll probably leave on Saturday morning and come back Sunday afternoon. Anyway, I have a meeting early Monday morning." I nodded, then waved my hand. "You wash it? There are only a few stalks of vegetables left anyway." As I passed by Bai Ningbing, she asked another question. "Are you really not going?" "Not going. It has nothing to do with me. Your friends are fine, right? It's not like I have to face your parents. We don't need to act anymore, do we? No need." Bai Ningbing quickly shook her head. Then she watched my back as I left the kitchen. Now everything to Bai Ningbing was an act, but life in this play was becoming more and more engrossing. The rushing sound of water pulled her back to reality. She retracted her gaze and hurriedly finished washing the vegetables. After I left the kitchen, I went to my room to wash up. While standing in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but look down at the marks on my body again. Is there something wrong with this person? The marks from last time took a long time to fade. I don't know how many days it will take this time. After changing, I left the room. Bai Ningbing had also almost finished cooking. This meal was very quiet. After the meal, I went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, I came out and saw Bai Ningbing sitting in the living room, looking at her phone. I walked over and asked, "Not packing your clothes? I'll just grab a set tomorrow morning. It's only for 1 night. Actually, I don't really want to go, but Lin Yuchen wants to go. I promised to cook for him before, so I still have to go. Can we talk for a bit?" Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and asked, "Don't we talk every day? We've talked about eating and hygiene. 3 years ago." Bai Ningbing looked at me, her expression a few degrees more serious. I met her gaze, smiled lightly and shrugged. "I'm always like this. Whenever we talk about what happened 3 years ago, I act like nothing happened. Go ahead. I'll admit to anything. I want you to tell me what happened that night again. From beginning to end, can you tell me just once?" Bai Ningbing looked into my eyes, her tone very careful. She didn't want to make me think she was still blaming me. What right does the current you have to blame me? The person who was ridiculously wrong was her. I crossed my legs and leaned against the sofa in silence. Bai Ningbing didn't dare say anything more. "You've made your request. You've asked what you wanted to ask. Whether I agree or not is my choice." Bai Ningbing now couldn't find any reason to force Fang Yuan anymore. A few minutes of silence passed by, feeling like an eternity, as if centuries had gone by. "If you don't want to," Bai Ningbing coughed lightly, unnaturally heartbroken. "If I don't want to bring it up, then let's drop it. The one who needed an answer was never me. I have no reason to reminisce about those humiliations with you. It was your distrust, Bai Ningbing, that turned me from a victim into someone who was humiliated. It's like a stain on my name, a stain of someone who was once unscrupulous. It's fine. If you want to know, just ask. I don't remember much." I looked up at her. I really did open my mouth and tell her to just ask directly. Bai Ningbing's lips trembled, only to find that she couldn't seem to ask anything. What she wanted to ask before already had an answer. "You weren't the one who drugged me? Why did you take me to a hotel?" Bai Ningbing hesitated for a few seconds before asking that question. "What else? Take you to my house? The hotel was nearby. I couldn't just leave you on the side of the road." Bai Ningbing looked at me. She wanted to ask something else. I suddenly spoke up again. This time, my expression and tone were a bit more serious. "What do you want to say? What do you want to ask?" To me, not understanding is simply not understanding. Bai Ningbing looked into my eyes, seeing me open my mouth and say I didn't understand. Her heart was deeply shaken. I didn't understand anything at all. I didn't understand how to handle that situation, call the police or go to the hospital, or who I should find. I only knew there was a hotel nearby. I thought I'd take you there to rest first and figure things out later. At least I wouldn't leave you in a miserable state on the side of the road. I didn't understand that when you were like that. You needed to find someone to have sex with to get relief. If I had really understood. There's no way I wouldn't have even used a condom. I don't understand why my good intention to take responsibility turned me into a despicable, scheming scumbag, being hated, being abandoned, because I didn't understand. That's why my sins became even heavier. It was also when Fang Yuan said he didn't understand, that Bai Ningbing suddenly realized how innocent Fang Yuan was. You not only stole the most important thing from me, but you also put me in a position of being inhumane and unjust, leaving me here all alone, letting me endure all the coldness. But what you stole wasn't just the preciousness of my body, but perhaps it was also all my illusions about this world, about love, about women. They were all shattered. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. 1,000 words uncontrollably wanted to pour out from her heart. "Are you done asking? Then I'm going to bed." I looked at her, took a deep breath, and calmly stood up. Bai Ningbing looked up at me, watched me stand up, watched my figure disappear behind the door. Everything was overturned. I was the innocent one. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging pain in her heart. Misunderstanding and ruining someone was already a matter of debt and guilt, and that person is also the one you like. That feeling of intense, surging pain, it's completely impossible to describe with words. Bai Ningbing's heart felt like it had been split in two. When I woke up the next day, Bai Ningbing was already gone. She had made breakfast for me and left it on the table. It was quite a spread, but it was already cold. I don't blame Bai Ningbing. It's because I woke up too late. I pulled out a chair and started eating by myself. After I finished eating, I took out my phone to check it. There was a message from Bai Ningbing. I looked at the message, hesitating for a moment. I still replied to her, "Have fun." When my message was sent, Bai Ningbing was washing vegetables, but she still took out her phone to look. She didn't know how to reply, so she just didn't reply. Although her mood still hadn't completely calmed down, she was still very happy to receive my message. "Is there anything else? I don't want to wash anymore." Lin Yuchen's voice came through, then he threw a few vegetable stalks into the sink. "Didn't you want to eat the food I cooked? Are you feeling wronged just by washing a few vegetables?" Bai Ningbing saw that his smile was much brighter, much more than the forced smile in the morning. "When you arrived this morning, I thought you'd been kidnapped and brought here. There are a lot of friends today, so we need to prepare a little more. Chu Yunzhou, come here quickly." Lin Yuchen's face was full of helplessness. He turned his head to call for someone. When Chu Yunzhou walked in, he very proactively rolled up his sleeves. "Why have you lost your patience with washing again? You wash them. I'll go make skewers." Lin Yuchen pouted. He always feels that what other people do is easier. "All right then, don't ask to switch with me later." Then his gaze shifted back to Bai Ningbing. He directly reached out and pulled on Bai Ningbing's collar. "What's this? What are you saying?" Hearing Chu Yunzhao's words, Lin Yuchen was about to leave, but he turned back for a look. "It seems our Miss Bai Is living very comfortably now, huh? How would I know? I thought it was a mosquito bite from the mountain. If it weren't for Lin Yu Chen saying that with such a tone, I really wouldn't have thought of that. It was actually a hickey. Bai Ningbing actually had a hickey on her. She's living with Fang Yuan now. Could it be they're back together? What's wrong? Seeing Chu Yunzhou suddenly go silent, Bai Ningbing glanced at him. Nothing. I just feel that whatever our Miss Bai does, she gives up halfway. That personality of hers hasn't changed at all. Bai Ningbing wasn't home. The whole house became especially quiet. Even when Bai Ningbing was here, it wasn't very lively. I always thought I could endure loneliness, but at this moment, I still felt extremely lonely. Finally got through a difficult day. I went back to my bedroom. I tossed and turned until midnight before falling asleep, only to be woken up by a rustling sound, but I could clearly sense that in the room. I wasn't the only one. I turned my head to see Bai Ningbing standing by the bed. Bai Ningbing probably thought she was being very careful, but she underestimated the vigilance of a single man at home. She stood frozen in place, not daring to move. I grabbed a pillow and threw it at Bai Ningbing. If you wanted to come back, why didn't you call me first? You said you were staying for a night, even if you changed your mind at the last minute. You should have at least let me know. Appearing in my room in the middle of the night. Are you trying to scare me to death? It was a little late when I decided to come back. I was afraid you were already asleep, so I didn't want to wake you. As Bai Ningbing spoke, she lifted her foot. She took the pillow I threw and placed it back by the bed. All right, fine. Since you're back, hurry up and go to sleep. I reluctantly took the pillow and propped it behind my back. Bai Ningbing sat down on the edge of my bed. She didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. I held back and held back. A few minutes later, I still kicked off the blanket. Miss, what's gotten into you? Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. Instead, she hugged me directly. I just missed you. I was silent. I let her hug me. After more than half a minute, I struggled and leaned back a little. Did you not have fun? It was very fun. It's because it was fun that I missed you even more. I looked at Bai Ningbing as if I wanted to see through to the true emotions in her eyes. But after a few seconds, I gave up. It's not necessary to waste so much effort imagining what a woman is thinking in her heart. My gaze fell on Bai Ningbing's chest. I reached out and tapped it twice. Have you showered? Bai Ningbing honestly shook her head. Then she glanced towards the bathroom. Coming back here in the middle of the night, was it because you missed me, or did you want to sleep with me? I'll go to my room to shower. I really just suddenly missed you. I have no other intentions, even though you asked directly, but I can't answer too bluntly. If I said I wanted to sleep with you, wouldn't you kick me out immediately? So that's what you think. All right then. Go back to your room, shower, and go to sleep. I won't see you out these few steps. Bai Ningbing nodded. When she stood up, she clenched her fists. The warmth in her palms seemed to still be there, for my touch hadn't completely dissipated. Watching her back as she walked to the door, I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. She suddenly turned around, strode quickly back to the bed, and pinned me down. I looked up to see Bai Ningbing's face. She wasn't scared at all. She even wore a provocative smile. I looked into Bai Ningbing's eyes, then fixed my gaze on her lips. I raised my hand and gently pressed her lower lip. Bai Ningbing looked at me. The fire in her eyes was burning brightly. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the touch of my fingertips, searching for and trying to kiss my finger. You want to sleep with me? I looked at Bai Ningbing's infatuated expression and spoke softly. Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes, meeting my gaze, no longer avoiding it. She answered directly, yes, I just want to sleep with you. Unfortunately, right after you left today, my aunt came to visit. When I said this, my eyes curved into a smile. I was obviously provoking her on purpose. I wanted her to want something she couldn't have. It's okay. Bai Ningbing looked at me, not angry at all. Instead, she smiled even more gently. She took my hand and placed it on top of her head, feeling her scent. I didn't move. Bai Ningbing was a bit infatuated. She placed quite a few kisses on my neck, then she reluctantly stood up. I'm going to take a shower. You can calm yourself down. Bai Ningbing let me go, but the direction she walked in was towards my bathroom. I watched her figure enter the bathroom. I still couldn't help but swallow. I puffed my cheeks and took a deep breath to calm my heart rate down a bit. I'm not some saint untouched by worldly desires. That provocation just now. Although Bai Ningbing was frustrated, I wasn't much better off myself. If we're not talking about feelings, I actually don't particularly mind having a physical relationship with Bai Ningbing. Things between normal, consenting adults. Everyone enjoys them in this day and age. Why should I live such a chaste life? But to be honest, Bai Ningbing coming back tonight, I was actually quite surprised. When Bai Ningbing came out of the bathroom, I was already lying in bed, although not asleep. I was still wrapped tightly in the blanket. When Bai Ningbing came out, she was wrapped in a towel. She glanced at me, then walked step by step towards the bed. I pulled the blanket over my head. I could hear Bai Ningbing's footsteps approaching. Those footsteps finally stopped beside the bed. I kept my head covered, but I could still imagine how Bai Ningbing looked right now, standing by the bed, looking down at me. My heart unconsciously beat a little faster. Suddenly, the bed dipped a little. I didn't even dare to breathe. Do you want me to stay or go back to my room? Bai Ningbing's voice was hoarse. Those words seemed to have a magical power. I glanced at Bai Ningbing, acting a little troubled. My body is really not in the right condition. As I spoke, my eyes still couldn't help themselves, and glanced at Bai Ningbing's body. On Bai Ningbing's chest and shoulders, there were still hickeys that hadn't faded, and without a doubt, these hickeys were left by me. She couldn't help but reach out and touch them. I want to sleep here with you. Bai Ningbing leaned down lower, so that I could easily touch her. I looked at her intently and asked, "Are you just going to sleep?" I watched her bite her lip in hesitation. I still slowly shifted over, giving her half the bed. If it weren't for you running back in the middle of the night, I would definitely have thrown you out. Bai Ningbing lay down beside me. The bed was only so big, to say we were just sleeping, but in reality we couldn't sleep at all. I just feel that in the room, having another person's breath gives a greater sense of security. But that doesn't mean that person has to be right beside my bed. I looked up at the ceiling. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Bai Ningbing again. "What did you all do today?" I took the initiative to ask. "Couldn't sleep anyway, might as well chat a bit. There were a lot of friends today. I stir-fried a few dishes for them. We had a BBQ together, played cards, and played games. After that, everyone got tired and sleepy. But I was the only one who couldn't sleep, so I came back." Bai Ningbing was quite honest. I hadn't even asked, and she already said it voluntarily. It's rare for Bai Ningbing to be so forthcoming. Did Chu Yunjo go too? When I asked this question, my expression was subtly strange for a moment, hearing my words. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Then she sat up. She seemed to be hesitating and deliberating, looking like it was very difficult to answer. I sat up too. I tilted my head and looked at her with a half smile. "It's just one question. The answer is either he went or he didn't. I don't know what the hell you're so conflicted about. But looking at you like this, it's highly likely Chu Yunjo went. How about I take back this question? I know how to read the room. I absolutely won't press for answers to questions that make others uncomfortable. I only knew he was there when I arrived. Everyone was called over by Lin Yuchen. This is the truth. Lin Yuchen didn't intentionally tell me that Chu Yunjo was also going. Perhaps in Lin Yuchen's eyes, they are all friends. It's a given that they would hang out together. I was just asking. You really don't need to explain so much. You two don't have any kind of relationship, of course, even though I've said before that I don't like Chu Yunjo. But you've also told me very seriously before, Chu Yunjo is your friend. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. After a long while, I reluctantly spoke again. How about you go back to your own room? With you here, I can't sleep even more. Bai Ningbing looked at me and nodded. It is quite awkward. After all, we've never spent the night together soberly. She simply wanted to be with you a little longer. But if you feel uncomfortable, I won't force it. As Bai Ningbing got out of bed, she glanced at me. She was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. Chu Yunjo and I really have nothing going on. If you mind, next time there's a gathering, you'll ask beforehand if he's going. You were the one who said it before. Chu Yunjo is your friend. Your attitude just now shouldn't have been like that. You're willing to distance yourself from a friend for me. Saying that makes it sound like I'm driving a wedge between you and your friends. Besides, we're already divorced. Who you hang out with is your freedom. I don't want to bear this blame. Actually, even if we weren't divorced, you've always been free. Now there's even less need to distance yourself from your friends for me. Bai Ningbing looked at me. Her eyes were affectionate, but she remained silent. Between us, we're just acting. And occasionally, it's a mutually beneficial adult relationship. If you want to change partners, just let me know. You don't need to report other matters to me. Before, we were husband and wife, and you couldn't care less about me. Now we have no relationship, and you're the one sticking to me. I understand now. Bai Ningbing nodded, looking a little disappointed. I didn't say any more, and got back under the covers. Good night. Bai Ningbing turned to leave. As she lifted her foot, she said softly. I didn't answer her. I just watched her figure walk towards the door. Bai Ningbing's back looked a little lonely. As she opened the door, she turned her head to look at me once, then said very seriously, If I start pursuing you again now, is that okay? When I woke up, Bai Ningbing was making breakfast in the kitchen. My gaze drifted towards the kitchen, my heart in turmoil. I had to struggle with my thoughts for a long time before walking to the door. Bai Ningbing, of course, knew I was behind her, but at this moment she didn't dare to turn around. Last night she asked if she could pursue me. I didn't give her an answer at all. Good morning, CEO Bai. I still acted as if nothing had happened, just like before. Bai Ningbing turned to look at me but said nothing. But the stubbornness in her eyes was still that of CEO Bai. Right now, I don't really want to talk about feelings. If I really meet someone I can't resist, someone I absolutely have to love, then of course, it's a different story. But with the current situation, I don't want to love for the sake of loving. So you don't need to set your heart on me. What I said was quite blunt, but it's also what I truly feel. At this critical juncture, I really don't have a single thought about love. Later, when I'm better off, when I'm lonely, and want to find someone to settle down with, maybe I'll naturally meet someone then. The truth has already been proven. We're not compatible. We're not fated to be together. I don't want to force it anymore. I said I'm pursuing you, not asking you to agree to be with me right now. It's just a chance to pursue you. You won't even give me that? That's your freedom. I'm just kindly reminding you that there probably won't be any result between us, so you know what to expect. I don't have that much power to be able to stop others from liking you or not, or pursuing you or not. I just wanted to give you a heads up. This is mutual respect, to avoid resentment later on. You and I have had such a long history of love and hate. I don't want to create any more resentment. No forcing it. I will do my best.
Bai Ningbing smiled gently, but she just wouldn't listen to advice. I slowly nodded.
I didn't say anything more. I gestured towards the door and said unnaturally, "How about I wait outside first?" Bai Ningbing nodded, watching my back as I left. I feel that this is the best way for us to get along right now. I don't hope that Bai Ningbing will make the relationship between us more complicated, but I also can't stop Bai Ningbing. I can only guard my own heart. When Bai Ningbing came out of the kitchen, she placed breakfast in front of me. "Thank you, CEO Bai." I smiled again with a carefree and unconcerned look. Bai Ningbing didn't rush to sit down. She just put the breakfast down, then turned and went back into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a glass of hot milk. She placed the milk in front of me. My eyes were fixed on the glass of milk in front of me, with an unreadable smile. "CEO Bai, do you mind if I ask a question? Why are you now towards me?" I didn't say the rest of the words. I don't want us to use words like love or like. I can't say why, but I want to do this. For you, there are some things you don't need to get to the bottom of. You don't need to know when I started to like you. You just need to know that right now towards you, that feeling is truly liking you, and that's enough. All right, have it your way then. I nodded. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Each of us ate our own breakfast. I wasn't polite either. I drank all the milk Bai Ningbing gave me when I put the glass down. There was a little milk on the corner of my mouth. Bai Ningbing seemed to want to raise her hand but didn't. She just used her eyes to signal me to wipe it. I'm not one for formalities. I wiped it with the back of my hand. Then I heard the phone ring. I stood up and went to the sofa to find my phone. When I answered, I lazily leaned against the armrest and sat down. CEO Su. When I spoke, the smile was quite evident in my voice. Bai Ningbing's hand, which was clearing my bowl, froze. She reflexively glanced at me the moment I spoke. She knew the call was from Su Qing. Bai Ningbing suddenly realized. In Fang Yuan's heart, perhaps she was just a pursuer, just like Su Qing, but unlike Su Qing. At least she also had the identity of an ex-wife, a creditor who, for the sake of acting, could temporarily live with him. Each label seemed to add no points for her, only making her even more passive. I talked with Su Qing for 2 minutes. Bai Ningbing sat in her chair for another 2 minutes, waiting until I hung up the phone. Bai Ningbing stood up again and brought the bowl she was about to take to the kitchen earlier. I walked over to Bai Ningbing and spoke. "There's nothing we need to coordinate on today, right? It's rare to get a break. So maybe What did she ask you out for?" Bai Ningbing asked directly. "How would I know? But don't worry, CEO Bai. No matter how late we hang out, it will absolutely not end up in bed. I'm not a casual person. If there must be someone with me, to play the role of mutually benefiting adults, then it can only be you, Bai Ningbing. After all, you're the only woman I've ever slept with to this day."